So hey guys, welcome to the fictional vortex. And also welcome to the another amazing story on what if Naruto became the Ingenious Megamind, the king of Kanoha clan. But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. I didn't think my day would go like this. Ya see, I had things that anyone would ever want, but sadly that wasn't the case for this I ended up going to jail, losing the woman I loved dearly, so what more could happen, right? Ah yeah, that's right, I'm about to fall to my own death and my powers won't save me this time. Nothing could get any worse than that. In order to know my story, I would have to start at the very beginning, and when I mean the very beginning, I really do mean the very beginning. I came from a different realm, a realm filled with demons. That's right, I said demons. Hundreds of years ago, humans had thought they killed off all the demons, but that wasn't the case. Demons had just gone to another realm where they could live in peace, though sadly, even that couldn't last forever. Minato, we have to get him out of here, shouted a red-haired woman, her fox ears twitching with fear as her violet-colored eyes filled with fear and worry. She looked at the small bundle in her arms. The little baby was cooing softly, his blonde spiky hair held tinges of red in it, though it was very faint. His little orange fox ears twitched from the sounds around him, and his 9 tails swayed slightly as his blue eyes looked around, trying to figure out what was going on around him. I know, Kushina, I found a way to get our son to safety, said a man with spiky blonde hair like the baby. His blue eyes showed determination to save his son no matter the cost. Turning away, he calmly said, I have managed to get the spell to work, though it can only transport one, and that will have to be our son. I'm sorry, Kushina, but we won't see Naruto grow up. A soft sob echoed through the area, but the woman knew that this was how it was to be. Was no way the spell could support 3 people. The only way for their son to be safe was for him to travel alone, and for that, he did feel a great guilt for not seeing their son grow up, but if it meant his safety and his life remaining intact, then there was no choice but to do this. Then, he thought of something. He could send someone else that could look after Naruto. The spell couldn't send one other person, or in this case an adult, because the spell wouldn't work, but what if it was another small person? Kushina, I know Naruto wasn't supposed to have a helper until he was a year, but maybe we could. Kushina seemed to have gotten what her mate was trying to say before nodding. In their home, it was tradition for the child of the leader to have a helper of sorts. In a way, sort of like a caretaker if necessary, and originally they waited until the child's first year, but because of their realm starting to disappear along with most of the magic, they had no choice, and at least this way, their child would not be alone in the world. Once they made it to the shrine of their ancestors, legend had said that this portal was what brought their clan to this realm from their original one. Sadly, it had lost most of its power over the years, and there had been no way for it to regain it unless they had a powerful enough energy, which had also been lost to them. Taking a deep breath, Minato stared at the baby within his mate's arms before giving a soft and gentle smile. Kushina, you go to the shrine, I shall gather what I can quickly before we send him off. We have enough time. Minato kissed the red-haired woman before rushing off as fast as he could. He may not be as powerful as his mate's ancestry, but what he lacked with strength he made up with speed. He had to make sure that everything was in place, for there was one other thing that he wanted to give to his son. He could give his son some mementos of his parents before he would go away forever. Though he just hoped that it would be enough for his son, he hoped that would be enough for him. There were so many things that he wanted to give to his son, but knew that there were only so very few items that he could have. Breathing deeply, he ran through the home that he had built with his mate before having their son, and grabbed 2 objects from the main room before rushing out and stashed them into his robes before rushing to the last thing he needed, and that was to get his son's caretaker. After everything had been sorted, Minato rushed to the shrine, and that was when he met up with his mate and smiled gently at her. Though he could see the tears in her violet eyes and knew that she was afraid for their son. Giving her a gentle smile, he reached into his robe and pulled out a necklace. The necklace was a bluish-green crystal with 2 steel beads next to them. It was a simple necklace to those who would see it, but it held a protection charm. Smiling, he had it over his son's head and around his neck before smiling. "This will protect you while you travel, son. I promise that whenever you're in grave danger this will protect you." He chuckled a little before placing small little knife. Dull for the moment with his son, and smiled more. "This is a magical sword that has been infused with my blood and the blood of your mother. Like you, Naruto, it shall mature and sharpen." Naruto blinked his blue eyes and gurgled happily and reached out for his father before Minato felt tears starting to roll down his face. "And, this is Kurama, he will be your caretaker." He handed Naruto a small reddish fox. Like other members of this fox tribe, they grow to gain human appearances so they could help their ward, though for now they remained in the form of a fox. "Naruto, just remember, mommy and daddy love you very much," said Kushina before kissing their infant son on the forehead and sent him away. The little boy reached out for his parents, wanting them to be with him on this journey. Before the protective seal took place, Kushina smiled as she added, "You are destined for," though the sealing finished, and blocked out all the sounds around him, causing the baby to whimper as he watched his parents disappear from his sight as the portal closed. Though, at the same time another baby had been sent away, a boy from another clan that lived on the other side of the realm from Naruto. A baby from the Hawk clan. A clan that have been rivals with the foxes for as long as they can remember. As he traveled, the infant blinked his blue eyes as he tried to get through the portal. The oath. Protective sphere just flowed on forward as if it was trying to beat the fox baby. The fox sniffed at Naruto before tilting his head as if trying to think on what was going on, though the only thing that it knew was that it had to protect his ward. In fact, the journey through the realms seemed short but sweet. It was pointless to do anything as they journeyed, but somehow without the baby fox noticing. The hawk seemed to have zoomed in and hit the fox, causing his protective sphere to go into another direction. The hawk waved, though it almost seemed like it had a smirk on his young face as he disappeared and appeared in a mansion below a Christmas tree. Meanwhile, the fox baby appeared in a prison yard with all the inmates gazing around. The small fox peeked up at the people in orange suits. He tilted his head to the side and frowned a little as if trying to figure out what they were. He saw no ears like his own or anything else. They seemed odd to the infant. One prisoner tilted his head as he said, "Can we keep him?" The other prisoners thought about it for a moment, as if they were trying to see the reason for why they should keep this strange creature like a pet, though at the moment it just seemed to work. Maybe they could train this child to do what they wanted. Maybe they could end up escaping from here, though it was a long shot at this point. "What's with the ears? Are those tails?" said a prisoner as he pointed out the strange fox ears and tails. They thought that maybe the infant was some kind of mutant. Would that mean that it would have some kind of superpowers? That would be very interesting. Though they would still have much they would have to do in order for this child to do as they wanted, for it was still young and would need special guidance. Nothing more and nothing less, so until then, this child would be under their care, though it would be hard for them to hide the baby. The small fox baby blinked his blue eyes at the strange people before holding onto the reddish fox close to his chest. Afraid of the strange men, though it didn't show any sign of great fear. No, in fact it seemed more nervous than truly afraid. This child was brave for sure. It still puzzled everyone in the Kanoha prison for the criminally gifted as to what this child could be or what it is in the first place. For now, it was best to just train the child and let fate decide from there. Smirking to themselves, the men all grinned and picked up the child along with his things before making their way back inside. Hiding the child, and knew that this was how it was meant to be. In fact, they were able to sneak the child inside with them, and it just made them think that destiny or fate was on their side for a change. Hell, it would be perfect if this child could be wreak them out if they suspect of him being a mutant was true. Soon, days had turned into months. The child grew at a fast pace, looking like that of a 3-year-old, able to walk and talk slightly. For using an amazing amount of strength that no one thought was even possible. The fox child had punched a huge freaking hole in the wall, allowing everyone to escape. Everyone cheered, not believing that they could have escaped this quickly, but hey, they weren't going to complain. Meanwhile, the child and the small fox he kept with him were running outside as well, laughing like any other child would, as if he had just done a good deed. Though before he could get far, a tall elderly man appeared before him and gave the fox child a disapproving look, causing him to frown and whimper a bit, believing that he had done something wrong. The man grabbed the small fox and grabbed a hold of the child's hand and started to walk on inside. It seemed that with the prisoners escaping that a new one was placed in, and it would be rather odd to have a child within prison walls, but stranger things have happened in Kanoha in the past. Which ones were true though was a different story, though not one the old man was going to question at the moment, though he hoped that he could reform the boy into a model citizen before he turned into something else. Over the next few years or so, the child had been given some time off for good behavior. The warden wanted Naruto to better himself, so what better way than with him going to school? Though it seemed the child was nervous and didn't want to go alone, so he had asked if he could bring his friend, Kurama, with him. Pulling a few strings, and it was made possible for the young child to bring the fox with him. The boy wore a simple orange t-shirt with black shorts. The warden wanted him to at least try to be normal, even if his 9 fox tails and fox ears didn't help matters much. When Naruto had walked in, holding Kurama in his arms, as he frowned a little, his big blue eyes shining with fear and worry. As soon as he walked into the room though, he was surprised by what he had seen. It was a small boy with a strange mask on that hid half of his face from the nose and up. It was a simple black mask, nothing special about it, though the small fox child could make out a pair of black eyes. Everyone surrounded the black-eyed boy as if he was some kind of celebrity, and maybe he was. From what he had heard from the teacher, the boy was Sasuke Uchiha, the adopted son of the wealthy Uchiha family. That made him a little nervous as well, a boy that was rich and a boy raised in a prison. Everyone had to take a seat as they went around talking about themselves. Getting a better look at Sasuke, Naruto saw that his shirt had 2 little slits through it. Was that for something else? He knew that the boy was familiar, but he couldn't think of where it was. Blinking his blue eyes, he also noticed that Sasuke had black hair with 2 locks framing the sides of his mask, and the rest sticking out in a slight spiky style. His clothes were of a black shirt and matching black pants. How could someone wear so much black? He had no idea. Looking up, Naruto looked over at Sasuke and heard Sasuke saying that his gifts were mostly with his eyes. Then, to prove his point, the black-haired boy grabbed a small bowl of pop-it corn and held it out before he narrowed his eyes, and lasers shot out from the boy's eyes, causing the popcorn to pop and burst from the foil and flew everywhere. Everyone was cheering and eating the popcorn. Naruto though just frowned a little. Had this guy been the one that was traveling with him from the other realm? Kurama was old enough to remember, while he himself had failed to remember. Tilting his head a little, Naruto tried to think on what he could do or say. He had some gifts of his own, though he couldn't really be sure if they would be enough to win anyone over, for that matter. Wait. When the teacher stared at him, she gave him this strange dark look on her face as she asked, "And who are you, and what if your gift?" Okay. This woman made him nervous, so he had no idea if he should or not. Looking down at Kurama, the fox smiled up at Naruto and nodded his head as if telling him to go ahead and show them what he could do. Taking a deep breath, he carefully set Kurama down and pushed himself up and stood in front of the class and tried to get himself to calm down and relax. Gulping a little, Naruto said, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I have the ability to control fire and wind." Then, he made fire appear in his palm and grinned like a child on Christmas. Then he started to flick his other hand around and make wind appear, though it seemed that he had let it get out of control, allowing the wind to move around the fire in his palm grew, causing everyone to scream and panic. Eyes widening, Naruto tried to get the wind to stop, tried to get the fire to stop blazing in his hand before it hurt someone. Though before anything could be said, Sasuke had shot forward and wrapped his hand over Naruto's and put out the flames, then grabbed him and sent him to the corner. Everyone had cheered for Sasuke, and as for Naruto, he just sighed. It went on for a few days, showing off his powers, hoping that he could be good and get some friends, though it seemed that nothing was happening in his favor. In fact, during recess the one day, everyone threw balls at him for no reason. Some had hurt him badly, leaving some bruises, and someone threw a rock at him, cutting his forehead. What really got him pissed though was when someone grabbed his tails and tugged at him too hard. The fox child howled in pain before he reached over and punched him in the face with his super strength. The boy was knocked out cold. Even though Naruto had held back most of his strength. Picking up a ball, he shot all the balls with either his hands or his tail, sending balls everywhere. One of the balls in fact aimed for the teacher. Without meaning to. In fact, he hadn't been thinking when he did that. Sasuke rushed over and had managed to stop the ball before it hit her. Naruto stared in shock and horror at what he had done, and before he knew what was happening, Sasuke had grabbed him and brought the fox child back inside without letting Naruto explain what had happened and sent him to the corner. It just seemed like the same thing over and over again. No matter what he did, he would always be seen as the bad guy. Is this what I'm meant for? Am I to be the bad guy? He tilted his head as he stood in the corner. Kurama made his way over to Naruto and tilted his head before scratching at him gently to gain his attention. What's wrong, Naruto? Asked the fox. Naruto looked down at his best friend before smirking, his eyes shining with a mischievous look in his eyes. Oh, everything is perfect, Kurama. In fact, I found out my destiny, he said, and with that said, Naruto got Kurama to create a paint bomb made with some of the chemicals that were in the school. Before he would let it go off, the fox warned Naruto before the small boy rushed out of the room and watched as the paint bomb went off, covering everyone in orange and red. Peeking up from the bushes, everyone looked out the window and glared at Naruto. As for Sasuke, he made his wings appear before lifting the school and carried it off. Naruto just laughed as the cops came and took him away. It seemed that he didn't care about being a villain. He just wanted to make himself worthy of something that he was good at. Once he went to the warden and placed in a special sealed room. The warden said, "What do you have to say for yourself, Naruto? Don't call me that anymore. Call me Crimson Fox." The escape. Over the years, Naruto, or Crimson Fox as he had been known for, had been in many battles with Sasuke Uchiha, or, rather, Nighthawk. No one knew them by their names anymore, rather, they knew them by their alias. No one seemed to have cared anyway. Over the years, Naruto's sword grew along with his body, matching him in maturity, so to speak. Even though Naruto had become the villain like he claimed he would battle it out with Sasuke or Nighthawk and try to win and kill the demon, only to fail and end up in jail. As for Kurama, he was the inventor and was able to gain his human form when the fox was 13. Sometimes, the fox found it hard to believe that he was 5 years older than his ward, though he wasn't going to complain. He had a plan set up for when he broke his master out of jail thanks to his new little invention, though it hadn't been fully tested in the cell that since it had been specially made to keep beings like Naruto inside. From what he had gathered from being in this realm, humans had seals hat could keep demons sealed away, though they weren't powerful, sadly. Thanks to Nighthawk, the seals were more powerful and therefore able to keep Naruto contained. Letting out a soft sigh, he lifted the small gift box, and knew that it was now or never. There was no way that Naruto would want to miss ruining the special day for Sasuke. It made him wonder how his master would have turned out if his parents had been around. It had been tough for him growing up. They were in a world where no one would accept them, and yet it was odd how everyone loved Sasuke when he had wings, for crying out loud. Though maybe it was because he could hide his wings while Naruto couldn't hide his fox tails and ears. No matter where they went, Naruto wasn't accepted, and there was nothing that could have been done about it. Even if he could use his shape-shifting abilities, they never lasted. They would last maybe 30 minutes at most with the current amount of power that he could bring forth, which was only one tail possibly, or even just 2 tails worth of power. Looking out at the monitor within their evil lair, Kurama wondered what everything would have been like if the realm that he, Naruto and Sasuke were from never broke down. It did have him curious if their lives would have been better, though there was no point in trying to figure that out anyway, was there? There was no going back and no way to repair the past that could never be repaired. Pushing up his glasses with his index finger, the young made his way over to the monitor and punched in a few calculations to make sure that the plan was foolproof. He had to make sure that the escape plan for his master was going to succeed, though there were a few things to Naruto's plan that he had to make sure that would work in Kurama's favor. There was After all, a few things that he didn't want to happen even if his master was a supervillain. Running a hand through his long red bangs, he stared at the plan with his crimson eyes saying that the escape would be a success. That was something. As for the other part of the plan, well, he wasn't going to complain about the percent of success with that. Shrugging to himself, he put the computer in sleep mode for now before pushing himself up and made his way over to the desk and grabbed a wristwatch and strapped it to his right wrist and grabbed a small spray can before making his way to an orange and black sports car with red flames. Naruto's idea of flair, though Kurama wasn't going to judge on that. Giving himself a mental shrug, he tossed a few things in the back of the car before checking the pockets of his blue jeans to make sure that he had the keys. Of all the things that he had to be, it had to be the sidekick. The minion, letting out a soft sigh, he removed his glasses and slid them in his breast pocket of his shirt before opening the door and making sure all the systems were running. If Naruto wanted this plan to go through, then Kurama had to make sure that he had all the computers in the car working, such as the invisibility mode. It was always a pain to make sure that everything worked. Sometimes, being the brains of everything was just a pain in the ass, while Naruto was mostly just all the brawn and the creative part of the operation. Nothing more really, though it was what Naruto wanted. Minato and Kushina had entrusted Kurama to be Naruto's caretaker, and that was how it was supposed to be. Tightly shutting his eyes for a brief moment, the young man took a deep breath as he tried to get himself to calm down. Looking out of the car, he knew what Naruto would do once he was back in the evil lair. He was going to check on them when he got back. Giving a small smile, Kurama shook his head at the smile Naruto had when he would tend to them. Huff, it was the only thing that made him smile, that kind of smile, and Kurama hoped that there would be something that would get him to smile like that, even if it was him ruling over the town, but maybe even then it wouldn't be a smile like that. It wouldn't be a true genuine smile, but a smile of someone who had won and who would rule over the entire town like he had always wanted. Meanwhile, in the middle of town, outside of a building with something hidden by a very tall and large curtain, stood a woman that any man would kill for. A woman with long blue hair tied back at the nape of her neck so it wouldn't blow in the breeze. Her beautiful big lavender-colored eyes looked ahead with a soft smile on her slightly pale face. Her complexion was something any woman would love to have, though. It wasn't due to any makeup enhancements but 100% natural. She wore a black skirt that reached just a little above her knees, black heels and matching black stockings. She also wore a lavender blouse with short sleeves as she stared ahead at the camera that was ahead of her and held a microphone in her hand. The young woman smiled all the more as she said, "Today is a special day for a special hero. Nighthawk, a man that has protected the people of Kanoha. He has used his amazing eye abilities to keep an eye on us, used his super strength to keep us all safe and sound, and kept us all in his amazing heart. Now, it is our turn to give him something back in return for all he has done for us and show our appreciation." This is Hinata Hyuga reporting live in front of the Nighthawk Museum for Kanoha News. With that said, she signaled for the cameraman to stop filming before lowering her hands and stretching her arms above her head. "I can't believe all the CRAP they make you read for when you're on air, it's insane," came the dry tone of her cameraman. He was a bit of a short man for his age, long silvery gray hair pulled back in a ponytail. His skin was a little tanned and he had black eyes behind a pair of round glasses. Hinata frowned as she stared at the man as he pulled the camera from his shoulder and rolled it a bit. He wore a purple shirt with a black vest that held many pockets, and he also wore a pair of blue jeans and white sneakers. He didn't seem like a professional, though he was. "You do know that I wrote that myself, right, Kabuto?" Hinata said with a frown. Then she saw him freeze for a moment before hearing him sigh. Yup, he didn't know that she wore that herself. Hadn't she told him, or hadn't their boss tell him about that, or what? Maybe not, since he seemed like he was trying to think of something to say to impress her, again. That was something that she had noticed for a while. Kabuto was a bit of a creepy guy, sure, though. He meant well. Though she could never see herself dating the guy even if there was that rumor going on. Coughing a bit into his hand, Kabuto turned around as he said, "I meant to say that it is hard to believe that they let such a beautiful Woman read something so wonderful on the air, it's just so inspiring is all Hinata. Hinata wanted to sigh, he always said stuff like this, it isn't that he am into but it's just that the way he would stare at her, it sometimes gave her chills. So, Hinata, I was wondering if you'd like to get a coffee with me. When he said that, there was this weird look in his eyes that made her blood go cold at the thought of it. Come on Kabuto, it's time to get in spirit. It's the opening of the museum today so we may as well stick around and enjoy it. Hinata aid with a smile before she felt Kabuto take the microphone from her hand to put it away. At least he could still do his job while he started to walk with her to the van. He let out a snort though as he said, if I was Nighthawk I wouldn't be letting Crimson Fox kidnap you all the time. That's nice Kabuto, I would keep an eye on you like a snake keeps an eye on a mouse. Don't snakes eat mice? Asked Hinata. Kabuto blinked realizing his mistake before some sweat drenched his forehead. Oh, he definitely knew that he had said something wrong and creepy. Okay, that is true, but a snake nay. Veer lets anything it watches out of sight, replied Kabuto with a smirk. Okay, that was true, or at least from what he has said from the research he's done with snakes. It was something that had always bothered her. When he wasn't flirting with her he was talking about snakes, and that also included all the things that made her skin crawl at just the thought of it. That may also be true though, it still sounds weird to me. Hinata said with a frown on her face. Kabuto sighed as he made his way over to the van and started to talk about random things that to her made no sense. She hoped that he would give up on her at some point. At least when he sees that she would never go out with him. The kind of guy that she would want to be with is kind-hearted, has a sense of humor and a sense of justice. That was the only thing she ever really saw in a guy, though there wasn't anyone really like that. Suddenly, she saw a hand sticking out next to her, causing her to turn her head and blink when she saw the glowing red eyes of a familiar man before she saw him press down on the button of the spray canister. She tried to block it out from her face, though it managed to get through her defense and made her feel lightheaded. Blinking slowly, Hinata suddenly felt very tired, so much so that she soon closed her eyes, though before fully losing herself to the world of the aware, she felt someone grab her before hitting the ground. Just another day for her, though, she could have sworn that she also heard someone whisper, "I'm sorry Ms. Hyuga." An older man was walking down a long hall carrying a small gift box. He had found it a little odd that someone would send a gift to the jail, though figured that it had been for one of the inmates, though who it was for had surprised him a great deal. Over the years, he had watched the boy grow up into a young man that had turned into a villain because of how he had been treated at school. Shaking his head, the older man ran his free hand through his gray hair before making his way down the hall and through a few sliding gates. Looking over, he saw a holding cell with no bars, but metal walls and a single steel door with a window that had an opening door over it that hid everything from view for both the one inside and those on the outside. Turning his gaze over to a man sitting at the console for the cell, he saw a tall man with long spiky white hair pulled back at the nape of his neck. His hair dragged on the ground with him sitting down, and it was what he was doing that angered the older man. Making his way over to him, a swift slap to the back of the head caused the long-haired man to yelp out in shock. "What have I told you about reading smut on the job, Jiraiya?" said the older man with a glare. Of all the things that he had to teach the boy, it had to be a pervert. Jiraiya was to take over his job one day as warden, and the man spent most of his time looking after Naruto, or as the boy proclaimed himself as, Crimson Fox, about women among other things, but mostly women. It had been a battle of words about that for a while, and it pissed him off to no end. "You told me not to, but sir, there isn't much to do at the moment," whined Jiraiya before giving a pout. Man, was this guy a fully grown man or a little boy having his toy taken away? Jiraiya sighed softly before setting the porno magazine away as he turned around in his chair with his arms crossed over his chest and his one left over his knee. Besides, Naruto wanted to be left alone. "So I thought I could do some reading." "Why are you such a pervert?" asked the warden. "I don't know." That wasn't much of an answer, but it would have to do. Shaking his head, he looked ahead at the steel door saying, "Just open the damn window already." Something Came in for him and may as well show him. Jiraiya sighed softly before flipping a switch, causing the steel plates on the window to slide away to reveal a chair in the room that just swirls around and around. Though when it turned to face the old man to reveal nothing, he pressed his hands to the window saying, "What the? Did he escape again?" Suddenly, a face appeared, upside screaming, "Boo! See!" Ousing the old man to scream and jump back with a hand on his chest. Laughter filled up the cell before the being walked along the walls on all fours much like an animal before jumping down from the ceiling and landing on his chair before sitting down. "Hey old man warden, how are you? I was pretty sure that I told the pervy guy to not let anyone see me. I wanted to be left alone." Shaking his head, the warden looked over at Naruto as he said, "I came to see you no matter if you wanted to be left alone or not." "Naruto, it's Crimson Fox old man. Anyway, you have a present in the mail. Awesome. Is it ramen? I could go for a nice hot bowl right now," said Crimson Fox with a big grin on his face. Over the years, he had lost all of the baby fat that he had in his face and of course in his body really. He had been working out no matter if he was in his cell or after he had broken out of jail. He had bulked up a great deal though not overly so. His 9 tails swayed from side to side as he sat in his chair and his fox ears twitched with excitement. It was rather odd for sure to have a fox demon in the cell though thanks to those seals that Nighthawk provides it was impossible for the fox to escape with his powers. In fact, he was as weak as a human. The only thing was that he used his claws on his fingers and toes to walk along the walls for something to do. Giving Naruto, Crimson Fox, a cold stare, he no longer saw that little boy who tried to make friends but a criminal in an orange jumpsuit. He had given up on trying to get the boy to change his ways and believed that he would always be the villain. That was how it was meant to be. "Ah come on old man warden, I have learned my lesson this time I swear. I'm a changed man and wanna go back out there and see the great city of Kanoha." "Believe it," grinned Naruto as he crossed his arms and gave a small smile. If it wasn't for the fact that he says that all the time he would have bought it but it was pointless for that now. It wouldn't work this time. Besides they had increased all chances to make sure that Naruto couldn't escape this time. He had to make sure that no one would ever be able to break them out this time. Narrowing his eyes, the old man held up the gift box in black as he said, "Anyway, about your present, let's see what it is." He opened the box and blinked when he held up a watch and a note with a chuckle. "It's from Nighthawk. The note says, here you can now count down every second, minute, hour, day, week, month and year of your 86 life sentences." Then he frowned a little as he held onto the weird black wrist watch with the hands resembling flames but shrugged as he added, "Though it is odd that he would send this. Nighthawk never seemed like the gloating type, though I won't ny that he does have some very good tastes. I'll keep the watch, not like you'll need it." Grinning, Naruto chuckled as he asked, "Okay, though can you tell me the time? I don't wanna be late for the museum's opening." Raising an eyebrow, the warden checked the watch as he said, "You'll end up missing it anyway by several thousand years Naruto." He then started to walk away, only to hear Naruto scream out that he was called Crimson Fox now and not Naruto. It bothered the older man that Naruto gave up his name but prayed that maybe there was still some kind of good within Naruto. He hoped anyway. As the warden walked down the halls, he had to make sure that everyone was doing their job. That was the main thing to do since he had noticed that a few of the cops here in the prison had been slacking. Such as Jiraiya. He hadn't been doing his job properly for a while now, at least when it came to Naruto. It seemed that Jiraiya was trying to teach Naruto a few things, such as learning to read, write and so on. It seemed that no matter what the boy learned it still wouldn't get him to switch sides. Perhaps it really was impossible for him at this point. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes as he thought of what had gone wrong other than the way Naruto had been treated in the school. Okay, yeah, the boy was raised in prison but he himself had made sure that Naruto was away from the other prisoners when he was discovered and kept in a separate room. Though that didn't seem to help him in the least, it was as if it only made things worse for Naruto for he only seemed to have become more closed in and evil. Maybe it was because he was kept away from children until he had gone to school and from after he was removed from the school system. Covering his face with his hand, The old man was starting to think that maybe he was getting too old for this thing. Maybe it was time for him to retire and let Jiraiya take over. Then, maybe it would get better for him after all. He should have retired years ago. Suddenly, he felt something. It almost felt like something had washed over him, though he didn't know what it was. Taking a look around, he didn't see anything before. Giving himself a mental shrug and started to walk on ahead, looking like he was at the top. In some sense though, he was. After all, he was the boss. He was to give everyone their work schedule and sure that they stayed in line with everyone. Looking over to his right, he saw a few of the cops playing poker with one of the prisoners. Rolling his eyes, the old man narrowed his eyes at them as he said, "Quit fooling around. No one pays you to play games." Though he had failed to notice the cops staring at him in shock before running up from their table and rushing toward him. "Freeze!" shouted the cops, causing the warden to turn around and blink when he saw them rushing to him with a taser. Yelping, he was trying to ask them what was wrong, only to feel one grab him and scream when the other used the taser on him. "We have to get Crimson Fox back to his cell," shouted the cop as he and the other started to drag the poor man back. "They think I'm Naruto," thought the old man, his verses. Vision was blurred from the jolt that went through him and tried to make himself move and speak, though right now he couldn't even do that. "Open up, we got Crimson Fox," one of the cops said to Jiraiya. Okay, that had confused him a great deal. It didn't make sense to him that they would mistake him, though one look at his arm and he saw that he wasn't wearing his dark blue suit, rather he wore an orange jumpsuit. Was this some kind of trick? Soon, he found himself sitting on a chair before blinking as he weakly gazed at the other cops and Jiraiya as he walked into the room. He started to riga, in some feeling back into his limbs, and felt someone removing the watch from his wrist when no one was looking. He figured because it wasn't the cops grabbing the watch that was on his wrist. "You fool, mumbled the warden as his form reverted back and looked ahead as there, standing, was Naruto. "He tricked us again." Naruto grinned as he strapped the watch onto his wrist and switched the dial on the watch, and stared in awe as the man transformed into the warden. "Ya know, old man, I will never be the good guy, so, you're right, I'll always be a villain." Later, with that, he closed the door behind him and ran off, sliding through the open gaps of the doors as they tried to close and keep him sealed inside. He had escaped once again, and now there was nothing that he could do to stop this. How was it that the sweet and innocent could always be corrupted like this? It was a terrible thing to see. Meanwhile, with Naruto, he was able to walk on out of the prison like nothing, but maybe that was because he looked like the warden. Giving a salute to the man at the gate, he looked ahead, blue eyes sparkling with mischief, and ahead as he saw a faint figure of the invisible car. The window rolled down to reveal the red-haired and red-eyed man as he smiled. "Hey master, want a lift?" asked Kurama. "Definitely Kurama," said the man as he opened the car and jumped on in while laughing. "I can't believe you sent me the watch. I thought you said it wasn't ready," laughed Naruto as his form shifted back into his original form. "It wasn't when you were brought to jail, but I worked myself to the bone to make this watch work just for you to use and escape." "Good, though I have to ask, is everything ready at the lair?" asked Naruto with his blue eyes staring at his best friend with wide excitement. Kurama nodded, though there was a strange look on his best friend's face, though Naruto couldn't place it. Shrugging to himself, he didn't think it would matter much if he asked what it was or not. Kurama never really said much anyway in the first place, though right now he was just happy to be out of jail again. The kidnapping and panic. Soon, Naruto found himself back in his lair once again. Sure, it had changed to a new location, but it was always the same style. Chuckling to himself, he walked over to a folding wall that he liked to use for his change from his prison outfit to his villain outfit. He knew that it was going to be a quick day, but at least it would give him something to do before he ended up back in jail. That would be boring as hell, just like every other time it's happened, but now was the time for fun. Walking out of the folding wall, Naruto wore a leather jacket, not bothering to wear a shirt or it would hide his green wind markings on his chest that stretched from just his waist, over his abs, dancing a bit over his slight pecs and just resting under his shoulders. He normally wouldn't care if the markings were hidden, but since the markings on his arms were hidden by his leather jacket, well, he may as well have something revealed of his power. Next he wore a pair of black jeans with some orange flames decorating the legs just below his knees and add some holes just a little above his knees. He felt that his outfit had too much black, so what more than to add some orange to the mix. On his feet, he wore a pair of black biker's boots, finding they come in handy when it came to hand-to-hand combat with Nighthawk. Which it did, even though most of their battles were either with swords drawn or it involved one of Kurama's machines. And that the only thing on him was the necklace that his parents gave him before he left. He never did find out what it does, but for now it had sentimental value. Looking around, the blonde and red young man crossed his arms in confusion as he asked, "Where's my sword?" He didn't know where it could have gone, and it confused him greatly. After all, he made sure to keep the sword somewhere safe so no one could get to it unless Kurama hadn't had the time to put it somewhere while he was inventing something to help him escape after all this time. "They may have taken it, sir," said Kurama as he turned his head to the corner room just as it burst open. As soon as it did, there were dozens among dozens of fox cubs rushing towards the blonde fox demon. One of them was carrying a long sword within a sheath. Shaking his head, Naruto whistled them over toward him, causing Kurama to yelp in shock and stumble a bit since he was carrying the unconscious Hinata in his arms. He must have grabbed her while Naruto was changing into his usual attire. "Give me my sword, little one," Naruto calmly said before kneeling down in front of the fox cub. All of those cubs were just foxes that he had found and brought home with him. They were great companions for him when Kurama would be busy with some other task at hand. All the foxes were in different shades, to be honest. Some were red, reddish-orange, a few blonde ones, and even a few, very rare mind you, white as snow. Though unlike regular foxes though, Naruto had infused them all with abilities that all fox cubs like them in his clan could use. They can shape-shift though, sadly. Because his power was limited like that with seals, he could only give them the ability to shape-shift into wisps of flames or other small objects. The one fox had held the sheath of his sword in its small jaws, came forward and carefully dropped the sword in front of the older fox demon. Nodding to the tiny fox, Naruto carefully lifted the sword up and it through his belt loop and reached over before picking up a stick. "Okay, go fetch the stick." With that said, the young man threw the stick and watched them all run off. Though as they ran, he couldn't help but notice that a lot of them were missing. "Where are the others?" asked Naruto with a frown. "They are in position like you wanted, sir. I have everything set, so all we have to do is get everything here set up for you," Kurama said. With a frown, Naruto just rose his eyebrow as if asking how the hell did everything outside the lair got ready but yet nothing inside the lair was. Geez, his was annoying as all hell, and that was saying a lot. Since he kept on getting placed in jail. Shaking his head, the young man walked over to the table and picked up his fingerless gloves before walking over to the elevator. It seemed that the elevator to the upper floor was at least ready. Okay, so maybe not an elevator per se, but more like a lift. Turning over to his friend and caretaker, Naruto calmly said, "Come on, let's go. May as well get this plan in motion, right?" Kurama frowned a little before nodding and started to walk on forward, still holding the sleeping Hinata in his arms as he made his way to the elevator. Naruto never understood how Nighthawk could get someone as beautiful as Hinata Hyuga, though said nothing about it. The only thing that mattered was to get Nighthawk to die by his new plan. And it was the time to get it done and over with. Inhaling deeply, Naruto knew that this was a 50-50 chance of him either winning or losing. Since he didn't know what Nighthawk's weakness was, there was no way of knowing if it would really kill him, but with the power of the weapon, there was a good chance that it would kill him or at least wound him. Even with his body being indestructible, that would be amazing though. If he was at least wounded and weak, he could easily win in a sword fight. Suddenly, there was a soft moan coming from the blue-haired woman. "She's starting to wake up. Get into position," whispered Naruto before he shifted into a giant reddish-orange fox with 9 tails and walked over to the shadows. He normally sat in his chair or clung to He was, but this time he was going to stick to his transformation. Sure, he couldn't stay in any form other than his natural form for very long, but at least this would be enough to surprise her, that's for sure. Kurama sat Hinata down on the chair, carefully so he wouldn't hurt her. Hinata just groaned a little more as she slowly started to open her eyes. It seemed that she was going through some kind of weird dream before forcing herself to wake up. What bothered her so much before she came here anyway? Giving himself a mental shrug, he laid in the corner of the room as he watched her carefully. No, snakes. No more snakes, she muttered. Snakes. That's what she's dreaming about. Soon, the bag was lifted from Hinata's face. Her eyes started to open. They were filled with a hint of fear. For a brief before she became aware of where she was. I've been kidnapped again, haven't I? Muttered Hinata. Welcome, Ms. Hyuga. We meet again, said Naruto's voice, causing Hinata to look around as if trying to see him. Naruto chuckled a little, thinking that she would never figure out where he was, only for her eyes to go to his direction. Wait, there was no way that she could have known where he was already, right? Come on, there had to be something that she couldn't figure out after all. Humans weren't really that smart or intelligent, so that would also include, I know you are that fox, Crimson Fox, you can't fool me, said Hinata with a bored sigh. Grumbling, Naruto shifted back into his human-like appearance and made his way over to her. Grabbing the back of the chair, he tilted it back as he chuckled. Now, Ms. Hyuga, I thought you would at least play the part of the captive this time. You never seem to any other time, Naruto said with mock hurt, though a grin still plastered on his face. I would if you were a good villain, Hinata said with a sigh before looking away. Ouch, that really did hurt. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto growled as he said, I am a true villain, Ms. Hyuga. He then set the chair back down before making his way over to his leather seat and sat down. Of all the things, it had to be this now that he thought about it, Hinata was having a nightmare about snakes just a moment ago, so that had to mean something. Smirking, he looked over at the other foxes and made a few growling sounds so Hinata wouldn't know what it was that he was planning. He didn't want her to know what it was that he had in store for her this time. Are there some weird stores that you guys get all of this stuff from? Ya know, like some kind of nerdy website that sells blinky dials? Asked Hinata with confusion. Well, to be honest, most of it comes from. Don't answer her, Kurama, shouted Naruto with a growl. Everything was quiet for a moment. It almost seemed like Kurama wasn't going to finish his sentence, though just as Naruto turned around, his fox ears picked up what Kurama had finished saying. A megacur. Stop that, shouted Naruto, his eyes turning red for a brief moment, then made his way over to Kurama. She's using her skills on you, Kurama, trying to get all of our secrets from us. There is nothing that you can do when she starts. After all, she is nothing but a temptress. Kurama rose an eyebrow at Naruto as he said, Sir, as pretty as she is, Ms. Hyuga isn't my type, one promise you that. No offense, Ms. Hyuga. None taken, Kurama, said Hinata with a yawn. Still tired from the spray. Naruto never expected that Hinata would still be tired from the spray. Shaking his head, the young man smirked as he made his way over to the counter. OL panel as he thought about which button he would use. There were so many he had to choose from, though he knew that there were only a few that did something. Naruto chuckled to himself at the thought of what he was to do in order to build up to his new plan that even Kurama didn't know about. Oh yeah, this is perfect. So Ms. Hyuga, how are you dealing while being in the clutches of the most powerful, handsome demon fox, evil villain Crimson Fox? Declared Naruto, throwing his arms up into the air, a crazy smile on his face and his eyes glowing red as he thought of striking some kind of fear within Hinata's eyes. Though what he got was a yawn coming from the blue-haired woman. Why isn't she screaming? Kurama asked Naruto with a frown. Ms. Hyuga, could you please indulge him with a scream? Asked Kurama in a polite voice. Hinata just rose her eyebrow at Kurama before turning to Naruto and yawned softly. There was no way of scaring the woman otherwise, it almost as if she just had no fear of him. For crying out loud, he was a demon and she was a human. Aren't humans supposed to be afraid of demons in the first place? Well, other than Nighthawk, but he was the good guy and therefore not capable of scaring anyone, let alone harming anyone to even cause fear. The thought of a demon not causing any kind of fear made Naruto sick to his stomach, and he would make sure that he filled this entire town with fear. The fear of when he became their overlord and no one else would have the power to stop him. Smirking at the thought, Naruto pressed a button as a gun came out of the wall as he said, "Now Ms. Hyuga, I will get a scream out of you yet. All you have to do is let out a scream and everything shall be right with the world. Or at least you won't get hurt." Naruto's eyes looked dangerous, though Hinata just yawned and rolled her eyes before rolling her shoulders a bit. "Is this going to take long? I don't wanna miss the opening of the Nighthawk Museum. Damn it, how could she not be afraid of a gun being pointed at her head? For crying out loud, anyone would be afraid of something like that, for crying out loud. There had to be something else that would make her afraid, though he couldn't be sure what it was that would make her afraid. Well, besides that, but he would save that for last if nothing else worked. Looking back at the control panel, Naruto tried to find something else to frighten Hinata with, though he couldn't really be sure if it would be enough to scare her, but it didn't hurt to try, right? Pulling another lever, something came down from the ceiling that almost looked like grinders that, of course, could grind her up like meat if it got too close to her body. Though the young blue-haired woman just yawned softly as she shifted a bit in her seat to get herself more comfortable. "That's boring," Hinata muttered with a bored stare, causing Naruto to growl a little. Just what was it that made this woman so unafraid of him? Come on. Wow, a grinder. That's mostly used in comics. Crimson Fox. There is no way that it was an original idea. You are so predictable. Okay, now he was pissed. If there was one thing he hated, it was being called predictable. He was not predictable. Okay, sure, he got the idea from a few comics he read growing up, but damn it. Turning back to the control panel, Naruto tried to find another lever that would add to something to cause Hinata to scream. But damn it all, it seemed that no matter what, he just couldn't find anything that would lead him to be victorious in the least. Wait, there was this button here. Grinning, the young man pressed the button and turned his head just to see a wheel of boots spinning rapidly, which only made Naruto turn to Kurama. "Really? Boots of death? Don't blame me, that was your idea as a child, remember?" mumbled Kurama as he pushed up his glasses and crossed his arms. Oh yeah, now that he thought about it, that was an idea he came up with to torment the kids that us Ed to tease him when he was a little boy, though that did little to no good. He must have slipped the paper with that idea into the folder with the others for Kurama to build while he was in jail. He would explain so much, but at the moment he wasn't going to complain about it, not at the least anyway. "Forget the boots of death," muttered Naruto as he turned back to the panel and pressed another button, causing a dragon-like pipe to come out of the wall as it spewed out flames, though Hinata just shrugged it off like the other inventions. Naruto growled all the more. How was it that all of Hi's friends' inventions went down the toilet like this? It wasn't fair, and it was starting to piss him off to no end. "That's it, I was hoping to get a scream out of you sooner or later, Ms. Hyuga, but you've left me no choice." He smirked evilly. There was no way that she wouldn't be afraid of what he had in mind. After all, his friends made sure to have everything set and perfect for the right time and place. Reaching over, he pulled a lever, and below Hinata's chair were thousands of snakes. "Behold, my snake pit of death. Just one bite of these snakes and you'll die," shouted Naruto with glee. What he expected to see on Hinata's face was not what he had expected to see. Sure, he saw fear in her pale lavender eyes, no doubt about that, but there was something else that he didn't expect. Her skin went deathly pale. It was as if she had seen a ghost. Frowning a little, the young man wanted her to scream, so why wasn't she screaming already? Turning to Kurama, Naruto ordered him to stay by the control panel while he went to check on Hinata. With that, he made his way over to the pale woman to make sure that she was still there and not somewhere else. Jumping over the pit, Naruto stood in front of Hinata and placed a hand on her forehead. She felt clammy, so that wasn't a good sign. Lifting her head a bit to be eye level with his, Naruto asked, "Are you all right?" Though before he knew it, Hinata's breathing started to grow in speed. His fox ears picked up the speed of her beating heart as she looked away and saw the snakes slither around below her, it was as if they were trying to reach her, and that seemed to make her heart beat even faster, along with her pulse. Snakes. Not the snakes, she whispered, only to start screaming and tears starting to roll down her face. Well, he got the scream he wanted, but this wasn't normal. Guys, stop. Change back, shouted Naruto, and watched as all the snakes went poof in a puff of smoke, and in their place were fox cubs looking at him in confusion. Naruto ordered the fox cubs to get out of the pit, then turned to Kurama telling him to close the pit doors, though after the fox cubs had escaped. Turning back to Hinata, Naruto gently patted her face and waited for Hinata to calm down. Ms. Hyuga, it's all right, there aren't really snakes here. It was just the foxes in snake form, you're safe. His expression held concern for the blue-haired woman. He didn't think she was that afraid of snakes. If he knew, he wouldn't have gone for that. He was many things, but a monster was not one of them. Villain yes, monster not so much. Frowning a little at Hinata, he rubbed her back, hoping that would be enough to get her to relax. Naruto of course had lost track of time on her trying to relax. The tears had stained her face, though. It seemed that color was starting to return to her skin. Kurama, go get some tea for Ms. Hyuga. I can't have her looking like this when Nighthawk shows. Without asking any questions, Kurama went to get some tea ready. Though he knew that it would be a little while before the plan could go into action, but that would be enough time for when he would call Nighthawk into battle. I did it, Naruto didn't know why Hinata was so afraid of snakes, but he knew that it had to have been a horrible experience for her to be acting like that. To have her be so pale made the young man sick to his stomach. Sure, he got the scream he had always wanted, but damn it, not like that. Shaking his head, the young man ran a hand through his hair as he tried to get himself to relax. It almost seemed like Hinata was always causing him some kind of trouble. No matter if she doesn't scream or she has some kind of panic attack. Okay, the latter only happened the once, though at least she was starting to calm down. Turning his head around to stare at Hinata, he saw that she was starting to relax a little. The young woman had regained some color, though she still looked pale, and it also seemed like she was in some kind of trance. Kurama, where is the damn tea? Growled out Naruto as he turned to stare at the red-haired man as he was now starting to come in. It was about time that the man came back in room with a small cup full of green tea. Sorry sir, but the kettle isn't as good as it used to be. I have to fix it, Kurama said with a sigh before making his way over to the pale-skinned woman and helped her to drink the tea. Hinata drank the tea, though a little too slow for Naruto's tastes. Shaking his head, the young man tried to think on how he could get Nighthawk to hurry up, though then again they never did contact him in the first place. Sitting down on his chair, the young man messed around on the computer as he tried to make sure that all of the foxes were in place while he was tormenting Hinata. There were a few of them on the museum walls as they dug their claws into the wall. Also they had collars around their necks to do a projection, so that way they could project what would happen in the lair, and he had another camera set up somewhere so everyone can see the final battle of Nighthawk. Leaning back in his seat, the fox demon checked over the map. At least this was something he could do while he was trying to get Hinata to relax a little. It was a terrible thing to see her in such a state for sure, though he knew that it was the way it had to be. She was Nighthawk's woman, and as such Nighthawk would do anything to save her, even if it would risk his own life, even if Nighthawk was pretty much indestructible. Leaning his elbow on the chair's arm, his chin resting on his raised palm as he tried to think of the whole plan as it was going into motion. They had captured Hinata, managed to scare her, and now they just had to calm her down, though that wasn't really part of the plan, but it was something. Now though, they had to wait for when the museum will start to open and be revealed for the plan to fully go into motion. Turning to Hinata, he saw that she had started to calm down a little more, so that had to mean something, right? Shaking his head, the young man made his way over to Hinata and sat down in front of her. Kurama, make sure that everyone is in position all right. Kurama stared at his best friend for a brief moment before he started to walk away to the computer. Naruto stared at Hinata for a moment and saw that her head was bent forward, causing her to just stare at the floor, as if it was the most interesting thing in the world. Ms. Hyuga, why did you panic like that from the snakes? Asked Naruto with confusion. Think I would tell you. You're a villain, Crimson Fox. I don't have to tell you anything because you'll just use it against me in the end. I'm not stupid, Hinata whispered softly. In fact, if he had been a human, he wouldn't have been able to hear her. To be honest, Naruto found it amazing that she could even speak that low in the first place. Though it was good that she did think of him as a villain, so that was something. Yet it was also thrilling to see that she saw him as a villain, even though she also claimed that he was a terrible villain at that. Shaking his head, the young man spun around in his chair and leaned back as he said, "You know, Ms. Hyuga, I have dealt with Nighthawk for many years and have kidnapped you just as long. I'm surprised that you don't at least talk to me while we wait for the plan to go into action." Even though he wasn't facing her, he could feel her glare at the back of the chair, burning holes in the leather. The young man almost wanted to laugh. When he turned in his chair, he just gave her a smirk. "You know, Ms. Hyuga, you are cute when you glare like that." He laughed before rolling away from the blue-haired woman and went over to Kurama. "So how is it coming along?" Kurama yawned softly as he said, "Everything is going pretty well, sir. Everyone is in position and they should be opening the museum any time now. You better just hope that he'll fall for the Chi plan, because there is a chance that he won't fall for it and end up taking you back to jail." The young red-haired man looked over at his master and frowned a little as he saw a strange look on Naruto's face. In fact, he still looked concerned about Hinata. If that was the case, then maybe, it may be impossible for that to happen since he's never shown interest in anyone before. "Let's get started," Naruto said with a smirk. Meanwhile, in the city of Konohagakure, just before the opening of the Nighthawk Museum, stood a tall man in black clothes. He wore a simple black trench coat, black jeans, black combat boots, black t-shirt and black gloves. To hide his identity was a black mask that resembled a hawk. It was used to hide his face from his nose and upward. The only thing that could be seen through the mask was his black eyes. His hair was styled with a bit of a spikiness to the back and two locks framing just over the mask. At his waist through his belt was a sword made from a special metal. It wasn't made like normal swords where it was made from steel. No, it was made from a meteorite that had been in his realm before coming to this world. It was what he received from his own family before being sent here with the idiot, his so-called rival, though it was the only thing interesting, or at least it was. Sasuke hadn't really felt like he was in the game much anymore. In fact, it had started to become rather dull and boring a while ago. He didn't really know what to do, but what he knew was that he still had a duty to the people of Konohagakure, and that was what he had to do. Turning to the mayor, he was going on and on about how a great hero he was. The mayor wasn't really anyone interesting to him, to be honest. It was just a busty yet thin woman with long blonde hair pulled back in loose ponytails. She wore a light gray blouse that showed a little too much of her breasts, and she wore black capris pants, and to finish off her outfit, were a pair of black high-heeled sandals. "We, as the citizens of Konohagakure, would like to thank you, Nighthawk, for all these years of you protecting us from the terrible Crimson Fox," she had gone on saying. Really, how was he terrible? If anything, Crimson Fox was pathetic. He wasn't really a great villain. He and Hinata both knew that as well as Sakura. There wasn't really anything bad about him. Hell, he had known over the years that Crimson Fox didn't really hurt anyone so long as he could help it. Hell, that idiot couldn't even take over the town even if his life depended on it, thought Sasuke to himself as he kept himself from showing what he was thinking. He looked at all the cheering people who would scream, shout and call out for him to date them. Honestly, he already had someone in mind for his woman, and it sure as hell wasn't any of those women. "Nighthawk, do you have any words for the people of Konohagakure?" asked the mayor. Nodding, the black-haired man made his way over to the podium to make his speech. Sure, some of it would be a lie, but hey, he wanted to make the people happy, and that was all that mattered to him in the first place. Inhaling softly, the black-clad man calmly went on with his speech. "Hello everyone. It had been a great time since I have become your protector," he began. People cheered at him, causing him to hold up his hand. "Please, I would like to get this out." Everyone had laughed a bit before going silent. "Anyway, I know I haven't been a hero for long, or at least as long as it should have been. I did not become a true hero until 10 years of service, and Became a true hero perhaps only 5 years ago. Though, I am happy that Crimson Fox hasn't taken over the city, and for that I will continue to serve you all. Everyone kept on cheering. Honestly, was that all they were capable of doing now? It was as if they couldn't really think for themselves, since all Crimson Fox had was his sidekick Kurama, who made all of those inventions. Even he knew that idiot couldn't invent himself out of a paper bag. Nighthawk, if I may ask what your plans with Hinata Hyuga are? Asked a citizen. Of course, that was still going around. To be honest, Hinata and I do not have any plans. Which was true. He never really saw Hinata in that way. They were only friends, and she understood that, and not to mention, they were both on the same page. They didn't really have any kind of feelings other than friendship. That all of this crap started because it was late and he offered her a flight home. Nothing more than that. People would just have to learn to mind their own business. Stretching his wings a little bit, he added, I only plan to spend time with friends and family, and of course my woman. Nothing more and nothing less. Which was the truth. He just wanted this day to end so he could go and enjoy it with his woman, and just have Crimson Fox stay in jail for once, though he would escape somehow. He always did. Maybe that was the only thing smart he could do, since he still never figured out all the invention ideas that Kurama would end up coming up with. Oh well, so long as he could go on home when this whole nightmare was over and done, and the sooner he can take off his mask. Any other questions? Asked Sasuke. Yeah, will you and Hinata ever have children? What is wrong with these people? No, I do not plan to have children with Hinata. In fact, I don't even know if it is possible for me to have children. Now, are there any other questions that you wish to ask? Then he saw a bunch of people raise their hands, which caused him to quickly add, that doesn't involve Hinata and myself. With that said, they lowered their hands, of course. Though before anything more could be said, there were screams. Sasuke looked around as he saw blue, orange, red, and green wisps of fire floating around, causing Sasuke to narrow his eyes. It was the call of Crimson Fox, that, and the fog machine that was being used to create a fogda. Chi surrounded everything, though it mostly covered the big building so it would be darkened, or at least in some kind of shadow. Soon, the wisps of flames resided by the building and shot out some weird light. Were they projecting something? Soon, on the screen was the sinister smile of Crimson Fox. What do you want, dope? Said Sasuke with a bored stare. Oh, what could I possibly want him? Oh, let me think about that, you bastard. Said Crimson Fox as he crossed his arms and had a thoughtful look on his face. Geez, the guy really liked to build up drama. Wasn't it supposed to be women that were drama queens? Ah yes, I want Kanoha. Declared Naruto, laughed through the monitor only to grin like some kind of madman. It's Kanohagakure, you idiot, Sasuke grumbled. Hey, when you start to show so me damn emotions, then maybe I'll say it that way. Until then, go fuck yourself. Okay, the blonde and crimson-haired idiot made him want to punch him in the face. Shaking his head, Sasuke just crossed his arms over his chest as he stared at Crimson Fox and narrowed his black eyes at his enemy. Anyway, you bastard, I came out of jail at long last. Which was only what? A week? 2 weeks? Not really long, Crimson Fox. Shut the hell up already. Crimson Fox growled out before holding up his gloved hand and pointed his clawed finger at Sasuke as he said, I will destroy you once and for all, and then Konoha shall be mine at long last. Crimson Fox chuckled, then held his hand together as he added, and I also have a little guest. That caused Sasuke to raise his eyebrow, though that was hard for anyone to really see since his mask covered that part of his face. Yet, he also had a feeling that he knew who it was. After all, it was always the same person that he kidnapped in some way or another. Let me guess, you idiot. You kidnapped Hinata Hyuga, Sasuke said with an unimpressed tone of voice. How did you? You always kidnap her, idiot, Sasuke said without any kind of emotion, like always. Honestly, Crimson Fox was predictable, and that was what made things become so boring to him. There had to be something better in his life. There just had to be something more interesting out there in life that he could easily do, but so far he just couldn't think of anything that made him want to do. Maybe he'd find something, though that was still difficult for him to think on. He still had to listen to this idiot talk. Then I may as well show you the state that Ms. Hyuga is in, shouted Crimson Fox as he hit a button that changed half of the screen to show Hinata tied up to the chair. Taking a good look at the blue-haired woman, he saw that her skin was a little paler than it usually was. Her eyes held a hint of fear, though he could tell that it hadn't been very long ago that she had been scared. That was rather odd since she normally wasn't scared of Crimson Fox. He knew that for a fact. She's told him and Sakura before that she wasn't afraid of the fox demon, so what could have caused her fear this time in the first place? Crimson Fox laughed as he said, I had caused her great fear. Oh, how I wished I had recorded it so I could show you just how much your girlfriend screamed. It was wonderful. Oh, how I wish that I had recorded it so I could watch it over and over again. As he went on about that, Sasuke saw that Crimson Fox's eyes showed the lie, and guilt and remorse. So whatever he did to make Hinata so afraid, it had caused him to feel guilt. Why would he feel guilt for scaring Hinata in the first place? Okay, sure, Crimson Fox was a Terry BL.E villain, but did that mean that he was evil? Maybe he did care about Hinata in some way or another but refused to show it, but his heart couldn't lie about that no matter how much he tried to ignore it. Hell, it wouldn't surprise Sasuke if the main reason for kidnapping the blue-haired reporter was just so he could be near her because he felt some kind of connection. Is his connection like what I have? Thought Sasuke with a mental frown, but figured that it was best to just play along for the time being. You all right, Hinata? You seem really pale, Sasuke said without a hint of emotion. Hey, why? Oh, you gonna show any kind of concern for your girlfriend? Growled out Crimson Fox. For me this is concern for Hinata, calmly said Sasuke before yawning into the back of his hand. Honestly, this guy was like an open book sometimes. Mostly when it was around Hinata. Was this guy serious though about being a villain? All because of how he had been treated as a kid. That would just be sad to be honest, but hey, he wasn't going to complain. Fighting him had been fun for a while. You won't ever find out where Hinata is unless you surrender, Nighthawk, declared Crimson Fox. We're in an abandoned dojo, said Hinata. Ha! Shouted Sasuke as he jumped into the air, his wings spreading before he took flight. Of course, Crimson Fox was screaming that Hinata was lying, but honestly that was a lie. Plus it almost seemed pointless to even ask, since if he remembered right, Crimson Fox always had his lair built up in some kind of dojo so long as it was abandoned. Now all he had to do was kick some ass and take some names. Hinata laughed a bit behind Naruto as the footage showed Nighthawk heading their way. Though Naruto didn't show any signs of worry at all in the least. In fact, he turned around with a big smirk on his face as he started to laugh. Hinata's smile faded as she stared at him with confusion. Why would he be laughing in the first place? It didn't make any kind of sense for the young woman, and Naruto could clearly see it within her eyes. Oh, what's the matter, Ms. Hyuga? Confused. You should be. He smirked before turning back to the monitor and told Kurama to get over to the control panel for the death ray. It was going to be perfect. He was going to win at long last and nothing was going to ruin this plan. What are you planning? You know you can't kill Nighthawk. It's impossible for that to happen, shouted Hinata. Naruto just laughed as if this was some kind of hidden joke that she should understand yet couldn't understand. The demon smirked as he turned back to Hinata and lifted her chin as he said, Oh, Ms. Hyuga, if only you knew what I had in store. Nighthawk is falling into a trap and you just didn't know it even though you are smart. He chuckled a little more before making his way back to his computer. Just in time to see Nighthawk get into another room. What? How is he there but not here? Asked Hinata when she saw the monitor. Naruto just smirked all the more. He turned around and opened another panel that revealed another old dojo. His smile grew wider and more wicked as he couldn't believe that Nighthawk had fallen for it, surprised that he didn't notice that there was no solid scent in that dojo that he had fallen into. It was simple, Ms. Hyuga. I had Kurama build another dojo for Nighthawk to go into, as it would be the first one he would see, and therefore go to. Now he is trapped, declared Naruto before turning the monitor into the other dojo. It was a simple room, to be honest. It had a small closet full of old weapons that Kurama had found and lined them along the wall, though they weren't much use since the blades on the weapons had dulled with age and not being taken care of. Hello, Nighthawk. You fell for my trap. And to think you're supposed to be smart. Not as smart as Kurama, of course. I can easily break out of here, idiot, you know that. Said Nighthawk with a bored tone of voice. For once in your damn life have some emotion, you fucker. I have your girlfriend, I have you trapped, I have you at my mercy. Shouted Naruto as his eyes glowed crimson. Of all the things that he hated about this guy at W. As his inability to show any kind of emotion. How was it even possible for no one to even show emotion in the first place? It just didn't make any kind of sense to him in the least, but damn it all. I'll show some emotion when you prove to be good at something for once. Which, everyone knows you are not. We've battled for 15 years and not once have you beaten me. Nighthawk said, though what he said it really did strike a chord within Naruto. All these years, 15 years of battling with the asshole, and he had never won, not even close, yet to be reminded of that it did bother him a great deal, though he never showed it. Head bowed, his bangs covering his eyes as Nighthawk went on. You will never win, idiot. Just give up and I'll take you back to jail, all right. Growling, Naruto lifted his face, showing his eyes had become crimson with black slitted pupils. His fangs were longer as were his claws, the whiskers on his face had become thicker and his hair grew wild, almost resembling that of a beast's mane. You are going to die. Kurama, turn on the death ray now, shouted Naruto as he turned to stare at Kurama, though the look on the man's face had surprised Naruto, for all he could see was fear in the man's face. Oh well, at the moment he didn't care, he was angry, filled with a burning rage that had consumed him with the desire to kill. And right now that was what he wanted. He wanted to kill Nighthawk more than ever for that horrible insult. Sir, it may take a while, it's heating up. What did you say, Kurama? Growled out Naruto, feeling the anger boiling his blood. Kurama gulped as he went on, saying that the ray still had to heat up since it had never been used before. It had been calculated to work, of course, but other than that it had never been fully said for it to even charge up properly, so now there was nothing more that he could do about that. Get it working right now, Kurama, shouted Naruto. Aren't you being a little mean to him, Crimson Fox? Asked Hinata. Naruto quickly spun around as he said, of course I'm mean, Ms. Hyuga. I'm the fucking villain. I don't a shit about what you think. Nighthawk will die and then Kanoha shall be mine, understand? Normally, he wouldn't talk to her like that. Sadly, his anger, his rage, was in charge of him at the moment, for deep down he was yelling at himself to stop being such an ass. Though he just couldn't get himself to calm down. Not yet anyway. The way his rage was, it would be a while for it to calm down, or until the reason for his rage was gone. It really all depended which came first, to be honest. Hold on, Hinata, I'll come get ya, said Nighthawk as he tried to fly out of the room. Naruto, on the other hand, though, just growled as he paced around the room, muttering to himself as to why he could never win. There had to be something that prevented him from winning any of his fights with Nighthawk, but whatever it was, he was going to try to find out so he could get rid of the problem once and for all. Sir, I think we may have lost. Nighthawk is going to show up soon and he'll take you back to jail. I'll gather the fox cubs and go into hiding. Kurama said with a sigh. Fine, growled out the blonde and crimson-haired fox as he started to wander off. Though he didn't get far, as he kept hearing muttering from the monitor, only for him to stop entirely when he heard Nighthawk's words. Son of a bitch, what did he say? Naruto said as he calmed down and rushed over to the screen and saw the damage Nighthawk's body did. He could see the dents, which made no sense since the walls were made of wood like any normal dojo. The planks were cracked, sure, but other than that it was rather odd to see that he hadn't escaped as of yet. What's wrong? Why haven't you just broke out of the building? Asked Naruto with confusion. I'm losing my powers. Is there steel in this room? Asked Nighthawk with confusion. Yeah, the weapons are made from steel. Why? Steel drains my powers, cried out Nighthawk. What? Steel drained his? There was no way that could even be possible in the first place. It just didn't seem plausible. Sure, his own weakness was something from myths for other creatures that Kurama had mentioned to him, though he kept that to himself, or else he would feel a lot of pain, and that was something he didn't really want to go through. Last time he did, it burned his palm, and he wasn't going to have that happen again. Please tell me that you're kidding. Come on, steel is your Weakness. You have got to be kidding me, Nighthawk. Even my weakness is nothing that makes sense, and that it isn't as pathetic as steel. Almost everything is made from steel. Growled out Naruto with shock and shame. How was it that steel was the weakness that he had been looking for after all this time? I ain't kidding. Crimson Fox. At that point he had fallen to the ground, and Naruto just shrugged. Maybe he wouldn't have to kill him after all, so long as he cool. Keep him in that room and seal it off, the ass will starve to death. That was, nah, he wasn't that harsh. Kurama, go fetch him, may as well strap him to a table and stab him with steel. Kurama just stared at him as if he had lost his mind. Though he didn't say anything and ran a hand through his hair as he went to make his way over to the door, only to gasp when a machine spoke, death ray ready and firing. Kurama yelped in shock and rushed over to the computer, hoping to shut it off before it was too late. Though the system had locked on itself, causing the red-haired man to curse loudly. Kurama, what's going on? Shouted Naruto. It's locked, I can't shut it off, shouted the red-haired man. Growling softly, the blonde and crimson-haired young man rushed over to the monitor and saw that Nighthawk was out cold. Of all things, shit. He growled out, and before he knew it, the death ray had finally struck, hitting its mark and destroying the dojo. Naruto yelped and saw the way it caused a shock wave of destruction. Acting quickly, he rushed over to Hinata and got her out of the chair and had her on the floor, shielding her body from the shock wave. What are you? Shut up, shish, outed Naruto as he kept Hinata's body protected from what would shoot through the large sliding window of the dojo. A sharp splinter of wood had impaled into his back, causing him to wince from the force of the hit, though it was enough. As for Kurama, he pinned himself against the wall to keep himself from blowing away from the wave that shook the building. Groaning, Naruto pushed himself up after the aftermath and wheezed. Kurama, pull this out from my back please, he whispered. It had to hurt to see someone with a wooden beam in someone's back. Kurama nodded dumbly before rushing over to his friend and started to gently tug. Ow, just rip it out, shouted Naruto. Kurama had stared at him as if he was crazy, but did as he was told and ripped it out. Naruto of course screamed out in pain and fell to his hands and knees in pain before collecting himself and standing once more. Is he dead? Asked Kurama, gesturing to Nighthawk. Maybe, but we shouldn't get our hopes up, and hey look, said Naruto as he pointed to the sky, seeing something zipping out of the smoke and heading toward them. It's Nighthawk. Guess he's still. Wait, it's Nighthawk. Both Naruto and Kurama started to run around screaming, trying to think on how they were going to escape. We have to get out of here, sir, cried out Kurama, not wanting to go to jail. I know that, shouted Naruto, only to yelp WH. And he felt something tackle him to the ground. Groaning, he saw it was Nighthawk's jacket and frowned a little before he lifted it up and screamed. Oh my god, he cried out and jumped away from the skeleton that was Nighthawk's remains. He stared at it with wide eyes, not believing it. After 15 years of fights, I did it. I can't believe it, Kurama said in shock. Smirking, the BL-UE-eyed man turned as he was about to taunt to Hinata how she had been wrong, how he was a good villain, until he saw the look in her eyes. Her eyes were wide, filled with shock, fear, and sadness. He had never seen that look on her face before, and for some reason, it tore at his heart. Damn, I need a drink. Naruto couldn't believe it. He had won. He finally beat Nighthawk, and it had only taken him 15 years. He was a 20-year-old villain, and now he ruled Konoha. Smirking, he made his way over to the closet and pulled out 2 boards, tossing one to Kurama. Kurama caught the board and frowned a bit. His crimson eyes just stared at his friend with a strange look in his eyes. Naruto just shrugged it off as he said, come on Kurama, we won. If we're going to rule, we'll have to arrive in style, and maybe we should look the part. You already look the part, Crimson Fox, calmly said Kurama with a shake of his head. Oh, then, maybe you could get your lab coat. It may make you look cooler, said Naruto with a grin. Kurama sighed before he started to make his way over to his large closet, only for Naruto to add, also don't hide your tails. Are you ashamed of how many you have? Amma sighed as he made his two tails appear. His tails were crimson much like his hair. It was the one thing he didn't like about his appearance. Many members of his clan at least had roughly 4 tails, maybe 5, yet he was stuck with just 2 tails. How was it that this had to happen to him of all times? Kurama never understood why he didn't have as many tails as other members of his clan, but nay. Veer complained about it much, so he always hid them in his fox ears to give him a more human appearance. That, and he always cuts the back of his hair to be short but leaving the bangs long. Come on Kurama, whined Naruto. Okay. Kurama couldn't help but chuckle at that. Naruto was almost like a kid in a man's body, so that almost made it funny. Shaking his head, he grabbed his jacket and slipped it over his white t-shirt, though with this shirt and jacket he kinda wished that he was wearing black jeans. Oh well, after that he grabbed his black skateboarding shoes. He had different kinds of shoes, like for walking, skateboarding, work, or if he had to do some heavy lifting or wielding. Either way, he had different kinds of shoes. Setting the board down, Kurama turned to Hinata and saw that she was still staring at Naruto with wide eyes. It seemed that she had been shocked that Sasuke had been killed, though to be honest, he himself had found it rather odd that Naruto had finally killed his enemy after all this time. In fact, it almost made Kurama wants to cover his face in shame because Naruto was a killer, a murderer, though he knew that it wasn't something to have been expected. He had tried to stop the death ray, tried to just stick to torture Sasuke, but it had been too late. Calm down, sir. I got everything done. Though if I may ask, what are we going to do with Ms. Hyuga? We cannot leave her here. Naruto just stared at him as if it had never clicked into his mind about that. It was true, they couldn't leave Hinata here alone. After all, if there was something that could happen, it may end up being that Hinata would be hurt, or worse, people would come into the lair possibly and try to, well, Kurama didn't even want to think about it, to be honest. We'll take her with us, besides, we'll need someone to film us, Naruto said with a grin on his face. Sir, she only reports the news, she doesn't film it. That is taken by her cameraman, Kurama said with a frown. Yuto blinked his blue eyes in surprise as if that had never struck him before, then just grinned. Kurama just sighed softly as he went to pick up Hinata, only for Naruto to hold out his arm to stop Kurama. Raising an eyebrow at his friend, Kurama asked, "What's wrong, sir?" Narrowing his eyes, Naruto calmly said, "I will carry her. You just hold on to the boom box and play some music." Kurama raised an eyebrow at the blonde and crimson-haired man as if trying to figure out what he is going to say next. Or better yet, what made Naruto want to carry Hinata in the first place? I just find it better for the villain to carry his hostage to his victory. Or because you may like her, thought Kurama with a shake of his head before picking up the boom box and put in the guitar solo tape and looked over at Naruto as he picked up Hinata in his arms. Oh yeah, he really does like her, though I just hope it doesn't get far. I don't want him hurt. Kurama sighed softly before making his way over to his skateboard and leaned his left foot to the back of the board as it started to hover. Ready, sir? Asked Kurama. Indeed I am. Naruto laughed as his tail spread out behind him as the air started to whirl around him before it started to lift the young man up into the air with him standing on the skateboard. To be honest, Kurama had always found it rather amazing that Naruto could use his wind powers so well. In fact, it was the only power, plus fire, that he could use without a limitation or a time duration. Unless he ran out of strength to use, though other than that he had unlimited power with those two elements. Shall I start the music, sir? Asked Kurama. Hit it, Kurama, and crank up the music, cried out Naruto with a laugh before he flew off with Kurama behind. Kurama hit the button and it started to play an interesting guitar solo, no vocals or anything else, just an interesting mix of guitars, though Kurama knew that this itself was only the start of trouble for the two of them. Just wasn't sure how long it would last. The music played out into the street. The police gathered outside of City Hall in the hopes to stop Crimson Fox before he took control of the city, though air was one thing that everyone felt. They felt fear for their lives. Crimson Fox had killed Nighthawk after 15 years of battle, and now it was only a matter of time before he would kill them all as well. It was just a matter of time and what he would do in order to kill them all. Louder and louder, the music became, a sign that Crimson Fox was getting even closer to them. In the distance, the citizens could hear the laughter from their feared villain and it made them quiver in fear. Crimson Fox smirked as he flew over everyone. They all stared at him from above and of course, the police looked like they wanted to shoot the villain but Naruto's glare made them freeze. Drop them, now. The police gulped and set their guns down before holding their hands up. They shook in fear. Though Crimson Fox just smirked at the fear they showed, Hinata could easily see that he was enjoying the fear that he felt within their bodies. He truly was a monster. Sasuke had been wrong. There was no good in him in the least. No matter how much the man had told her that he was harmless and not one to really kill or hurt anyone without feeling guilt, it had all been a lie. Soon, Crimson Fox landed in front of City Hall and turned to Kurama, making a cutting motion with his free hand. Kurama nodded and turned off the music before some of the fox cubs appeared next to them and handed Crimson Fox a microphone. "Hello everyone. What a turnout, huh? To think that I had finally been able to kill the most powerful demon in Konoha. He was the only demon other than you and Kurama," mumbled Hinata. Crimson Fox rolled his eyes before setting Hinata down on her feet and slicing the ropes on her. "Either way, I'm in control now. You all have to do as I say no matter what you want. Though just know that if anyone steps one toe out of line," he just smirked. Hinata stared at his eyes though she didn't see any kind of threat though she still couldn't really be sure of it to be honest, it could all be an act. "Anyway, you are all under my power, as well as Kurama. Demons rule this town now and nothing will stop me. With my super strength and power, no one will dare to oppose me now." Crimson Fox just threw his head back and laughed like a madman before turning to his fox cubs. "And these little guys will also be keeping an eye on things for me. You won't know where they are, or what they will be turned into while watching you." Why was he acting like this? Sure, the guy had saved her by shielding her body from the explosion and even getting a beam stuck in his back from the process. "What else are you going to do with us in this city?" asked Hinata with a glare. Crimson Fox stared at her for a moment, almost seeming to freeze for a brief moment and looked away. "Other than what I have said, just, try to carry on with your life and I'll get back to you more. But if you do end up doing something that will annoy me, I'll have the fox cubs take you and bring you to me when you least expect it. So be careful." Crimson Fox laughed before walking into the city hall with Kurama and shutting the door behind them. Hinata just stared at their fading shadows before turning back to the crowd. Rushing up to her was Kabuto. He was breathing heavily and tried to get himself to calm down. His pale skin almost seemed even paler than before. "Hinata, are you all right? I just turned around and you were gone. How was that even possible for Crimson Fox to kidnap you that quickly without me noticing?" Kabuto said as he looked up at Hinata. The young woman just frowned at him for a moment as if trying to think on what she should say to him. Hinata knew that he did like her in some way though she couldn't really be sure if his concern was because of that or because he was really concerned about her welfare. "Sorry Kabuto, Crimson Fox and Kurama have ways to kidnap me without anyone knowing. Even I never expect it since they do always pick random days to kidnap me. But, to do it on the day of Nighthawk's museum opening, that's just, I dunno." Hinata sighed softly and ran a hand through her hair as she said, "Look Kabuto, right now I just wanna go home and sleep. Today had been a long day for me, and I know it's been long for everyone as well." Kabuto looked like he wanted to argue with her a little more though decided against it. Maybe he was getting the idea that there would never be any kind of relationship between them other than friends or even just coworkers. Nothing more really, to be honest. "Alright, I'll give you a ride home if you want," Kabuto calmly said. She nodded and went to the van and sat down at the passenger's side of the van. As for Kabuto, he went to the driver's side and started to drive Hinata towards her apartment. Though as she sat in the van, the young woman couldn't help but wonder why Crimson Fox's personality changed so drastically during the final battle. It was as if he was another person and in a way it did scare her. Whatever happened to him? She wondered if it would happen again now that he ruled over the city. Though to be honest, She hoped to never see that side again if she could help it. Naruto had managed to get into his office and grinned. He couldn't believe it. After all of this time he never thought that he would get the office. It almost seemed like it was nothing more than a dream for him, though he wondered, had he won in the right way? Nighthawk was dead, and now he couldn't hang his victory in his smug emotionless face. Wait, doesn't being smug count as an emotion? Maybe. Oh well, he won. Making his way over toward the desk, Naruto jumped up onto it as he looked out the window. His tail sagging and gently laid atop of the wooden desk as he gazed out the window. All his life, he had wanted some sort of meaning and found it as a child. He became a supervillain, finding joy in making people fear him. Fighting Nighthawk all the time, almost every day for 15 years, and now, he had won the battle at long last. He could rule the city and nothing would stop him now. Though he wondered how he should start his rule over the town. There was just so much that he could do, though there was something that he would have to do. It was time to paint some walls and get rid of some of the ugly colors that bother his eyesights. Laughing to himself, Naruto jumped onto the chair as it rolled over to the large windows that looked over the city. Look at that, Kurama. All of Kanoha is mine now. I wonder, what would my parents think of me now? He turned to stare at Kurama and saw the sad look on his best friend's face. Why was Kurama so sad? Worried, or was it concern? He didn't know. Though there was something that bothered the red-haired demon, he just didn't know what it was. At least he didn't at the moment. Kurama just stared at him before he reached up and removed his glasses from his face and tucked them into his breast pocket, and then he gave out a big smile on his face. I'm sure that they are smiling down at you from heaven, sir. Kurama said with a cheery tone in his voice. Naruto couldn't help but grin at that. He didn't remember his parents, with him only being a baby when he was forced to leave his home. In fact, Kurama was the only one that would know who they were, and being as Kurama was 5 when they both left their realm to come here. Turning back to the window, Naruto wondered, what should he start with? Painting the town, stealing from banks and jewelry stores. Oh, there were just so many things that he could do, but he just didn't know where to start. There were just so many things to choose from, though he just wanted to know so badly what it would be like to be able to do all of them, sadly though he couldn't clone himself. The next morning, Naruto and Kurama made their way out to the city, doing what they figured would be the best. He couldn't help but laugh with Kurama. Even though the man was a sourpuss with this kind of thing, even the red-haired man could laugh at the fun that they could have. Naruto spent the days stealing from the banks with Kurama, using them like they would pillows and swinging at each other. Sure, for humans it would hurt, for demons like himself and Kurama, well, it wouldn't hurt as much as it should. Another day, they had spent it painting the buildings around Kanoha, painting some of the stores to call it Crimson Fox's store, or whatever the store would be. There were just far too many to keep track of them all, so he figured that just painting new random names would help as well if he ran out of Rizo NS to name the store after himself or Kurama. Next they settled for using toilet paper to TP some of the buildings that had annoyed Naruto over the years, such as the library, the high school, and so on. There were many buildings that, to be honest, had bothered Naruto over the years, and he just wanted some kind of revenge. If he ran out of toilet paper, though, he settled for throwing eggs instead. The next thing he and Kurama did was paint a giant target on a sturdy building that they knew wouldn't fall over no matter how hard they threw something big at it. Grinning from ear to ear, Naruto and Kurama had a little contest going on for that, for they would throw cars, trucks, or vans at the target, hoping to gain some kind of points. Some of the vehicles were able to stick into the building while others would just crash and fall. Though they would write down the score. The loser, of course, had to feed and brush all of the cubs on his own, which neither wanted to do, at least on their own. Since the cubs were very clingy nor wanted to be brushed for hours without ending until they went to sleep. Naruto, though, didn't know if he would stick to the bet, since he knew how hard it was to keep track of the cubs even with their unique coloring, and knew that Kurama would help him either way as much as he would help him. Yet sadly, like all things, the fun had started to wear him down. Now, Naruto just sat at his desk with his head resting on the wood and sighed softly. He gazed softly at a desk toy as the metal balls would hit themselves back and forth. It had been days since his victory. He had done everything and now, well, he started to find it boring. Without any kind of purpose. In fact, he felt a little unfulfilled and now he had nothing else to do. It almost seemed like he had lost all reason to live but kept on living in the end. Lifting his head, he saw Kurama walking into the office along with a few of the cubs staring at him with concern. "You all right, sir?" asked Kurama with a frown. I just feel so unhappy, Kurama. I mean, we won. Nighthawk is dead and yet, you feel like you no longer have a purpose, right? Asked Kurama with a frown. Yeah, Naruto sighed, as he lifted himself up and leaned against the leather chair and spun around to look out the window. Why don't you kidnap Ms. Hyuga? She always cheers you up. Kurama had suggested. In fact, the idea did make him perk up a bit. Only to frown once more as he sank in his seat. Naruto couldn't see Kurama's face, but he could tell that it was hopeful yet as always filled with worry and concern. Quote, I like the idea, Kurama, but who would save her? Nighthawk is dead, remember. I want to be left alone, Kurama mumbled. Naruto. Kurama sighed softly as he started to leave the office and closed the door behind him. Some of the cubs had wanted to stay but sensed that Naruto wanted to be left alone, so for now, they left. As for the red-haired man, only one thing went through his mind. Damn, I need a drink. The bar and an idea. Kurama yawned into the back of his hand, tired and bored. Though at the moment he just wanted some kind of booze, any booze really, just seeing Naruto so depressed made the fox demon know that he would be in for one hell of a ride in the future, so he may as well prepare himself. Even if alcohol didn't really affect him, it made him feel better at the very least. Walking up to the door, Kurama cursed to himself when he saw there were a lot of people in the bar. Sure, the owner didn't have a problem with him, but a lot of people still did because he was Naruto's sidekick. Sighing softly, he closed his eyes and started to change his appearance a bit. Changing his crimson eyes into a soft brown, removing his tails and fox ears to make him appear more human. Finally he changed the color of his hair to a lighter shade of red. He may change his appearance, but there was one thing that he wouldn't completely change, and that was his hair color. Running a hand through his long bangs, the demon man made his way into the bar. The owner, as usual behind the counter, smiled at Kurama and waved at him. "Hey Kurama, how are ya?" asked the owner. The man, name Desai, had really pale skin and short black hair. It was rather amazing that this guy was always so carefree and happy that it was almost creepy, but Kurama also knew that this was the only bar that didn't kick him out because of who he was. Same old Sai. Crimson Fox escaped and, like you see, he took over the town. Now he's depressed because he had no one to fight. Kurama said with a sigh before taking up a stool at the bar and ordered his drink. His chin resting on his palm as he thought about how Naruto was acting. Sure, the guy was headstrong and did what he wanted, but to see him so depressed because he had no one to fight. Well, that was a new one, so he had no idea how to help his friend this time. Sai gave Kurama his drink before saying, "So, what do you think will happen now?" Ma looked up at the bartender before shrugging his shoulders. To be honest, he didn't have a single clue as to what would happen now that Naruto ruled over Konoha. It was rather odd that he would be read with it in such a short amount of time, though Kurama was curious as to what they would end up doing now. So many things could happen, though the scientist had no idea what they could end up doing. To be honest, Sai, I don't know. Crimson Fox doesn't really have much of anything to do now that Nighthawk is dead. Hell, he doesn't even think he has a purpose anymore. Sure, I'm happy that he won't go to jail anymore, but now, he has nothing to do. Kurama said, with a sigh as he took a drink of his beer. Though the fox demon had to admit, he himself was bored and a bit lonely. Sure, Naruto felt something for Hinata, but didn't act upon it, though it may be for the best since she was a human and humans have shorter lifespans than both he and Naruto have. Demons could live for thousands of years while humans, if lucky, could live maybe a little over 80-something, maybe 70, though that was hard to say, to be honest, yet he didn't know what he really wanted. Maybe just have him do something else. After all, I know you and Crimson Fox aren't really bad people, no matter what he believes. Sai said with smile before going over to help more customers. Kurama just sighed softly as he listened to all the sounds that surrounded him. There were a few people here with some friends, just having a good time, and a few of course were talking about how Naruto had taken over the town. Sighing softly, the young man sank at his seat at the bar as he tried to get himself to think of something else. Maybe thinking about math and science will help him. Shaking his head, Kurama buried his head against his arms as he tried to get himself to relax. Turning his head over, he saw a few guys huddled in the corner. There was something up about them. Kurama didn't know what they were doing. His ears couldn't pick up on their words, though he wasn't sure what it was, but now the looks on their face was enough to make Kurama a little uneasy. Sighing softly, Kurama turned his gaze away from the men and sat up before taking another slug of his beer. So Kurama, you know what I think you need, said Sai as he appeared back in front of him. Honestly, the fox demon swore that this guy was some kind of ninja in a past life. What is it, Sai? What could I possibly need? Well, both you and Crimson Fox could use a woman in your lives. Ya know, a girlfriend for both of you, Sai said with his smile in place. Shaking his head, Kurama leaned back a bit, though not too far back so he wouldn't fall over. Of all the things the bartender could suggest, it was that of all things. Placing his hand on his forehead, Kurama slid it down his face as he said, I can't do that. Crimson Fox and I aren't human. We would easily outlive everyone that we know in this moment by thousands of years. Besides, who would want either myself or Crimson Fox? In case you forgot, Sai, no one likes us. We're demons, we're the bad guys, and we don't get the girls. Sai just chuckled as he said, true, but you guys aren't really as bad as people think you are. After all, if you were bad, I wouldn't let you in my bar and I would have kicked you out long ago, Kurama. But I know you're a good guy. Here, this one's on the house tonight. With that said, he gave Kurama another bottle of beer before he went to clean up some tables. Let go of me, shouted a woman's voice, causing Kurama to lift his head in confusion. Standing by the entrance were those men that he had seen talking across the bar. It seemed that they were trying to torment a poor defenseless woman. Of all the things that men had to do, it was to torment a woman. Shaking his head, the young man didn't want to get himself involved until he heard what the men were saying. Come on, baby, why don't you want to party with us? I bet it'll be worth your while, said one of the men with a chuckle. Yeah, I bet we could all have some fun. I don't want to hang out with you, shouted the woman. You so sure? We could all go back to my friend's place and have some fun in bed. Kurama turned his head and stared at the group, and saw how they suddenly grabbed at the woman as she struggled for freedom. Okay, that was a sure sign that they were gonna sleep with her no matter what. Getting off the bar stool, Kurama made his way over toward the men and growled at them. Hey, leave her alone. The men turned and stared at Kurama with a raised eyebrow, as if they were trying to figure out what kind of harm this guy could do, though at the moment they saw nothing. If you don't let go of her, I will have to teach you three a lesson. Look, nerd, there is no way that you can take one of us on, let alone all three of us, said one of the men with a laugh. Kurama, though, just narrowed his eyes at them with anger and hatred. Sure, he was a nerd, and he also didn't like to fight, but these were one of those times where he would fight. One of them threw a fist at Kurama, only for the fox demon to easily catch it and bend his wrist backward. Ah, see, read out the man as he fell to his knees. The hell, said one of the other men before shaking their head and rushed at Kurama. The man turned his head and stared at the man before moving to the left, and smacked the back of the guy's neck quick and painless. Though of course hard enough to knock him out with the side of his hand. He still wouldn't hurt them too bad, maybe hurt their pride, but other than that nothing more. Soon Kurama stared sharply at the last man from the corner of his eye as he said, you wanna try me next, or you going to be smart and leave with no injuries? The man gulped before he ran off as fast as he could. Taking a deep breath, Kurama walked over the two fallen men and made his way over toward the woman, and when she lifted her head from the shock, Kurama could have sworn that his heart stopped beating in his chest. The woman is a tall, slender woman that appears to be in her early 30s. She has green eyes, and ankle-length, auburn hair styled into a herringbone pattern at the back, a top knot tied with a dark blue band, and with 4 bangs at the front. 2 bangs are short, with one covering her right eye, and 2 are long, crossing each other on her bust, just below her chin. She wore a simple blue dress that in a way made him think of a blouse with a dress combined, if that was even possible. Her legs were covered in stockings, and then of course she wore some black heels. He could swear that she had just gotten off of work, and it had him curious as to what she did for a living. Hell, Kurama couldn't help but stare at her eyes, or at least the one that wasn't covered by her hair. It was as if it was sucking him in like a black hole. Her red lips were held tightly in a straight line as if she was nervous about something. Are you okay, miss?" asked Kurama, feeling his throat be a little dry at the moment. His heart was now starting to pick up in speed, and he never knew that would be even possible in the first place. His palms started to feel a little sweaty, and he felt a little hot under the collar. "Yeah, I'm okay, thank you. I was starting to think there weren't any more good men out in the world," said the woman with a small smile. Kurama's face went redder than he thought would have been possible. Hell, he even felt his nails start to sharpen into claws from him losing a bit of focus on his transformation. He didn't know why he felt this way, but maybe it was because she was a beautiful woman and, well, he was a nerd, to be frank. "Are you okay though? You look a little red," the woman said with a frown. "I'm fine. Would you like a drink?" "I'll buy," Kurama said with a smile, wanting to make her feel a little better, though prayed that nothing else would happen to her tonight. The look he got from her, though, it was one of distrust. Does she know that he is a villain? Or was it something else? He couldn't really be sure, but it did make him frown a little as he asked, "Are you okay? What's the matter? You're not just trying to be nice to me so you can get something, are you?" the woman said with a cross of her arms. Okay, that did hurt a little bit. If there was one thing Kurama knew, it was that he wasn't going to hurt a woman. The mere thought of it made him sick to his stomach. "You're not going to be like every other man that I've ever met or offered to buy me a drink." Kurama held up his hands in defense as he said, "Relax, miss, I did not mean to upset you. I just thought after that you would like to have a drink. Nothing more. Sai is the one that prepares them, I promise you." The woman just stared at him for a moment, as if trying to think that he was trying to pull something. In a way, Kurama felt his heart clutch at the thought of her distrust in him. Then again, the only woman that he's ever been in contact with was Hinata, but that was different. Holding out his hand, he said, "I'm Kurama, nice to meet you." "I'm Mei. It's nice to meet you, Kurama," she said with a soft smile on her face. Hinata stood in front of the Nighthawk Museum. She had found it rather odd that Crimson Fox hasn't made any other moves, though she wasn't going to complain. The city was filled with fear that he would hurt or worse, kill them like he did Nighthawk. Hinata looked ahead at Kabuto as he was rolling. It was the last news report for her shift, and she just wanted to get it done and enjoy hers before she made her way home for the night. Taking a deep breath, she said, "This is Hinata Hyuga, and here I am standing in front of the Nighthawk Museum." Hinata had started, her eyes filled with a sadness that she never knew she could feel at a young age. "We should pray for Nighthawk tonight, for it had been a week or maybe even longer. Time flies, I guess you can say," Hinata said, her eyes still looking ahead. "Maybe we had taken him for granted while he protected us, and now, well, now he's gone. The saying really is true, you don't know what you have until it is gone, and with Nighthawk gone, so is our peace in this city." The young woman felt like she was going to fall apart, that she would break down and all onto her knees as she cried into her hands, but right now, she had to finish this short news report. "Nighthawk was always there for us. He never asked for anything in return, and now, he cannot do anything for us. The only thing he can do is watch us from the heavens. And maybe that is all he can do for us now, is to watch us from above." Hinata sighed softly before running a hand through her bangs as she stared at Kabuto, who was giving her a thumbs up. Why was he doing that anyway? "And now, I have a message for Crimson Fox. Are you happy? You won Crimson Fox, and does that make you happy now? To know that you killed our hero and now rule over this city?" To be honest, Hinata knew that she wouldn't get an answer from the demon in the first place. Taking a deep breath, she finished off the news report as she said, "Well, that is all for tonight. This is Hinata. Hyuga, signing off. With that, she made a cutting motion with her hand for Kabuto, who had shut off the camera. That was great, Hinata. You should have that news report wrapped up and handed to a snake on Christmas morning. Hinata flinched at the word snake, still dealing with the panic attack she felt with when Crimson Fox had kidnapped her a while ago. She never wanted to talk about snakes ever again, though she knew that she had to ask him what he meant by giving a present to a snake on Christmas morning. That made no sense to her, not at all in the least, and in fact, it just downright confused the poor blue-haired woman. Hinata handed the microphone to Kabuto as she said, I'm gonna go finish some stuff up in here, so I'll see you tomorrow, okay? To be honest, she wanted to pay some last respects to Sasuke. He was her friend and she still found it hard to believe that he's gone. It almost seemed like a dream, to be honest, one that she could never wake up from. Yawning softly, she started to make her way up the stairs until she heard a voice. Hinata, wait up a second, Kabuto said as he ran up the stairs to catch up to the blue-haired reporter. Hinata stared at him for a moment, curious as to what he had to say to her. Was it so important that he had to stop her when she really just wanted to be alone? It was hard to say, though she wasn't one to ignore him, to be honest, even if he was really creepy. He smiled a bit as he said, I was wondering if you wanted to come over. I'm throwing a party, it'll be awesome. Games, music, awesome food, it'll be amazing. Hinata frowned a bit. He wanted to invite her to a party. To be honest, she's seen his apartment and knew that it couldn't hold that many people. Mostly it was full of all his pet snakes. That was the last time he offered to go into his apartment to get him and make sure he was up in time for work. Never again. Sorry, Kabuto, I don't want to be around people right now. I have a lot on my plate, to be honest. No, but that's the best part, Hinata. It'll be just you and me. He said that with a big grin on his face. As soon as he had said that, she gave him a weirded out smile as he went on by adding, I also hired a wedding photographer so we could remember the party for the rest of our lives, ya know. Okay, now it went to a new level of creepy. Sorry, Kabuto, I'll have to pass. Like I said, I have too much on my plate. She gave him a small smile before she started to make her way into the museum. She waved over her shoulder saying, Night, Kabuto, I'll see you tomorrow. With that, she kept on walking up the stairs, for she felt that this would be her last chance to say her last respects for Sasuke. After all, she hadn't had the time to do it before because of all the news reports, and this was the last one she had for tonight, so now, well, it just felt like it would be the last chance that she would ever have. Yet, at the same time, she just hoped that no one would be around to hear her say what she was saying, because they may think that she wasn't just crazy or nuts but also grieving for her boyfriend. Meanwhile, Naruto sat on the ring walkway that resided around the giant rotating statue of Nighthawk. The statue was a good likeness of the dead hero, and him holding up a globe of the world on his left hand as he held it straight up. Naruto just stared at the statue as he said, whoa. I'd have thought I'd miss getting my ass kicked by you. To think, I finally did win. I got Kanoha and now I'm bored out of my mind. He laughed softly to himself, though the laugh was sad and depressed. Sure, over the years Naruto hated the man, hated Nighthawk with a passion, and wanted nothing more than to kill him. Now that he was dead, he finally could take over Kanoha, but now he didn't have anything to do, and it made him sad and bored. Made him feel like he had no real purpose in the world anymore. It felt like he had lost that purpose, and that gave him nothing more to look forward to. What was he to do now, though? He had everything, yet at the same time he had nothing. Hell, seeing part of Hinata's news report even made him feel more depressed, and he didn't think that was even possible. Taking a gaze upon the statue, Naruto just sighed all the more as he leaned over the railing and looked up at the blank expression of the masked hero. It was pretty odd that he wore a mask all his life, though maybe that was because he wanted to hide his face for when he showed off his power. As for Naruto himself, he didn't bother with the mask, believing that it would be a crime to hide his handsome face. Now though, he didn't know if it had been a good thing. Sure, people were afraid of him now, but now he couldn't go anywhere without people freaking out unless he changed his appearance. Tails swaying from side to side in a sad way, Naruto closed his eyes before standing up and looked at the necklace that his parents gave him as he lifted it on his palm. Many things in his life never made sense, such as why his parents had said that this would protect him. So far it hadn't done anything to keep him safe, then of course why Nighthawk had also been chosen to this realm, or even why he himself had been chosen to come to this realm. Hell, no one even liked him. The only person that could tolerate him was Kurama, and that was because they grew up together. Why does this all have to be so complicated? Does destiny hate me so much that it has to bite me in the ass and kick me to the curb? Shouted Naruto, just wanting all of this to end, though he had no idea how this was all going to go in his favor. Laughing to himself a bit, Naruto looked down as he saw all of the fox cubs setting up the bomb explosions to blow this place up. At least this will be the only good thing about today. I can blow this shit up. Quote, "Hello," said a new voice. Naruto's fox ears stood up straight as he looked over and then started to sniff the air. Crap, it was Hinata. Panicking, he started to make a break for it. He didn't want her to see that he was here. It was bad enough that he killed the only one that gave him a challenge, and to be seen at his museum was a sign that he cared about the guy's death. He couldn't be seen like this. Though luck would have it, Naruto would slip on the floor and groan in pain. Damn it, why did he have to slip on a glass floor? Looking over his shoulder, he winced a bit, thinking that he would be found out. Unless, it was a long shot, but since he was wearing different clothes he wouldn't have to worry about it too much. He could at least transform long enough to get himself and Hinata out of here before the place blew up, not to mention he was also happy that no one else was in the building. Closing his eyes, Naruto focused on a form for him to take. It would be difficult for him since he didn't have that much power to maintain a different form for long, unlike Kurama, who had been gifted with 2 tails, but had the power of a fox with maybe 5. He couldn't really be sure. Soon, his blonde hair started to turn crimson, and the spikes in his hair started to smooth out until some of his hair hung over his eyes. His whisker marks soon started to fade soon after, as did his fox tails and ears. Though his fox ears had been replaced with human ears. Rubbing his face, Naruto felt his claws and fangs disappear as he tried to get himself to stand up. Even transforming took some energy out of him, though it would be worth it in the long run. "Hello," came Hinata's voice, causing Naruto to look up and saw her gasp at him softly. "You all right?" she asked, rushing over to Naruto and helping him to his feet. Gulping a bit, Naruto couldn't help but blush. It was new for him to see Hinata being nice to him, though it was a pleasant feeling. Now he was really glad he wore a muscle shirt and baggy pants at night before he went to bed. She didn't know it was him. "I'm fine, thank you. If I may, as Miss, why are you here?" Naruto was so glad right now that he had picked up from Kurama how to speak to a woman, or she'd know who he was. "I was just here paying my respects. To be honest, I was just about to leave. Maybe we could go down the elevator together," Hinata said with a smile before making her way to the elevator. "Oh, I'm Hinata, by the way." Naruto smiled as he followed Hinata to the elevator and walked in with her. Crap, he had to think of a name, and fast. Damn it, why did he have to speak in the first place? He could have pretended to be mute, right? Wait, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said with a smile as he and Hinata made their way down the elevator. Looking up, he saw the statue getting further and further away as he sighed softly. "It's sad, isn't it, that Nighthawk is gone? I never thought it would be possible." "Yeah," whispered Naruto before letting out a sad sigh. The elevator ride wasn't very long, and for that he was thankful. It was weird how close he was to Hinata, or at least for how long he had been close to her. This was longer than on the days he'd kidnap her. Running a hand through his hair, Naruto said, "To be honest, I thought he'd do a last-minute escape." He laughed softly only to let out a soft sigh. "Don't worry, Naruto. I'm sure that there will be a new hero. After all, so long as there is evil, there will always be a hero in the making to take it down," Hinata said with a bright smile on her face. "A hero in the making," he whispered, his mind starting to go into overdrive at the thought. A hero in the making, huh? That was starting to give him an idea. In fact, it may be enough for him to get everything back to the way it was. Grinning, he grabbed Hinata said, Come on Hinata, a big day is ahead for everyone. After that, he managed to get Hinata into a cab. And of course giving her his number and vice versa, and then waved bye to her. Everything had seemed like it was nothing more than a blur since she gave him that idea, but hey, it would be worth it. Turning back to the museum, he grinned saying, "Here that Nighthawk." His form soon changed back as he said, "There will be a new hero and nothing will stop me from enjoying my awe." He shouted as the building exploded, and the debris from the building started to aim toward him. Jumping out of the way, Naruto shouted, "Okay, now I'm scared." Rolling on the ground, he started to make a mad dash away from the building, a new idea boiling within his mind. The plan. Naruto started to do some sketches for the design of something that he had thought of when Hinata mentioned, a hero in the making. It had given him some ideas on how to get his life back on track. In fact, it made him believe that there was hope for him again. Now all he had to do was to just get everything in order. Kurama came back, late the night that he last spoke to Hinata, and he had a weird look on his face. In fact, the red-haired man seemed a little pink in the face, though he didn't think anything of it since Kurama was ever one to reveal anything about what he felt. Either way, he had been making the design for a special gun that would harness the power of Nighthawk and be able to give that power to anyone he so choose. The only problem was that he still needed the essence, which he would have to go through some of his boxes to see if maybe some of Nighthawk's hairs, feathers or whatever got caught in something. When Kurama packed every time they would move. Looking at the gun, it was a simple one really. In a way it looked like a giant syringe with a trigger. Spikes on the top of the barrel and some fox tails out behind the gun itself. Then of course just for flair, it was orange with black flames around the trigger and just black flames on the barrel. To him it looked pretty cool, so that was something at least. Now all he had to do was hope that Kurama could build it soon. Grinning from ear to ear, the young man made his way over toward Kurama's lab. Though as he walked, he couldn't help but think back to what Hinata had said on the news. It made him sad to know that she hated him because of what he did to Nighthawk. She seemed so sad, as if she had lost her best friend. Wait, why would she court like she lost a friend and not a lover? Weren't they dating? Weren't they in love or whatever? Stopping in his tracks, Naruto reached up and grasped his chest, right over his heart. Why was it that it still hurt him to think that Hinata belonged to Nighthawk, even though he was dead? She meant nothing to him. She was only a means of someone to kidnap so he could bring the hero to battle. Now, that would happen again. Though he couldn't say for sure if it would be someone that would care about Hinata like that, or if it would be someone that would still come to the rescue in a rush just to save her. Either way, he just hoped that would be enough. Taking a deep breath, the young man tried to get himself to relax and calm down. His heart though just wouldn't stop beating painfully in his chest. Why wouldn't this stop in the first place? Did it have something to do with his heritage, or was it something else? Maybe Kurama would know. Nah, there was no point in asking him in the first place. Yawning into the back of his gloved hand, the young man just kept on walking forward, hoping that would get his thoughts off of everything that was happening. Get his thoughts off of the death over Nighthawk. Then of course over Hinata's harsh words. No matter what, he knew that he wouldn't be able to stop those words from appearing in his thoughts, but knew that there was nothing more that he could do. Closing his eyes, the young man felt his fox ears droop as he stood there just trying to pull himself together. Why do I let her words bother me so much? He asked himself, not really expecting any kind of answer. Never mind, nothing will change my mind. I will fight again and nothing will stop me from ruling the town once again. He smirked darkly at himself, his ears perking once again. The thought of going into battle again excited the young man to the point of him pretty much bouncing on the balls of his feet. Naruto chuckled to himself before he arrived to Kurama's lab. He leased the door. The door was steel and it held a scanner, so that way Naruto wouldn't go in there and break something if the older man wasn't in there. Man, you break one generator for demonic energy and he won't let it go. Shaking his head, the young man knocked on the door as he waited for Kurama to open the door so he could get in. After all, no one else could get into the room other than Kurama himself. And therefore, he wouldn't be able to get in unless Kurama opened it from the inside if he was in there, or if Kurama was walking with him to the room so the older man could scan his own hand and get the two of them. Inside, Naruto wouldn't lie, he was a little surprised that Kurama would be like this, but at the same time he didn't really think much of it. Yet, he mostly just thought about the possibility of giving someone Nighthawk's powers, and hoped that it would be enough to work. That was the only thing he cared about, and he would stop at nothing until he got the results that he wanted at this very moment. Grinning from ear to ear, the young man knocked at the door again, hoping to get an answer. "Kurama, you in there, buddy?" asked Naruto with a hint of concern. It wasn't like Kurama to not answer the door, even if he was working on a new invention. The man always answered, and for him to not answer even though the red-haired man's scent clearly came strongly through the door was a sign that he was in there. So what was going on right now? Soon, the door slid open, revealing a slightly drowsy Kurama who seemed a little flushed. That was a little odd, so it had caused Naruto to tilt his head. "You all right, Kurama? You're looking a little red in the face." Kurama shook his head as he stared at his friend, saying, "I'm fine. Just sleeping." He chuckled a little as he "Dead, I have been out a lot at night after all, sir." "Well yeah, but you shouldn't be this red, Kurama. It's as if you're having some weird dreams or something." At saying that, Kurama's face went red. At his friend's words though turned away. Naruto was a little confused as to why he was acting like this, but again, didn't question it. Reaching into his pocket, the young man pulled out the design for the gun as he said, "Think we could make this, Kurama? I mean, after all, it will need a lot of work." Squinting a bit, Kurama pulled out his glasses and looked over the design of the gun and frowned a bit. "Sir, from what you have drawn and the tasks of what the gun does, are you sure? What are you trying to do?" Kurama stared at his friend as he tried to think on what the blonde and red-haired man was trying to do. What was he trying to accomplish in the first place? "I'm trying to make a new hero." Over the course of a few days, Naruto and Kurama worked on building the gun. Naruto of course declared it the diffuser gun. It was a little weird, he'll admit, but it also came in handy in case he had to back out of the plan and pick someone else. That was the only thing that he had a choice about. Besides, he'll admit his aim was bad, and if he did so happen to hit someone that would move out of the way and hit someone else instead, he would have to remove the DNA of Nighthawk. It had also taken a while to find the DNA, which they had extracted from a black feather that they both found. The feather was located in a box that was from when the two of them were children. In fact, it happened around the time Naruto had set off the paint bomb, and one of Nighthawk's feathers fell off and got caught on the bomb, which had been collected and packed away in storage. It had been amazing that there was still some good DNA on there to even use for the gun. Smiling to himself, Naruto had placed some goggles over his eyes, as did Kurama. Both of them also had to wear hair nets so their hair wouldn't contaminate the DNA. The extraction. "You sure about this, sir? What if this plan backfires like many of the other ones?" asked Kurama with a frown. "Oh come on, Kurama. Don't forget we killed Nighthawk. So if we have to subdue him, I have a failsafe so we can extract the DNA from whomever and return them into a human being again," Naruto said with a big grin on his face as he chuckled a little. Kurama though didn't seem impressed with the whole thing, as if he knew that it would go downhill in some way. Even he couldn't do anything to make this thing fail, or even close for it to fail. If Naruto's new hero wasn't at full power, then he would be pissed. If it failed altogether, then again he would be pissed either way. Letting out a soft sigh, Kurama pulled a lever as he watched the machine whirl to life in a glowing yellow light. Bolts of electricity appeared around the machine as it started to cause the light to slowly lower itself to the bottom as it started to spit out a glowing yellow bullet. "That's it?" asked Naruto with a frown. Kurama nodded as he picked it up with a large pair of tongs and made his way over to the diffuser gun and loaded the gun. Holding it up, he pulled back the loader at the back as the syringe-like gun fully filled with the glowing energy of Nighthawk's DNA. "So, just have to find someone of nobility and pure heart and mind to put the well-being of others before themselves," Naruto said with a big grin, only for his cell phone to start to ring. "What the?" he said with a frown before pulling out a black touch-screen phone from his pocket and answered. "Hello, Naruto. It's me, Hinata," came Hinata's voice, causing Naruto to stare with wide eyes. Crap, he forgot that he gave Hinata his number while he was trying to get her to leave. Oh god, what if she found out who he was? Damn it, how did she get your number? Whispered Kurama, damn it. Kurama could hear Hinata as if she was speaking to him on his phone. Naruto just held up his hand as he tried to get everything sorted out, and of course to figure out what it was that Hinata wanted. Kurama on the other hand, just had his arms crossed and gave him a disapproving stare. Come on, was he really going to give him that kind of stare now? Hey Hinata, how are you? Asked Naruto. Fine, listen, what we talked about inspired me. Really, that is so weird, it inspired me as well. That's great, because now, I think it's time that I told you what I was doing. I decided to track down Crimson Fox and learn his plan for the city. Naruto almost wanted to chuckle a bit at the thought of that. How was it that she wanted to track him down? Hell, there was no way that she would even find him. After all, he had made sure that he moved to a new lair so no one would even be able to find him and Kurama in the first place. Chuckling a little, he was about to ask her how, as she added, I was able to find his secret hideout. Eyes widening, the young man gulped a bit as he said, how were you able to find his lair? He had to know, maybe if he knew he would be able to hide it for next time. If he knew, then there would be a good chance that he would be able to prevent it once again and make sure that she never found his lair again. Yet, at the same time he felt something in his heart that almost made him happy that she had found him instead of him trying to find her. This is the last abandoned dojo in the city. It's the only place he hasn't been to yet, since he doesn't like to use the same place twice so long as he can help it. Hinata said with a giggle. Damn it, of all things that she had to know, it was that he never liked to use the same location twice. Damn it all to hell. Shaking his head, Naruto knew that he would be safe. After all, Hinata didn't know where the secret entrance was, right? After all, Kurama cloaked the entrance with some kind of hologram or something to make sure that no one knew where it was. Oh, there's a floor mat saying, secret entrance. What? Softly growled Kurama so Hinata wouldn't hear. Naruto gulped a bit, forgetting that he left the mat there because he kept forgetting where the entrance was. Normally he brings the mat inside when he was home so he wouldn't lose it or so anyone know where to come through. He had forgotten to do that the night before with all of this planning. Now he had some things to cover, and that was to get Hinata out of here before she found out his plan to make a new hero. And there was only one way to do that. Naruto had managed to get himself to transform into that human appearance he took when he first met Hinata. Though he changed into a button-down shirt and a simple pair of jeans with black runners. Though thinking that it made him look far too formal, he undid the shirt and threw on a muscle shirt underneath it, hoping that would work. To be honest though, he didn't know if this would really work, but it would have to do. After that, he told Kurama to scan him with the W. So he would be able to keep the form even after the 30 minutes were up, and of course, transform anytime he wanted. You sure this will work? Asked Kurama. Of course, I was in this form the last time I saw her, so I'm sure it'll work, answered Naruto. Okay, wait. The last time you saw her? Never mind that, Kurama. I have to hurry and get to her before she finds out the plan. With that said, he shoved Kurama into a steel closet along with the gun, hoping that would be enough to hide what had to remain hidden. After that, he went around the lair to find Hinata, which, to be honest, wasn't that difficult for him to do since he knew her scent better than anyone. Smiling a bit, he followed her scent, a soft mixture of lavender and vanilla, and it was beautiful to him, just like her. Shaking his head quickly, red locks flowing with the movement, the young man tried to get himself under control. Damn it, how was it that her scent had such a hold over him in the first place? He was just a villain after all. Breathing deeply, he made his way over to the blue-haired woman when he had her in his sights. Hey Hinata, cried out Naruto with a bright smile and a hand on her shoulder. Hinata cried out in fright as she turned around to attack him, causing the fox to hold up his hands in defense. Whoa, I didn't mean to scare you. How did you know where to find me? Asked Hinata. Like you said, this is the only last dojo in the area that he hasn't taken yet. So, it made sense. Naruto said with a smile as he tried to get her out of here. Though he just hoped that he could come up with some good reasons to get the nosy reporter out of here. At least he hoped that would be the case. We should leave though. Hinata, it isn't safe here for you at the moment. There is no way of knowing what it is the Crimson Fox will do to you at this point in time. After all, he is a super villain. But he isn't a good one. Pointed out Hinata. Ouch, that had hurt though she didn't know that it was him that she was talking to. Hinata looked up at Naruto as she said, help me though please. You know about Crimson Fox right? Maybe we can figure out what he has in store for the city. With that, she grabbed a hold of the stunned fox's hand and walked with him through the lair. Damn it, of all the things that he had to do it was to be dragged by Hinata. It was his own lair for crying out loud, and yet he couldn't get his brain to work. Hinata holding his hand. Her hand was so soft, warm, he wanted to hold her hand forever and ever. No. Stop that right now. There was no way he could allow himself to wallow in these thoughts. Yet, he just couldn't help but be lost in the feeling. Look. Some notes. I bet they're done by Kurama, said Hinata as she dropped Naruto's hand and started to take some pictures. In fact, he looked over and saw that she was looking over each and every piece of hanging paper that had Kurama's plans for how the gun worked and what it did. Though, there was also more to the plan that he didn't want to be known to anyone in the public. Gulping a bit, he said, say Hinata, maybe it's best that we get out of here. What if Crimson Fox shows up and tries to attack us? Don't be silly Naruto, he doesn't even hurt me when I'm kidnapped, and there is no way that he'll know about this, said Hinata as she kept on taking pictures of the plans. And she started to giggle saying, I bet my boss May will love these. May, shouted Kurama's muffled voice from the closet. What was that? Asked Hinata. Nothing. It was nothing. Maybe it was some BAT or something that doesn't know when to be quiet, said Naruto, which had caused a confused Hinata to stare at him, though she shrugged it off as if nothing was wrong with that. Though Naruto would have to ask Kurama who this May person was. There had to be a reason why the older man screamed out May's name like that. Did they know each other from somewhere? He'd have to ask him about that later. Though at the moment that would have to wait. So, what do you think these plans could be? Asked Naruto. I think it may be something to use against everyone. After all, he hasn't really done anything yet, Hinata said with a puzzled look on his face. So she was mostly curious as to what he was going to do with the city. Well, to be honest, he wasn't really going to hurt anyone. It wasn't even intended fully to kill Nighthawk in the first place, and look at what that did. Letting out a deep sigh, Naruto calmly told Hinata that he was going to look around so he could change back and try to force Hinata to leave that way. After all, that was the best option at this point since this didn't work. Quickly, he jumped to a corner hoping that would be far enough so he could quickly change back. After that, he turned the dial on the watch and shifted back into his other form, happy that at least his clothes changed as well into his true form, and started to climb the wall and made his way until he was above Hinata. This was going to be easy, at least he hoped it would. Hello Ms. Hyuga, said Naruto as he chuckled sinisterly. Hinata gasped as she looked up and stared at him. He couldn't lie. Seeing the slight fear in her eyes made his heart ache. Though he knew that this was the only way to get her to leave this place. Smirking, the young man jumped down from the ceiling and landed on the ground in front of her. Hinata gulped a little as she backed up a few steps. What's the matter? Scared of the fox since I've stopped kidnapping you? I am going to figure out what you have in store for the city, Hinata said with a hint of nervousness in her voice. Though it was rather amazing that she was still here instead of running. Though, then again maybe she was only a little scared because he killed Nighthawk. Did she believe him to be a true killer? There was no way of knowing, though the thought of her thinking that about him, well, he felt his heart breaking at the thought itself. Smirking a little, Naruto said, Now Ms. Hyuga, what makes you think I have anything planned to rule the city? Or, should I say to ruin the city? This could very well be just a random invention for Kurama to build. Soon, he reached out and grabbed a hold of Hinata's wrist and pulled her close to his chest and held her tightly. I should make you my evil queen. After all, every ruler needs one. Her eyes widened in horror before shoving him. Never. With her freedom intact, she made a break for it and ran as fast as she could. Though sadly, the young woman wasn't expecting to run into a steel closet, causing it to fall over and something falling out in the process. What Hinata saw almost made Naruto's blood freeze in his body. She found the diffuser. No, shouted Naruto as he rushed forward to grab the gun before Hinata could. Though, the blue-haired woman acted quickly on Naruto's reaction. She saw Naruto rushing forward and grabbed a hold of the gun and pointed it at him. Quickly, Naruto stopped dead in his tracks and held up his hands as he said, "Now, don't shoot that gun, all right?" Hinata narrowed her eyes as she kept pointing the gun at the demon. "Why would I do that? Ouch. That hurt even worse than being called a bad villain. Sure, he is handsome and could easily have any woman he wanted, but no way, I won't let you hurt this city." With that, she started to back away, still pointing the gun at the confused demon. Thinking quickly, Naruto spread his tails as if he was going to shield himself from the bullet, though instead thrust his tails forward and sent a strong gust of wind toward the blue-haired woman. It wasn't strong enough to send her flying since he didn't want to do that, but really just get her hands to move back so he could rush and grab the gun. Which he did just that. Rushing forward, Naruto grabbed a hold of the gun as he said, "Give it back. You don't know what it could do." Hinata though just kept on holding onto the gun as she tried to force it away from the demon fox. Sure, he could have easily taken it from her, but at the cost of either ripping her arms off or out of their sockets. There was no way that he could take those risks with Hinata. With her being human and all. "Just let go, damn it," growled out Naruto. Before he could stop it though, Hinata had pulled on the trigger with their struggling. Gasping out in shock, Naruto shouted, "Duck and cover." With that, he tackled Hinata to the ground and tried to shield her with his body. Looking around, the young fox saw the gold bullet zipping by, hitting some of the steel weapons or machinery in the room. Soon, it darted through the pipe and started to make some dinging sounds as it traveled through the pipes. Looking over to the monitor, Naruto saw a man with long gray hair holding a camera in his hand. It seemed that he was looking for Hinata. Maybe he didn't see her come inside. That was the only reason for him to not know where she was. "Hinata," called out the gray-haired man, his head moving from side to side as he walked around the building trying to find Hinata. Was the guy right in the head to not notice the mat that was outside, or what? Soon, the man stopped dead in his tracks as the dinging started to become more frequent and louder as it got closer and closer to the end of the pipe. "Hinata," said the man only to SC. Reem, and the sound of someone falling over was heard. Acting quickly, Naruto rushed to a higher-up camera monitor and wanted to face-palm himself right now. The guy was laying on the ground, slightly rolling from side to side as he held his nose in his hands. It was easy to say where the bullet went right now. Of all the things it had to go up someone's nose. Turning around, Naruto slapped himself on the forehead as he saw that Hinata was gone. He had to find her. What if she went through one of the trapdoors that led to some of the dangerous animals? Quickly turning the dial on the watch, he rushed around the lair as he hoped that he would be able to find her. "Come on." Catching her scent, Naruto rushed toward the door that led to a pit. He normally used it to punish the fox cubs, or was this the one he used for the more savage ones? Shaking his head, he rushed forward and gasped at what he saw. Hinata opened the door and was about to close it until she let out a scream. Running even faster, Naruto grabbed her wrist and pulled her back into his chest. "Dear God, you all right?" asked the concerned fox. "Yeah," she answered, trying to get herself to calm down. "Come on, I know the way out," Naruto said as he ran with her out of the lair. At least they could get out, and of course, she would be safe and away from this place. Shaking his head, Naruto managed to walk with Hinata out of the lair and just smiled at her. "Try to be careful, all right, Hinata. Don't go in Crimson Fox's lair alone. You don't know what could be lurking in there since you were only kidnapped and never allowed to look around." "You have a point there," she whispered softly before giving him a soft smile. "Though you were very brave in there, Naruto. I'm glad I called you," Hinata said with a grateful smile on her face. That of course caused Naruto to blush a little. He didn't think that he could blush from such words said by anyone, though to be honest, it couldn't be helped for him, it just seemed so natural. "What's going on?" asked the gray-haired man as he pushed himself to stand up on his feet. Hinata turned around and stared at Kabuto with a hint of worry. Naruto didn't know why, but he felt something stir in his heart. It wasn't positive though, he just couldn't figure out what it was. "You alright? What happened to you, Kabuto?" asked Hinata. "I don't know, I felt something sharp go up my nose. I think it was a bee or some kind of rare hornet. I may have to do some research on it at my lab. Where's Crimson Fox?" "I'll take him down, Hinata," said Kabuto as he held his slightly reddened nose in his left hand. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he said, "You sure are brave. Surprised you didn't go in with her." "Who are you?" Kabuto said with a narrowed glare. The weird emotions that Naruto could pick up were strange. It felt like he was angry that Hinata was standing near him, though there was something else about it that he just couldn't figure out, at least not yet. He would at some point, since Kabuto has the DNA of Nighthawk in him right now. It just had to work its way through his system. "He's Naruto. He was helping me figure out what Crimson Fox was doing. I guess you can say he's my partner," she said with a bright smile on her face. Yeah, partner," Naruto said with a small smile. Kabuto's glare turned red hot that if it could, it would have burned a hole in Naruto's body. So he didn't like the idea with Hinata being with someone else. That could be it though. Right now he would have to think of something else to say. "Look buddy, you are not her partner." "I am. She was just through something horrible and right now she needs to be comforted by her real partner," Kabuto said with a human-like growl. Hinata laughed softly before turning to Naruto and hugged him. Then kissed his cheek. "Thanks for your help, Naruto. I'll call you to see if we can do some kind of research, okay?" Naruto just dumbly nodded. There was no way that he could have believed this. Hinata kissed his cheek and hugged him. Giving a slight goofy smile, he watched as Hinata went to drive the news van with Kabuto, most likely going to take him home. Letting out a soft sigh, Naruto waved as he felt his heart beating a little quickly in his chest. Once the van was out of sight, he turned around and blinked when he saw Kurama standing there. "So what's the plan, sir?" Plan. Right, we're going to check out this Kabuto man and see if he's the one, Kurama declared Naruto as he turned back to normal with a smirk on his face. Destiny's plan in motion. Naruto, along with Kurama, made their way to the car after Hinata left with her cameraman Kabuto. The young demon had asked his best friend to get some info on the man while Naruto drove and followed Hinata while they were invisible. If this was the one that they had to turn into a hero, then so be it. But it still wouldn't hurt to have some information after all. The guy was bound to have something good happen in his life, and if he didn't, then maybe being a hero would be the thing he needed. Looking through binoculars, the young man watched as Hinata parked the news van outside of a very tall old building. Now that he thought about it, did the guy not make enough money to afford a decent apartment? Even Hinata made a lot of money to get a very nice apartment. Hell, it was a flat and those things were expensive. He should know. He looked up on the prices for rent and owning one. Okay, Kurama did. Frowning a little, Naruto watched as Hinata got out of the van and made her way over to the other side and opened the door. Kabuto came out, holding a tissue to his nose as if to stop the bleeding from the bullet to go up his nose. It made Naruto's blood boil. How that gray and glasses wearing man dare be near her like that? Wait, what is wrong with him? Shaking his head, the young man took a deep breath as he hoped that it would help him calm down. Narrowing his eyes a bit, Naruto watched as Hinata walked Kabuto around the car and to the door of the apartment. Kabuto had a big smile on his face as Hinata held onto him. It was as if he thought Hinata really had feelings for him though. The young woman didn't go any further than the door. In fact, her scent changed. It almost seemed like she was afraid to go into his apartment. Kabuto was saying something to her and she just gave a nervous shake of her head. It seemed that he was disappointed that she wouldn't go into his apartment though at the same time Naruto was thankful. Tilting his head to the side, Naruto watched as Hinata just waved goodbye to Kabuto before she started to head back to the van and started to drive off. It seemed that Kabuto was even more disappointed that Hinata didn't stick around. Was there a reason why Hinata wouldn't go in there? He had no idea though, but at the moment he didn't really care as to what it would be that made Hinata stay away from the apartment. So, what do you have about him, Kurama? Asked Naruto as he looked away and watched his best friend going through some files. It was amazing really that Kurama could hack into any files as he tried to look for anything and all files that were based off of Kabuto's life. Kurama frowned a bit as he tilted his head and pushed his glasses up his nose. It made Naruto wonder why his best friend had that kind of expression on his face. Kabuto Yakushi, born February 29th, and he's about 27 years old. Okay, what else does his file say? Asked Naruto with a frown on his face. There had to be something more about this guy than what leads on, right? After all, Hinata was a beautiful woman, though she also had her shy moments even if she did try to hide it. He should know. He's seen her be shy around some guys when he used to spy. Never mind. Nodding, Kurama turned to his friend before leaning back from the table that resided in the car for his laptop. It says he's a scientist on the side. Mostly about snakes and their habits. He's never had a breakthrough in his entire life or accomplished anything for that matter. Most of his experiments are expensive, so he works as a cameraman to help him pay for not just his home but for those experiments of his. So that explains why Hinata wouldn't go inside. She had to know about those snakes of Kabuto's, right? Unless she just found him creepy. Either way, she was smart ot to go in there, but maybe, if he was a hero, he would feel like he accomplished something more and would be a perfect hero. What else does it say? Asked Naruto. He was adopted by a nun who ran the orphanage that he lived at until she passed away. He was alone otherwise, Kurama said with a deeper frown. So, the guy was an orphan as well. It seemed that they had that in common, though at least Kabuto had the love of a mother, while Naruto himself never did. Inhaling deeply, Naruto calmly said, "Let's get ready for a hero, Kurama. We'll need a hero to fight and get on with our lives." Kurama just gave his friend a bland stare, as if saying that this was going to be a very terrible idea. There was no way that this plan was going to work. After all, there was nothing that was going to ruin this plan in the least. Grinning happily, the young man said, "Don't worry, Kurama, this is destiny choosing for us. After all, how else would we have found the perfect hero?" Research. Hinata came to he lair with Kabuto and she shot him, remember? Naruto just glared at Kurama as if telling him to shut the hell up. There was no way that this was going to change his mind. After all, destiny chose foe. Him, and he was going to make sure that he got the hero trained and he would be able to have awesome battles again. Inhaling softly, Naruto looked at his watch and knew that he was going to have to say that new appearance that he had placed in the watch. Laughing, he turned to Kurama and said, "You ready, buddy?" Meanwhile, Kabuto groaned as he walked into his apartment. To be honest, he had hoped that Hinata would have come into his home, but again she had refused. It seemed that since the first time that she came into his home that she would refuse to come in. Was there something wrong with his home, or was it that she wanted something better? Yeah, that had to be it. When he got his research right and made a breakthrough, then he would be able to get anything that Hinata wanted. Grinning a big grin, Kabuto made his way toward his bathroom to change the toilet paper in his nose. Of all the things that he had to go through today, it was another nosebleed. At least this time it wasn't from a beating like he went through in high school, or from seeing a beautiful woman, like when he first met Hinata. Chuckling softly to himself, the young man removed the tissue from his nose and placed a new wad up his nose, hoping that it would stop bleeding soon. Inhaling carefully, the gray-haired man made his way over to his bed that he could easily pull out from the wall before sitting down. Poking his nose a bit, the young man laid down as he gazed at the cages in the corner that held his precious snakes. He would have to feed them later, though right now he just wanted to have a nap. Though before he could even fall asleep, there was a bright light that appeared in his room, causing him to cover his face as he stood there. "Damn it!" shouted Kabuto before the shock of the wall. Exploding caused his bed to fling back with him, into the wall. The smack to the back of his head caused him to black out for a moment. Yet, while he was asleep, he heard some people speaking though. Wasn't sure if it was a dream or if his hearing was still around. You sure he's gonna transform soon? Asked a voice. Yeah, you were the one that put everything together. Said another voice. What's burning anyway? Asked the first voice. It's working. Answered the other voice. Soon, Kabuto started to feel something flowing through his body. It started with his nose and soon, he started to feel pain in his back. It almost felt like his skin was starting to rip and tear. His body started to feel stronger, faster, and in fact tougher than it's ever had before in his life. Groaning, he felt his body starting to become a little bulkier. With muscle, gritting his teeth, the young man let out a loud scream in pain as he groaned before the bed was pulled down and now he stared down at two people in his room. Breathing softly, Kabuto squinted his eyes before he removed his glasses. Who are you? Asked the young and confused man. The two people soon started to come into focus. The man was tall, muscular, had long gray hair and a smirk on his face. His clothes were mostly just black pants and a long cloak that hid most of his body. The gray-haired man just smirked all the more as he said, I am your father. I sent you here to this realm to teach you about valor, honor, and compassion. So you can fulfill your destiny as a hero. Kabuto frowned a little as he tried to think if this was true, though the man had the same hair as himself, and of course the same eyes and smirk on his face. Inhaling softly, the young man turned to stare at the one next to his so-called father, and stared in shock at the woman. She had soft features, long soft light red hair that, in a way, seemed like it was mixed with blonde. Her eyes were dark but shaped like his own. The young woman wore a simple red dress though that draped around her like a beautiful curtain, yet it also showed off her perfect figure. And you are who? Asked Kabuto. I'm your mother. We have come here because you have come of age to awaken your demon heritage, calmly said the woman with a soft smile. Demon heritage. That didn't make sense to him, though it did feel like he was more powerful. Moving away from the bed, he jumped down before turning to the two people. What makes you both think I have demon blood? Asked Kabuto. You do not need your glasses, correct? Your hair is even longer. To prove it all the more, try to lift your couch, said his father. Kabuto frowned a little before making his way over to the couch and tilted his head to the side. It was a little odd for someone to have demon powers. Weren't Crimson Fox or Nighthawk, after all, they were the only known demons in the city and nothing more to be honest. Inhaling softly, the young man yawned softly before he went to move the couch and was surprised that he lifted the couch without a single problem in the least. Shaking his head quickly, he dropped his couch before turning to stare at the two people as he wondered what the hell was happening. You are to be a hero, my child, and defeat Crimson Fox, his father said before holding a magazine, and his mother grabbed a mirror. Father grinning and ripped the head off of Nighthawk from the magazine and held it in front of his reflection to make it seem like Kabuto was holding Hinata in his arms. The thought of it, to be honest, went through his mind. Him, a hero, and getting the girl in the end. There was no way that it would be easy, but knew that if he could become a hero that he would be able to get the girl, not just any girl, but Hinata. She would be his and he could have her love in return at long last, and not just have to kiss the poster that he had of the woman of his dreams with a sticky note that said, "Good night Kabuto," with a heart. Oh, how much he wanted that. Yes. I'll do it, cried Kabuto with a grin on his face. After telling Kabuto that they would return tomorrow for his training on how to use his powers, Naruto and Kurama had made their way back to the lair. Kurama glared at Naruto as he shifted his form back into his normal, male appearance. I can't believe you made me the woman, grumbled Kurama as he rubbed his face. Of all the stupid and idiotic things that had to be done, it was that. It was stupid, to be honest. Kurama didn't think Kabuto would be a good hero. There was just something off about him, and that poster of Hinata didn't help either. Naruto sat at his desk as he started to make a list of things that they would have to train Kabuto in. It seemed that the young man had shifted back before they entered the lair. The watch had run out of power. Maybe he should put in a stronger battery in the thing. Naruto, hand me your watch, I'm gonna put in a new battery. The young man looked up from his list before unstrapping the watch and tossed it to Kurama. Catching it easily in his hand, the young man made his way over to his desk and checked the battery of the watch. It did seem to have some juice left, though still, Hold put in a stronger battery than the one that he had to put in, since this had been a rush job. Shrugging to himself, the young man shoved the glasses up his nose as he started to get to work. Ma couldn't help but worry about this whole thing, training a new hero just so he had someone to fight. Naruto must have been bored out of his mind, but damn it, he wasn't thinking clearly. If he did this, there was a good chance that, no. He was just overthinking the whole thing, and there was no way that it would happen. Kabuto couldn't be that crazy, right? Maybe he had read someone else's file. Oh, F that, he had to have done that. After all, he didn't read that part of the file to Naruto, not sure himself if it was really Kabuto's or someone else's file. Rubbing his face, Kurama took a deep breath. As he tried to get himself to calm down and relax, he was just overthinking everything, and that would just result in him having one hell of a headache. Maybe I should get a drink after this. Yeah. A good drink at Sai's bar sounds good right about now. Hell, maybe he'll see Mei. Blushing at the thought, Kurama took a deep breath, hoping that would get him to relax a little. After all, he didn't know if Mei would even be there in the first place, so there was no way that he would be able to see her unless she did decide to. Covering his face, the red-haired demon didn't know why he wanted to see her again. She was a wonderful woman, to be honest. It was rather amazing that she never found a boyfriend, or a husband for that matter. Had men really just been that rude to the young woman, or was it something else? Rubbing his face again, Kurama took a deep breath as he tried to get himself to relax. If he didn't stop thinking about Mei, his face would darken into a blush like it did when Naruto was at his door wanting to tell him about that crazy idea of his to make a new hero. Shaking his head, Kurama narrowed his eyes as he stared at the watch. He had to hurry up and just get this straight. UPID watch battery in and hand it back to Naruto. The guy couldn't leave the lair without some kind of disguise with the way his transformations last. Sighing softly, the young man slipped in the new battery, closed the back of the watch before making his way back to Naruto. Here you are, sir. It's done. Naruto turned his head and grinned as he thanked Kurama and strapped the watch back on his wrist. It was nice to have the watch be used at the least, though it still had him concerned about this whole plan. Soon, his phone started to buzz in his pocket. Blinking his eyes, he made his way back to his desk before checking his cell and saw that he had a text message from Mei. Blushing crimson, he quickly opened the message and started to read what she sent him. Kurama, it was great to chat with you last time, and I was wondering if you wanted to spend time together in an hour. Kurama's face went redder at the thought of spending time with her, but he couldn't help but smile softly at the idea. Looking back at Naruto for a brief moment, he saw that the man was busy with his task still. Turning back to his phone, Kurama texted back to her. Sure, where do you want to meet? How about the park, then we go chat at Sai's bar? That sounded like a plan to him if he ever heard one. Smiling, Kurama turned to his friend as he saw that the man was less the wiser about the texting, though, to be honest. He saw that Naruto was also texting now. Odd, he didn't even hear his phone ring or anything to indicate a text in the first place. Oh well, it can't be anything bad. Maybe it was about some kind of order for this new plan of his. There was nothing to worry about right now. Walking over to Naruto, Kurama said, I'm going to head out for a bit, sir. I'll be back tonight. Kurama hoped that Naruto didn't ask any questions. He didn't want to deal with that, to be honest, and knew that it would end up coming to that. The mere thought of Naruto wanting to know where he was going made him shudder, since he wasn't really all that great with lying in the first place. Alright, have fun, Kurama, said Naruto, not once looking up from his phone. To be honest, Kurama just blinked his crimson eyes but just shrugged. At least he didn't ask anything. Shifting his appearance a bit, he made his way out of the lair and went to meet up with Mei. Though what he didn't know was that Naruto was texting Hinata, who had asked if they could do some research about Crimson Fox at the library. It was going to be tough on him to study on himself. But it was a reason to keep Hinata from his trail at the moment. So to him, that was better than nothing. It wasn't like anything bad could come from spending time with Hinata, right? Grinning, Naruto turned the face of the watch before leaving out of the lair as Naruto. Uzumaki and went to meet with Hinata. Nothing, and he means nothing, could ruin this for him. Love and training. Naruto stretched his arms above his head as he made his way over to Kabuto's Omen went to start on the first bit of his training. Though they knew that he would have to learn how to fly, which would be difficult since he didn't know how to use his wings as of yet. It was going to be difficult for him to learn. But with him being some kind of scientist, then it should be easy for him to learn. Though, Kurama was still uncomfortable with teaching the man how to use his powers. Or even giving him those powers in the first place. Yet in true Naruto fashion, he refused to listen. The young man had placed his disguise back on, as did Kurama, as they started to get themselves to a new location with Kabuto. Though they had to put a blindfold on him, thankful that they haven't taught him what it was as of yet. Kurama though was just looking forward to when this would be over and done with, since he had to meet up with Mei later and wanted to spend some time with her. He enjoyed her company and he loved seeing her smile and laugh. As they trained Kabuto, Naruto looked frustrated as he looked between Kabuto and the time. Did he have some place to go that he didn't know of? Oh well, right now he just wanted this training to be over and done with right now. Ow! Shouted Kabuto as he thumped his wings too hard and slammed his head into the ceiling. Kurama wanted to shake his head as he sighed. This was going to take a while, and knew that this was going to be a huge pain in the ass and be more troubling than it was really worth. Soon, Kurama looked and noticed that Kabuto had thumped his left wing and slammed into the right wall, causing him to yelp from the pain. Naruto rushed forward and helped the hero in training back up onto his feet as he tried to encourage the man to not give up. Man, Naruto could be a hero himself if he wanted to be, though the red-haired man knew that it wouldn't happen. Running a hand through his long shiny hair, Kurama didn't like the idea that he had changed his form into that of a woman. It was annoying as hell and knew that his was only to make the story they told Kabuto more convincing, though it was the only thing that they could do for the time being. Don't worry son, you can do it. All you gotta do is keep trying. Try a little slower. Flap the wings instead of hard thumps and you should be alright to fly. Naruto said with a smile on his face. Kabuto stared at Naruto for a moment and nodded before he got back onto his feet. Knowing fully well that he would have to try again, Kabuto took a deep breath as he closed his eyes and gently started to flap his wings a bit as he tried to lift himself from the ground. Since Naruto didn't fly, it was a little difficult for him to do that, though for the time being the young man trusted what he knew of Nighthawk. This was going to be difficult to train a hero based on what they have seen of Nighthawk's abilities, but for now it would have to do. Kabuto's face was scrunched in a pained expression, as if trying to carefully just flutter his wings instead of thumping them as hard as he could had caused him. It had to be painful. No wonder why Naruto was thankful for not having wings, though maybe it was something else that was doing this. The young man tried to get himself to calm down and relax, it seemed. Kurama though on the other hand had a feeling that maybe there was something else wrong with him that was preventing him from using these powers. After all, Nighthawk's powers were from the desire to protect and not to cause any harm or that had been done by harm. Kurama just had this weird uneasy feeling about Kabuto, though he just couldn't place it as of yet. You can do it son, shouted Naruto with a big grin on his face. Kabuto nodded as he took a deep breath and started to flap his wings a few more before he was able to fly carefully. Smiling happily, the young man felt like he finally had it, though instead, he forgot to keep flapping his wings and fell to the ground on his face. Yelling and cursing, Kabuto rubbed his face as he said, "That hurts, damn it. Can you go get some mats? Maybe that'll make it more comfortable," Naruto said as he looked at Kurama. Letting out a soft sigh, Kurama made his way to the back room and grabbed a few dozen mats to make sure that Kabuto didn't fall on his face again. This day just couldn't get done with already, or at least this training session. He had told Naruto that he had somewhere to be Tota. Why though Naruto felt like that had enough time to squeeze some training in for Kabuto. Other than that, there wasn't much that they could do if they were running late. Yet, Naruto had promised that if he was going to train Kabuto longer, then they'll continue tomorrow instead. At least Naruto was being fair, though maybe that was because he himself had somewhere to go, though he couldn't really be sure. It could be anything that made Naruto want to finish up as well, though he couldn't really be sure what it was at the moment. Oh well, the main thing was that he wanted to get this over and done just so he could get out of here and spend time with Mei and have fun for a change. Now all he had to do was deal with training Kabuto and get this whole thing over and done with already. This was already starting to feel like it was going to take forever. Naruto rushed into the library, having to make sure that his watch was still on and of course making sure that his human disguise was still within the memory of the stupid thing. Training Kabuto had gone on longer than he had hoped, though for the time being, Naruto just hoped that Hinata didn't think he was someone that liked being tardy. She had texted him a while ago asking if they could meet at the library at 5 o'clock and now he was 15 after. How the hell was it that training someone could have taken much longer than it should have? Breathing deeply, Naruto wheezed a bit as he tried to find Hinata. The place was huge and knew that this was going to be difficult for him to find her. He would have to use his other senses to find her. At least he could locate her with his sense of smell while using the watch. Sniffing the air, Naruto shuddered as he located her scent. It wasn't unpleasant to him. No, he loved the scent, but it was the fact that he did find it very pleasing to him in the first place. Why was that? It did confuse the demon a great deal, though at the moment he would have to figure it out later. Inhaling once again, Naruto followed her lavender and vanilla scent right to the back. That was rather odd that she would go to this area of the library, though for the time being he didn't care. Yawning softly, he made his way to the back and grinned at Hinata as she looked up and waved at him. Naruto, what took you so long? Asked Hinata with a tilt of her head. Naruto chuckled a little as he sat down, and blushed a little knowing that she had to have been waiting for a little while. She gave him a soft smile as she added, "Were you busy with work or something?" To be honest, he hadn't really told her what he did, but he did tell her that he had to do something before showing up and he thought that he'd finish early, though Kabuto didn't seem to be getting some of it very easily. Taking a deep breath, Naruto rubbed the back of his neck as he said, "Sorry, it took me longer to get it done. Let's say that it is going to take longer than I thought it would." Naruto chuckled a little before staring at Hinata. She had a curious look on her face, though he had a feeling that it was her reporter senses kicking in. "Sorry Hinata, but I can't reveal what it is that I'm doing." Hinata giggled a little. It caused Naruto to blush a little hearing it. "Such a nice laugh," he whispered, thinking that he said it in his mind rather than out loud. Hearing that had caused Hinata to blush deeply, which mad Naruto slammed his head against the table. "Oh god, I said that out loud, didn't I?" whined Naruto, thinking that he had made a fool of himself. Oh god, of all things that he had to say, it had to be that of all things. "I'm so sorry," whispered Naruto before peeking up at her, wondering if she was mad at him. "It's okay Naruto. I thought it was sweet," Hinata said with a giggle before ruffling his hair. Naruto closed his eyes, thinking that her ruffling his hair was so very soothing. Hinata pulled her hand back as she said, "So, let's do some research on Crimson Fox, okay? It was the main reason for why we had to come here today." Naruto sighed softly. To be honest, he didn't want to study. All of that stuff he left to Kurama since he was the smart one of the two, though it was a great way to mock. Sure that Hinata didn't really learn the truth until it was too late, or never. He preferred the latter, to be honest. "Well, what do you know about Crimson Fox?" asked Naruto with a frown on his face. "Well, so far from what I have gathered, he is the last member of his clan besides Kurama. Though his powers are mostly fire and wind plus healing abilities and strength, speed and transformations. Yet, I have yet to see him maintain those transformations for no longer than 30 minutes. Other than that, I'm not really sure. I do have copies of his plans in my home, but I still don't know what is yet." Hinata leaned back in her seat after she had finished her explanation of what she had learned. To be honest, that was what he had expected for her to know, since all of his other files are listed under his given name Naruto Uzumaki. No one really knows more about his past other than Kurama and the warden. "Don't worry Hinata. How about while we read we can tell some stories?" Naruto said with a big grin on his face. Hinata smiled gently as she nodded. No one said that studying had to be boring, at least that was what Kurama had always told him in the past. "Okay, I got one for you. I have a friend that is a bit of a brainiac, so to speak. Naruto began, still remembering this story from when he was a kid. He was trying to make some kind of device, I can't remember what it was supposed to do to be honest. Crossing his arms, Naruto chuckled a little as he said, well, he did a miscalculation or something and all of a sudden his invention exploded and caused all of his hair to burn off. How is that funny? Asked Hinata with a tilt of her head. Because it was the first time he ever did something wrong with his inventions. Normally he always gets them perfect, but it was the first time ever that he got it wrong. I felt bad for the guy that he lost his hair, so I got him a wig for him to use until his hair grew back, though the only one I could get looked like an animal's rear end. Hinata giggled a little at that part, though she was trying hard not to laugh since in a way, it wasn't funny, but at the same time it was. You really got him a wig that looked like that? Asked Hinata, nodding. He answered, yeah, it was the only one that would work for him since he wanted one in his original hair color. That was all he could use until his hair grew back. Though thankfully for him his hair grows fast. They spent the rest of their time reading and of course telling each other funny stories, though Naruto couldn't help but smile gently as Hinata would tell him rise of her childhood. She was amazing, to be honest. It almost broke his heart that in the end he was really lying to her about who he really was. Kurama smiled softly as he arrived at the park. Had to make sure though that he had changed into his human form, which made it easy since he made sure to use the same one that he used last time. Crimson eyes turning into a soft brown while he changed his hair to a lighter shade of red. Checking his clothes, the young man made sure that he wore normal clothes, which were a red t-shirt and a pair of black jeans and black runners. He didn't know if A would really like how he was dressed, though for the time being he just had to pray that she wouldn't care how he dressed. Taking a look around, he was about to think that maybe the woman had left until he felt something grab a hold of him from behind. Quickly turning around, he was about to attack until he relaxed when he saw that it was May, who was holding a bag. She wore a blue sundress and her auburn hair was left down, though still in its usual hairstyle. What's with the bag, May? Asked Kurama with a frown. I thought we could go to the pool for a swim. May said with a smile. So she wanted them to go swimming. To be honest, he didn't really do much swimming before growing up, though he wasn't a terrible swimmer. May frowned a little before saying, unless you hate the idea. No, I don't hate the idea. I just never swam a lot is all, and I don't have trunks. Kurama said with a small smile, only to frown a little. He could transform anything, but if he changed his clothes into trunks and when he'd turn back his clothes would still be wet. He couldn't risk that, or else May would find out the truth about him, and that was something he couldn't do. She would hate him if she knew the truth about him being Naruto's sidekick. How about we go to the store and get you some trunks? May said with a smile before grabbing a hold of his wrist and started to walk with him to the store. It took a while for them to find a pair of trunks that suited and of course fit Kurama, since he did have such a slim yet narrow waist, but they were able to find the perfect suit for Kurama. Oh, Nay's leg was red while the other was black. Though he did not want to remove his red shirt, that was one thing that he didn't want off, for he was a little shy when it comes to being shirtless unless he was at home and about to go to sleep. When they got to the beach, Kurama's face was a little red as he tried to get himself to calm down and relax. Though it seemed that he couldn't, for there were guys here, a lot of them were far better looking than him, and of course all of them were muscular compared to him. Kurama, please take off your shirt, don't let anyone intimidate you. May encouraged the nervous red-haired man. He had turned to stare at May, causing himself to blush when he saw the bikini that she was wearing. It was a sky blue that hugged her curves perfectly, and it made him feel damn lucky to be with a beautiful woman such as herself. She looked so beautiful, even with her hair pulled back in a high ponytail but with her bangs covering her one eye like always. Gulping a little, Kurama carefully grabbed the bottom of his shirt and started to lift it before pulling it off over his head and tossed it aside, thankful that it was just a shirt he picked from the store instead of his usual clothes. Those he had removed and placed them in a bag so he had something to change back into later. As soon as he looked back up at May, he saw that she was staring at his chest with a bit of drool at the corner of her mouth. Frowning a little, Kurama waved his hand in front of the stunned woman's face as he said, you alright? His voice of course laced with concern for the woman as he hoped and prayed that she was alright. Huh, mumbled Mei before looking back up at Kurama as she blushed softly. Sorry, I just didn't think you were, well, muscular. He frowned a little and looked down at his own body. To be honest, he wasn't as muscular as Naruto, though he did have some kind of six-pack on him and some pecs, though other than that he was mostly lanky for his age and the fact that he mostly used his brain rather than his brawn. You should see my friend, he's got more muscles than I do. Kurama said with a shrug, though his face was a little pink before he turned. Eden blinked when he saw all the other women staring at him. Like he was some kind of meat. He mumbled before hiding behind Mei, feeling a little self-conscious about how everyone was staring at him. Mei giggled softly into the back of her hand as she gently patted Kurama's hand, saying, "Don't worry, Kurama. They just think you're hot as all." That of course made his face go red at the thought of how women thought of him, since he's never been called that before. Feeling Mei turning around, she stood on her toes and kissed his cheek, saying, "Don't worry, Kurama, just remember that you're here with me and just have fun. We're here to swim." With that, Mei started to pull his hand as they made their way to the water. Kurama's face was a mixture of surprise and shock. How was it that Mei didn't seem to mind that he, a fully grown man, hid behind her like a child? Was it that she found it cute, or was it something else? He would have to try to be a better man for Mei. She deserved the best, and he had to be the kind of man that she deserved. Important note: please read. Just a heads up, I won't be posting any new chapters for a while. I had just gone through Facebook and saw some comments about my godmother and had to know it was true or false, so I called my mom and found out that my godmother had passed away. I will not be posting new chapters for any new stories for a while, maybe a week or so. I don't know, but look up for a new chapter at some point later. Matters of the heart. Kurama yawned softly into the back of his hand. He and Naruto had stayed up late trying to help Kabuto learn how to control his powers, and this time it was to make sure that his wings could retract into his back just under the skin. It had taken a few hours, and then they tried to make sure that his eye abilities didn't go out of control and end up burning something or seeing through their disguises. Shaking his head, the young man knew that right now he couldn't let Naruto's plans ruin his fun with Mei. Turning his head, he pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose as he remembered what Mei said about him wearing his glasses. When he waited for Mei at the park the one day he was reading a book and had to wear his glasses so he could read. He had been early with meeting Mei, so he thought that reading a book would help make time go by. When Mei saw him with his glasses on, it had surprised her to see him with glasses on, and commented about how handsome he looked with glasses on. Just thinking about it made Kurama blush, though he knew that he had to keep himself calm, letting out a content sigh. The young man stared at Mei as he asked, "What are we doing today?" Mei just smiled at him. She wore a simple blue sundress as she had her arm wrapped around his elbow, causing him to smile gently at her. His heart beat quickly just thinking on how much he love her. Was this what he felt in his heart? "It's a surprise that I'm taking you to Kurama now. You can't find out what it is beforehand," Mei said with a smile. Her smile was so bright and radiant that it made his heart beat quicker within his chest. That was definitely a sign. His heart always beat quicker with her smiles. Mei had such wonderful smiles. Beautiful, really. It had amazed him that she never found a man in the first place, one that would care for her, love her, for who she is. "All right, Mei, though, may I have a hint?" Kurama chuckled softly as he stared at her. Mei looked up and gave him a coy smile. It made him blush a bit. "Oh God, please don't let it be what he's thinking." His face went redder thinking about it, blushing. That was another sign, right? Oh God, he couldn't focus. Oh, not able to stay focused very well, another sign that just had to be. Mei chuckled as she wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled herself close to Kurama and looked up at him. The red-haired man just couldn't believe how much taller he was compared to the woman, but he loved that. Sure, Mei was an older woman, but he didn't care. Breathing deeply, he whispered, "Maybe we should keep going." Damn it, he was trying hard to restrain himself. His demon nature wanted to claim Mei, but he wouldn't do that to her. There was no way he could ever do that to her. He cared about her far too much to do that to her. Giving Mei a soft, gentle smile, he wrapped his arms around Mei and pulled her close to his chest as he nuzzled her auburn hair. "Kurama, are you okay?" Mei asked with concern. "Yeah, just trying to figure something out is all, Mei. I promise it's nothing bad." Kurama whispered softly and gently as he let go of Mei and just held her hand. For now he could handle just holding her hand as he tried to be closer to the woman whose scent captured him, whose personality enamored him, as nothing in this world that would get him to change his mind, but he did greatly care for Mei. Maybe he did love her, though he just wasn't sure of it as of yet. Mei just smiled gently at the red-haired man as she said, "Then let me know when you've figured it out." "If you want anyway." All he could do was stare at her. Oh, how he wished that he could stare at her as himself and not as the and disguise that he had to use just to be with her. Giving a soft yet gentle smile, Kurama nodded. Once he figured it all out he would tell her, though for now he just had to learn this all on his own, and maybe accept it as the full truth no matter how afraid he was of this truth. "So how far are we going?" asked Kurama with a frown on his face. He had noticed that they were getting further and further away from town. Not just that, but from the park. Just where could they end up going just for it to be out of town? Eyes widening, the crimson-haired man feared that Mei knew the truth and wanted to do this where no one could hear them and ruin her reputation. Oh God, she knew. She had to know that he was Naruto's sidekick. Oh God, no. No. There was no way that she could have found out. He had made sure not to give out any clues or indications that he was Naruto's sidekick. "It's not very far, I promise, Kurama," Mei said with her smile still in place. It was rather amazing that our smile alone could calm his nerves. He didn't sense any kind of danger, so maybe his mind was just overthinking everything. There was no way of knowing if that would be the case, though for now he would be happy enough to know that he wouldn't get exposed for being Naruto's sidekick, though there was still that little fear there in his mind that this was what it would be about. Inhaling softly, he tried to calm his nerves, praying that Mei didn't know the truth. "What the?" said Mei with a frown. Kurama looked ahead and frowned a little at the sight. It was a beautiful field for sure, though that wasn't what bothered him. It was that there were bulldozers there ready to tear down all the cherry trees that resided here in this wonderful field. This was my favorite place to visit growing up. What are they doing?" Kurama could hear the pain in her voice. It had to hurt her seeing this. There had to be something that he could do right. Walking with the woman who had captured his attention, he made his way over to a man in a suit that was wearing a hard hat. He had to be the one behind this whole operation, though it still didn't hurt to figure out what was going on. "Excuse me, sir, can you tell me what's going on here?" asked Kurama with a curious stare. "We're planning to tear down this field in the hopes of saving everyone from Crimson Fox's rule," said the man with a slight hint of fear in his voice. Really? They thought that making a new area to live in would keep them safe from Naruto. Just how stupid are these people? There was no way that this place was going to keep them safe, and he knew that Naruto would find a way to bring them back, and not to mention the size of this field wasn't big enough to house the entire city of Kanoha. "You have to be stupid. This isn't going to save anyone," Kurama said as he started to pull out his checkbook. There was no way that he was going to see Mei's childhood go down like this. He would buy the land just to see her again. "Maybe you could look for somewhere else. I'll buy this land." The man though shook his head as he said, "Sorry, but you need 2 weeks' notice in order to buy this land, and we start tearing this thing down tomorrow." Kurama narrowed his eyes. His eyes flashed red for a moment, though he didn't say anything, but he did have an idea. "So sorry, nerd, but you'll have to leave and take your smock hot friend outta here." Then he smirked as he added, "Unless she wants to stay and have some fun with me." Kurama narrowed his eyes all the more. His eyes flashed red for a brief moment before he wrapped his arm around Mei's shoulders and started to walk away with her. He wasn't going to let them get away with tearing down Mei's childhood, or with how that man flirted with her. Oh, how he was going to make sure that this place would stay safe. He would have to find a way to make sure that Mei didn't know what he was going to do, since she still didn't know what he was. Once he had managed to get Mei home, Kurama held onto her and allowed her head to rest on his shoulder. Mei sniffled as she went on about how much she loved going to that field growing up. Her parents were never home for her. When she needed them, and the babysitter that she had would beat her and treat her horribly. With every sob that Mei let out broke Kurama's heart. Every tear that she shed tore at his soul, and it made him want to change everything. "I don't know what to do anymore, Kurama," whispered Mei. Kurama leaned back while he held onto Mei, her head now resting on his chest. How much he wanted to see her smile. The young man knew that he had to get Mei to smile again, though he wasn't sure what it was that he could do at this moment. The only way to give him a week's notice was if he just tore down their machines and wait. That's it. He had the perfect plan, and this would be what he could do to help Mei. Looking down at the auburn-haired woman, he noticed that she had fallen asleep. How was it that she could just end up falling asleep already unless she was just mentally drained from all of this? Giving her a gentle smile, the young man carried Mei down the hall to her bedroom. This was the best he could do, since he highly doubted that sleeping on the couch would be very comfortable for her. Inhaling softly, the young man made one of his tails appear to pull the blanket back before he laid Mei down, then tucked her in. Staring down at Mei's sleeping face, he couldn't help but give her a gentle smile. He couldn't believe this, to be honest, that someone as amazing as her would like being in his presence, looking down at his tail. Kurama wondered if she would ever care about him if she knew the truth about him. Making his tail disappear, Kurama knelt down on the floor by her bed as he gently brushed her bangs aside before he gently kissed her forehead. Oh, how he wished that he could kiss her lips, but yet he was just not brave enough to do that. "Mei, I can't believe I'm saying T.S. but I love you," he gave her a sad smile before wiping his face with his hand as he took in a deep breath, hoping to relax his nerves, though it just seemed that he couldn't even do that. He couldn't tell her the truth, or she'd know that he wasn't human. "I'll stop it, Mei. I promise you this. I'll stop them from tearing down your childhood." He kissed her cheek this time before he made his way back outside, and knew that he would be able to stop this. Thanks to his own abilities, which were similar to Naruto's though not as strong, would be more than enough to save the cherry blossom field. That was the only way to save the field, the only way. Kurama made his way to the hill. It was late in the night, but he could still smell the workers. They haven't started anything as of yet, so for that Kurama was thankful. Turning his brown eyes from side to side, the young man tried to think, to calculate what he could do to help slow them down. Tearing the engines out was the best option so far. Though at this rate it may be the only option. He would have to just tear them down to slow them down. If he could do this for a few days, that could at least get him a good start so he could get the deed. Rubbing his chin in deep thought, the young man had a good feeling that this plan would work. There wasn't any chance that it could fail, right? So far he didn't see any way for it to fail, and he was happy for that, though that was only one possible way so far. Taking a deep breath, he turned his head side to side, wanting to make sure that no one was around. At least no one to see him be here one moment and disappear the next. That would cause a great deal of alarm, and no way to explain what happened to the disappearing man, in any shape or form. Narrowing his now glowing red eyes, the young red-haired man ran down the hill as fast as he could. To humans, he would appear as nothing but a colored blur, but that was it. Growling softly, he made his way to bulldozer, using his sharp claws to shred the engines to make sure that nothing would work. Even to the point of ripping out the cables. If he could do this tonight, and get into the progress of wrecking the machines or a week straight, he has a good chance to get the land. This was his best option. Turning his head, he saw a few people staring at one of the bulldozers and hid by one of the few that were left to destroy. "What the hell just happened?" shouted the man that flirted with Mei earlier. He was pissed. That was easy to see, but it was enough to make Kurama smirk. The thought of seeing this man pissed off, it made the man giddy inside, though he kept that to himself for now. "I don't know, sir. I just heard a sound, and when I checked it out, this is what I saw," said one man in a panic. Using his own sight, Kurama looked at his handiwork. The gash he left on the metal was deep enough that it sliced through not just the outside but right through to the engine. It wasn't wide enough to belong to a Wild animal but also was far too deep and narrow to be a chainsaw. Plus, a chainsaw can't rip out wires for he could see a few torn wires sticking out of the gashes he had left. Smirking a bit, Kurama heard more of them talking. The owner demanding that they get new machines in so they can tear down everything. Just hearing that made him growl before he slammed his palm over his mouth to stop his growl. Damn it! They turned their head to the source of the sound. Running as fast as he could, Kurama managed to tear more of the engines before they could make their way to where he once stood. The red-haired man made his way over to the plows and smirked. This would turn up the soil after the trees were torn down, but he wouldn't allow them to work even if they tried to use these instead. Growling a bit, Kurama grew his claws a bit more before swinging his hand at the machine and just like all the others, tore the engine. It sparked and whirled as if hoping to start up though failed to do so. "Who's there?" shouted a voice as a flashlight started to shine toward Kurama. Acting quickly, the young man ran as fast as he could. The only thing they could see was a sliver of red before it disappeared for the night. Kurama though knew that he would be back. He still had much to do before they tried to take these lands from Mei. Though he will also get his revenge on that man for flirting with Mei. No one, and he means no one, was going to get away for what he said to Mei. Just thinking about it made his blood boil and he wanted to rip him limb from limb, but he couldn't do that. Turning back from atop of the hill, Kurama wondered if Mei would like what he did, if she knew that he was doing this because he loves her, or would she see him as a monster. Looking at his clawed hand, Kurama frowned a bit as he wondered, was he a monster? As big of a monster as everyone saw him in Naruto. Closing his eyes for a moment, he tilted his head back and gazed up at the sky. The fox demon fro. WNED as he said, please let this be the right thing. I just want to make Mei happy, even if she doesn't return my feelings. He gave a small sad smile before he turned away and decided to head on home for the night. He would come back again and make sure that no one would ruin anything. His plan will follow through and by a week's time, these lands will belong to him and it shall be his gift to Mei. That was all he wanted and he will follow through with this plan unlike most men. After all, men do crazy things when they are in love. I bet Naruto would have done the same thing if he ended up falling in love, he thought before heading on home for the night. As the days went by, Kurama made sure to put in some money for the deed for the field. With him destroying the machine, it gave him the week he needed in order to show them that they were trespassing onto his property. Chuckling to himself, the young man made his way over to the field, his clothes of course the ones he had specially made for himself. With these lands being bought he had a feeling a fight may ensure, so he had to bring the stretching shirt, pants and his lab coat with him. Walking up the hill, the young man smirked at the thought. He had told Mei that he'll be over later on so he could surprise her with something, but for now, this whole thing was a secret. One that he prayed that she wouldn't find out as of yet. What do you want, nerd? Said one of the workers as they saw the red-haired man walking down the hill to the field. Kurama smirked as they all soon started to turn to stare at him. It was odd to see someone just walking down the field as if they owned the place. Though in this case that was right, he did own this place though they weren't aware of it. The man from before glared as he asked yet again, what do you want? I want you all off my land, Kurama said with a smile on his face. Everyone that had gathered stared at him in shock, only to burst out laughing. Kurama just had his smirk remain on his face before pulling out a slip of paper from his pocket. This in turn had caused everyone to stop laughing. No way, fuck this, shouted a man as he ripped the deed from Kurama's hand and ripped it to pieces. Now you don't have the deed. Oh, that was only a photocopy of the real deed. Think I would have been stupid enough like you not to bring a copy of the deed, but if you take a very careful look at it, you'll see my signature and the seal of City Hall on the deed. Kurama said with a grin on his face. Everyone stared at him with wide eyes. It was as if they couldn't believe that they had been outsmarted by a nerd, which they should believe. Smirking a little more, Kurama calmly said, now, if you will please get off of my property before I call the cops. Before he knew it, one of the men threw a punch right into Kurama's left cheek. We ain't leaving. This is to save everyone from Crimson Fox. Of course tell your woman that she can come here if she wants to hang out with a real man. She deserves a muscular man and not a nerd, shouted one of the workers. Kurama was silent for a moment, an air of dread seemed to surround him in a cloak. He reached up and removed his glasses, folding them and slipping the lenses into his breast pocket. The men seemed to back up, as if sensing some kind of oncoming danger. I've given you fair warning, but it seems you would not heed that warning. Now, I will have to teach you all a lesson. As soon as he lifted his head, everyone stared in fear as Kurama's human appearance started to melt away. His eyes returning to their natural crimson color with black slits, hair returning to a bright crimson that shined in the dim light. It almost seemed like everyone wanted to run away, but no matter what their fear had their feet planted onto the ground. Kurama gave them a fanged smile as he stared at them all. His twin tails appearing behind him as well as his fox ears appearing atop of his head with a smirk deepening on his face. What was that about trying to protect everyone from Crimson Fox? About the woman I was with. I can easily kill you all just for having those stupid thoughts, shouted Kurama with a laugh that sounded cruel. The men backed up a bit, as if trying to prepare themselves to make a break for it, though were still not 100% sure if he was much of a threat as of yet. Even though he is a demon and Crimson Fox's sidekick at that, sure, Kurama never fought anyone for that matter before. He was more of the brains, but hey, he was still stronger than the world's strongest human, and that was saying something. Kurama smirked as he slammed his tails onto the ground, causing it to tremor a bit, mostly to help scare the men off. They didn't. Either you're all very brave or very stupid, he said with a smirk before lifting his clawed hand and curled his fingers as his knuckles popped. His body soon started to gain a bit more muscle to it as they all stared at him in horror and fear, all rolled into one. The young man knew that this was going to haunt him forever, but this was the only way to get them off his land without hurting them for real. If you don't leave, I'll have to start sharpening my claws on you. Maybe I'll be like a cat and use you all for scratching posts. He soon started to laugh like a madman just to help with the act. The men screamed before they started to make a mad dash away from the demon. Kurama was happy to see that they finally smartened up enough to make a break for it so they wouldn't have to risk their lives. Fear is a powerful weapon if used properly. Letting out a deep breath, the young man shifted back to his human appearance and started to feel a little better. The field was safe and knew that this would make Mei very happy, at least he hoped it would make her very happy. Letting out a soft sigh, he started to make his way back to Mei's. He'll hold off on letting her know about him buying this place. Maybe a nice dinner would be a good time to tell her when he had this place cleaned and fixed up. Flowers. Naruto was on the computer as he tried to find what he could do for Hinata. The young man knew that he had to do something for Hinata. He remembered that while they were on that walk through town, they had walked past an old walk-through garden that used to be open to the public but had been closed down for maybe around 10 years or so. Hinata had mentioned how much the garden had meant to her when she was younger. It was a place her mother always took her to before she passed away. In a way, it made Naruto sad to see Hinata that upset about seeing something that meant so much to her be left and forgotten. Now that he thought back to it, no one really even made a glance at the old garden, let alone a second one. It was easy to see just how much the garden meant to Hinata. To see her smile again, it would be worth all of this research that he was doing in order to do this. So sir, want to tell me why you were looking up on these? Asked Kurama as he walked inside the lair. Naruto looked up at his friend before turning back to the computer and minimizing the screen that he had been looking at. No reason, Naruto replied, not wanting his friend to know what he really had in mind. At least not right now. If anyone knew the truth that he was going to put a garden back together, the only thing was trying to keep the whole thing a secret from his best friend. Though, now that he thought about it, the young man couldn't help but notice that Kurama had been busy lately, always leaving right after those training sessions with Kabuto, and when he'd get home, he had this weird look on his face. He didn't know what it was, to be honest. It did have him curious though, as to what it was that Kurama was doing while not working. Though maybe Kurama would tell him when he was ready, just like when he could handle saying what he was doing. Kurama crossed his arms as he said, "Come on sir, you are a terrible liar, you know that right?" Damn it, he was right. There was no way that he would be able to hide anything from the older man, and that just pissed him off. How was it that one of Kurama's powers was to detect emotions, though on a much stronger scale than his own? That just didn't seem fair, to be honest, and it just made him all the more pissed about the whole thing. Look, Kurama, I don't want to tell you what it is that I'm doing. The plan that I have in store is amazing, and it is just too much so to let you know. Kurama frowned a little as he tried to think on what it was that Naruto had in store, though nothing came in mind. Shrugging, he calmly said, "All right, sir, if you need me I'll be in my lab." With that, Kurama left to his lab and made his way across the floor before going out the door that would lead him to his lab. At last, he was alone with the computer, or at least one of the many computers that was in the lab. There was the lab that Kurama used in his lab, then the was the one that they both used for other things. Inhaling softly, the young man opened up the window as he went over the list of flowers that he wanted to order for the garden. He wanted to make sure that it was the best thing that Hinata had ever seen before in her entire life. All of the flowers would have a wonderful meaning, colors, and the meaning behind the flowers would be worth it to him in the end. It was something that he wanted to make sure was perfect. There would be flowers there and there in the gardens, though sadly plans wasn't always his forte, but with this, he would be able to handle this without a hitch. Though in order for him to get all of these planted and done both properly and quickly, was if he had his little fox cubs to help him. At least he did have the extra hands. All he had to do was tell them not to tell Kurama. Geez, if Kurama knew, there was no way of him letting it go. Just thinking about it made Kurama shudder. He would tease Naruto so much if he knew that he was doing this for a girl. Then again, there was also the chance that Kurama would tell him that it wasn't right for him to even see Hinata in the first place because Hinata was with Nighthawk, and now they were spending time with him, Crimson Fox, the master of all evil. Thinking about it, it almost made Naruto smirk. He was pretty much dating his enemy's woman, and it was almost sweet. Almost. He almost felt bad for dating a dead man's woman, but Hinata did need to move on to a new person. Wait, why was he talking about this in the first place? It wasn't like he was in love with Hinata in the first place. After all, she was a nice woman, sure, beautiful even. But would she even spend a second of her time with him if she knew that he was really Crimson Fox pretending to be a human man that could make her happy? He stopped looking at the flowers. He could never make her happy. Not as happy as she was before this whole thing had started. Sure, when he first met her, she had this hardened personality about her, but in her eyes, he could see that she was really a sweet woman, that had a tough life just like he did. Hinata was hiding her true self, and he knew that. But was he the right man that could bring out her true personality? He didn't know, but he hoped that she could stay happy with him if she knew the truth. Well, it's time to get back to work. Kabuto took a deep breath as he tried to relax. He had just completed the training of being a hero. Now he would be able to get the women of his dreams. Just thinking about her made him as happy as a snake in a rat farm. Chuckling to himself, the young man made his way to the flower shop and bought some flowers. He just picked some flowers that looked nice, something that maybe Hinata would like. Though, he just couldn't really be sure if that would be the case. But hey, what better way to show your future woman your new job, and of course some flowers to go along with it. Grinning from ear to ear, he white-haired man made his way out of the store and toward his home. He had finished his costume a while ago as well. It wasn't anything fancy though. For the time being it would have to be enough. Looking up at the sky, the young man wondered if he should use his new wings to just fly back home, since it would be quicker, though maybe it was far too soon for him to reveal himself. Maybe he should just wait a little longer. Things like this needed something special, a great way to reveal himself to Hinata, and she'll know soon that he was the one for her. No one in the entire world was meant for Hinata other than himself. Kabuto knew that Hinata was to be his, and there would be nothing. He was almost like a snake that had molded. He was shedding the skin of his old life, and allowing the new skin of his hero life to have the sunshine down upon its beauty. Yawning into the back of his hand, Kabuto looked over at his desk after messing with the camera to the picture of himself and Hinata. It was at the picnic that they had to film on his first day of the job. Oh, how he had fallen in love with her when he first saw her. No matter what, he knew she was the one. Lifting the picture, Kabuto started to kiss Hinata's face in the photo, just enjoying the moment and picturing what her lips felt like against his own. "Kabuto!" shouted a new voice, causing him to look up and blinked his dark eyes in confusion. He looked up and sighed softly at who he saw. It was his boss, Mei. What could she possibly want in the first place? "Yes," he said, putting the photo down on his desk as he leaned back against his chair. Mei crossed her arms as she said, "Kabuto, I want you to stop harassing Hinata. She doesn't need it right now." It seemed that she was serious, for she only used that expression when she was, and now, what was she going to do about it anyway? It wasn't like he was really bothering Hinata anyway, he was just doing what he did because he loved her, and still does, to be honest. "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't harass Hinata. I care about her a great deal," Kabuto calmly said, shaking her head. Mei narrowed her eyes as she said, "That isn't the case, Kabuto. From everything that I've been told, you do harass her. If you don't stop, I'll reassign you to another reporter. But if even that doesn't work, I'll fire you." With that said, Mei left the room, leaving Kabuto to his thoughts. Yet, Kabuto was not happy. There was no way that he was going to let anyone take him away from Hinata. He was going to keep working with her and nothing was going to stop that. Oh ho, he would make sure that Hinata stayed with him and he had a way of getting it done without getting his hands dirty. Smirking a little, he would make sure that Mei got what was coming to her and still be seen as a hero. For now though, he would have to wait and see where it would take him. Oh, just thinking about it had the young man all giddy. Though he knew that he shouldn't be sin. He was a hero, but who said a hero couldn't have an evil thought here and there? It was just a simple thing really. There was nothing he could do about it now though later when he got home he'd have to make a phone call. Snickering a little, Kabuto reached over and started to look for his little black book that had the numbers of his friends that he would help out here and there. The thought of it just made him smile at the thought of what he would get them to do. Though tapping his pencil against his lip, the young man wondered if he should give them some specific details of what they are to do. At least this way it wouldn't go too far and they wouldn't trace anything back to him in the least. Oh, the idea of it though, it made him happy, even though he shouldn't really be happy. All for the time being, he would be a villain until he got home. After that, he would give it up for being a hero and allow that to be his life. A hero doesn't play the villain and always gets the girl in the end. Just thinking about it made him smile. Hinata would be in his arms, snuggling with him, and soon, he wouldn't be able to let her go and just enjoy himself with the life that he deserves. "Oh Hinata, soon you shall be mine and mine alone. No one can love you as much as I love you, and soon, you will belong to me as much as the snakes that I have in my apartment. You and I, Hinata, we meant to be. We are soulmates, and soon, so very soon, you'll be mine." Naruto took a deep breath. He had managed to get everything settled. It had taken him a few days to get all the flowers ordered, them planted and everything in order. All he had to do now was to change his clothes since he was covered in dirt and mud from when he had to plant all of the water. Letting out a soft sigh, he rubbed his hands on his orange shirt and overalls. It was something that he had changed into while he was working, and for that he was thankful. Breathing deeply, Naruto was thankful that all of his fox cubs could at least maintain a human appearance, even for an hour. At least they could take turns with all of the plantings that they had to do. Though, it had taken them a while for them to learn how to transform into a human. Apparently it had been something they wanted to learn in case something bad ever came up for Naruto or even Kurama, and knew that they would need all the help that they could get. Closing his eyes, Naruto hoped that Hinata would like this. He just hoped and prayed that she loved all of this. He had done something completely out of character for him. All these years, the only person he really cared about was Kurama and his villainous ways, and now, he was trying to do something amazing, great for someone else. Walking over toward the gate, Naruto had told Hinata to meet him around here. And she would appear any minute now. Smiling, he pulled out a clean white cloth for her to have around her eyes. After all, he wanted this whole thing to be a nice big surprise for the two of them. Or at least for Hinata. He had to make sure that everything was a nice big surprise for her, wanted this to be something that she would always remember, for all time to be honest. Gulping a bit, Naruto sniffed the air as he chuckled happily. He could smell her coming and for that he was thankful. He rushed toward her before wrapping his arms around her, lifting her off her feet and spun around with her. Naruto. Hinata laughed out his name before. Naruto placed her down on her feet once again. Why are you so dirty? Asked Hinata. Wait and see Hinata, but first wear this. Naruto said as he went to tie it around her eyes, only for her to back away. Frowning a little, the young man tilted his head as he said, Hinata, I promise, I won't do anything to hurt you. Hinata looked up at him before frowning a little, her eyes searching his, wanting to make sure that there was nothing wrong with his words. The young man just stared at her as he said, I promise you this Hinata, I won't hurt you. Hinata just stared at him, searching his eyes once again as she tried to see if he was seeing the truth. Naruto didn't think that she would trust him about this, though for the time being. He had thought that maybe Hinata didn't trust him completely. For that, he wouldn't blame her for that. After all, he was still a stranger to her, even though, in a sense, they haven't known each other for years, as a villain and the captive. Okay, she said with a smile, which had surprised Naruto a great deal. To be honest, he didn't think that she would trust him enough to do this, giving Hinata a gentle smile. He turned her around and carefully tied the blindfold around her head, covering her eyes. Hoping that she would love her surprise. At least she had trusted him enough for this, and now, all he had to do was show her this surprise and she would love it, he was sure of it. Making their way to the gate, Naruto whispered, Do you smell that? Hinata. He saw her tilt her head back as she sniffed the air. It was a mixture of all the flowers that he had planted within the area. It was a wonderful scent, full of life of all the flowers that had been planted, a sign of new life, and, possibly something more. At least he hoped that would be the case. I smell wonderful things, she said with a content little sigh. It seemed that she really did enjoy the scent. For that he was thankful, and now all he had to do was get her to enjoy herself. What is that scent, Naruto? Asked Hinata with a frown on her face. One moment, Hinata, whispered Naruto before he ached up and started to untie the blindfold from the blue-haired woman's eyes. It had him curious and scared, almost afraid of her not liking all of the flowers that he had planted. He figured that all of these flowers reflected her with, of course, his own choices here and there. All the flowers had their own little areas, and the ones that they wouldn't see today, he would tell Hinata what was there. Once Hinata opened her eyes, the young woman couldn't believe her eyes. By the gate and going down the path were bluebell flowers. They were all so beautiful that she didn't think that it would be possible to have imagined. Behind them were amaryllis flowers. Those were flowers that she remembered her mother had when she was a little girl. At least, that was from the expression that Naruto had seen in her expression. From what he had remembered of what she told him. Next, Naruto showed Hinata the cherry blossom trees that were low enough that anyone could easily touch them. It made her so happy. The happiness was just seeming to be flowing off of her in waves that even Naruto could sense it. Camellias, both white and yellow, could be seen around the trees. It was amazing that she could see all of these flowers in one place. I hope you like it, Hinata, Naruto whispered softly, soon showing Hinata the carnations that were in next to some red, white, and pink roses. Heck, there were even some violets, pansies and spider lilies. Naruto, how did you get all of these flowers? Asked Hinata while staring at some red spider lilies. Those were always some beautiful flowers. Naruto huckled a bit as he explained to her that he had spent a few days ordering flowers and took even more time to plant them all thanks to some friends that had been able to help him out with all of these plantings. Hey, were those forget-me-nots? Those were beautiful just as much as morning glory flowers too. Walk with me, Hinata, Naruto whispered gently as they walked down the path. It would be a while before they made their way down the path, seeing more and more of the flowers that decorated the area. There was no way that he was going to let anyone ruin this for him. As they walked, Hinata noticed more and more beautiful flowers. Poppies, iris, red tulips, white lilies, daisies. How it was that Naruto could have afforded all of this? Well, no one knew, even Naruto himself didn't know how he was able to get all of this sometimes, but hey, he wasn't going to complain about any of this at all. He was just happy with the result, to be honest. Lotus flowers, white chrysanthemum, verbena, and azaleas. What made you pick all of these flowers? Asked Hinata with confusion and a tilt of her head. Soon, her gaze looked on as she saw some dahlia flowers. More and more beautiful flowers, it was as if it was never ending for sure. Habenaria radiate, another type of flower that she had seen before only a few times, and it just made her a little happy to know that she could enjoy all of these flowers. Anemone, jasmine, honeysuckle, zinnia, aster tataricus, hibiscus, it was amazing that she could even list all of these flowers. Oh, there were still more flowers too. There were daffodil and finally, magnolia. To be honest, she was thinking that there was more, but hey, Naruto did very well from all of the flowers that he had planted. I picked these flowers because I thought they represent you, Naruto said with a blush on his face. Really? Asked Hinata with surprise in her tone. Nodding, Naruto blushed a little more as he said, I looked up on the meaning of flowers. I wanted to pick flowers that I thought represented you, on what I know about you. You're such an amazing person, Hinata, and I wanted to do something for you. He blushed even more as he stared at her, wondering if she would yell at him or slap him for even thinking this. What he hadn't expected was for Hinata to give him a hug. I love it, Naruto, thank you so very much, Hinata said with a giggle. He didn't expect this, sure. She's hugged him once before in the past, but for it to happen again, it had caused his heart to beat quickly in his chest, and right now he wasn't going to complain one bit about it. Giving a soft and gentle smile, the young man wrapped his arms around her once again as he nuzzled the top of her head. He just wanted to hold her. The more he spent time with her, the more he started to feel something for her. The more feelings he grew for Hinata, though, the harder and harder it became to tell Hinata the truth of him being Crimson Fox the villain, and a murderer. A broken heart. Kurama knew that today was the day. He finally managed to get the cherry blossom field in order. All the trees were tended to since the guys had tried to kill the trees off to make it easier to remove them. After that, he planted a nice little garden around the trunks of the trees, hoping that it would be enough to give it a more natural look to the trees. Stretching out his arms above his head, hoping to get his spine back in order, the young man took one last look around the area. It sure did look nice. Maybe even better than how May remembered. May, I just hope you love it as much as I love you. Closing his eyes, Kurama knew that if she ever knew the truth about him, she would hate him. Yet, he knew that he would have to tell her at some point. The thought of her finding G out due to some other method scared him a great deal. Nah, what are the chances of that happening anyway? Thought the demon fox before he started to walk away from the field. He couldn't help but think of May's expression though. If she found out, would she be afraid of him? Horrified. Oh God, just thinking about it was driving him mad and downright insane. Rubbing his face, the young man pulled out his phone and dialed May's cell. He had to know if she was home, at least that way he knew how fast to move so he could spend some time with her. He had so much ready and prepared for the two of them, and just knew that this would be a night that she would never forget. To see her face when she sees that the field is no longer going to be demolished and that it was healthy looking again. Smiling gently, he heard May pick up the phone. Hey May, I was wondering if you're busy tonight. No, I'm free tonight. Why? Chuckling a little, he said, well, I got a nice surprise for you. I have a good feeling that you'll like it. He smiled gently. He could almost picture her face in his mind as she was on the phone with him. It just made him a little giddy, to be honest, a feeling that he never knew he would ever be able to feel, let alone toward a human woman. He wondered if something like this would ever happen for Naruto. It didn't make much sense to him, but he hoped that Naruto would find his own love for someone and that it lasts forever. I wouldn't mind seeing what the surprise is, Kurama. I'm excited to see it, May said with a giggle. God, her giggles were so cute. Just ring her sounding so happy was music to his ears. When should I meet you though, and where? Asked May with confusion. Smiling gently over the phone, Kurama calmly said, it's a surprise, May, I can't What it is, but I can come pick you up tonight if you want. I can make it as a surprise and a romantic dinner for us. He chuckled a little more as he looked up at the sky. He had enough time to get some things for the nice picnic for the two of them. Just the two of them sitting under a tree in a moonlight night and having some wine. The thought of it made him so happy that it would be just the two of them and no one else. May seemed like she was fumbling around from his end, which had him a little confused, though maybe she was trying to find something. That sounds all right. When will you be over? I want to pick a nice outfit for tonight. Kurama smiled more as he answered her. Tonight, I'll come by around 7. Just make sure that you bring something warm to wear as well, okay? He didn't know if it would be cold tonight, but he knew that he would have to make sure that nothing happened to her, such as getting cold. Though if she did end up forgetting something, at least he could give her his jacket since he doesn't get cold like humans would. May giggled a bit. He could almost hear the smile in her voice as she spoke. I should be ready by then. I just know I'll enjoy myself. Kurama, you always make me happy, she said with a soft giggle at the end. Oh God, how he loved this woman. How was it that she could make him feel so normal? As if he really did make some kind of difference in the world, even though, in a sense, he was a villain. It didn't make sense to him, but at the same time he could easily be thankful for, and even became afraid of losing that feeling. Inhaling softly, hoping to relax his nerves, Kurama said, I look forward to seeing you tonight, my dear May. Ah, when did you become such a romantic? May said with a giggle. Only for you, May, only for you, Kurama said with a smile, only wanting to mentally kick himself for it. Was he pushing it a little? Though he was thankful that she wasn't freaked out about it. Inhaling softly, the young man told May that he would see her later. Though for now he would have to get himself cleaned up from all of the dirt that covered his clothes. Now that he thought about it, where did Naruto get those flowers? He had some extra that he wasn't going to use, so Kurama had asked his young master if he could have them for his own little project. Ah well, I'll have to just ask him later. For now I'll have to focus on May and her alone. Kurama said with a chuckle before he started to make his way back home. All he wanted to do was focus on May and her alone, no one else, and enjoy what time he could have with her tonight. Kurama couldn't help but smile from when he picked up May. She wore a simple blue dress and black tights underneath, but it still suited her, though she had forgotten her coat. So he gave her his red jacket, hoping it would be enough to keep her warm. May had her arms wrapped around his elbow, and he had his hand held gently over her delicate hand. How was it that he could love a human woman so much? He didn't know, and at the moment, didn't really care. May was the only woman he'd ever love, and he knew that within his heart. Inhaling softly, Kurama turned to stare at me. As he said, I hope you like what I managed to get for you, May. I put a lot of work into it for you. He smiled gently before he started to look forward once again. He didn't think that anything could ruin this for him. Not a single thing in the entire world would ruin this for him. At least he was sure of it, since everyone was still too afraid to do much with Naruto still in charge of this place. Though for now he would just allow this all to pass and nothing would spoil his good mood, at least for the moment. Look at what we have here, said a new voice, causing Kurama to stare at the nooch Omer with surprise and shock in his eyes. It was two men, though the one on the left spoke. Both of them wore black clothes. One had short black hair and blue eyes, while the other had blonde hair and green eyes. The blonde, though, held onto a baseball bat. What do you want? Asked Kurama after pushing May behind him in order to protect her. We just want your woman. Our boss asked us to teach her a lesson, said the blonde. Hearing that, Kurama's mind started to process what that could have meant. It could have gone from just beating her either to an inch of her life or killing her. Growling softly, he rushed forward. May screaming out his name and telling him not to fight back. The man, though, seemed to have seen it coming and slammed the bat against the side of Kurama's head, sending him down to the ground. May panicked as she backed away. The men were getting closer and closer. She didn't think that she could get away, even with her not wearing heels. She was fit, but not that fit. Her home was still a ways away, and so was the police station. Not knowing just made it all the worse for her. At least we have a pretty one to deal with tonight, said the man with black hair. His Smile was sinister as he made his way toward May with his friend. Indeed, may as well have fun before we follow orders, said the blonde. May just stared at them with tears in her eyes as she backed away. She knew that this was going to be it. She was going to die. So many thoughts went through her mind. She wanted to be with Kurama, wanted to be with the only man that ever treated her right her entire life. Tightly shutting her eyes, May shouted, "Kurama!" Soon, a loud roar echoed through the area, the ground almost shaking just from the pure powerful rage that was surging through the area. The men froze, as did May before they faced the source of it. What May saw, her heart almost froze in fear. Standing now on his feet was Kurama, his eyes glowing a deep crimson with his black slits the only thing that she could see from the deep crimson glow. His hair, normally a dull wonderful red, was now a beautiful crimson. Yet, that wasn't the only thing she noticed. It was his fox ears and twin tails. No way. He was Crimson Fox's sidekick. "You two ready to pay? How dare you try to hurt May? I'll kill you, do you hear me?" "Kill you," shouted Kurama, his fangs more easily seen as he spoke. His hands flexed as she now noticed his claws. The men both stared in both horror and fear. They had no idea that Kurama was a demon. Hell, they just thought he was a nerd hanging out with a hot babe. The blonde gulped before he went to smack Kurama with the bat again, only this time the demon was expecting it and grabbed the bat in his hand. "Nice try," growled Kurama before lifting the man and threw him a few feet away. Sharply turning his head to the other man, the demon could only smirk, his fang poking out just over his lower lip. Rushing forward, Kurama held up his claws as he went to run them through the man's body. He wanted him to feel pain. Wanted him to feel fear. Wanted him to beg and plead for his life before he was about to die. "Kurama, stop!" shouted May. Immediately, Kurama stopped and turned to May. She stood there, with tears in her eyes and anger in her posture and expression, but what else he saw made his heart stop in his chest. She was afraid. Why would she be afraid? What purpose would she have of being afraid of him in the first place? Turning back, he saw that the men had already left, or at least were still leaving as the black-haired man carried the blonde away from the area. "May, why did you tell me to stop? Don't you know what they were going to do to you?" Kurama frowned a little as he started to walk toward her, only to frown when she backed away. "What's wrong?" asked the demon fox with worry. "Stay away from me. You were about to kill them. Are you going to kill me too? Was this some part of plan by Crimson Fox Kurama? Were you just trying to get close to me to kill me too?" shouted the scared woman. "To kill? May, I would never do that to you. I love you." He shouted the last part, covering his mouth in fear that he would only scare more. The thought of her knowing, and while in this fearful state, didn't help much either. Looking away, he whispered, "I would never dream of killing you, May. To have those thoughts within my mind even for a moment. It sends chills through my heart. And yet you were going to kill those men," she accused. "I couldn't bear it if that happened to you, May. If you would be afraid of men. I wouldn't have been able to help you because you wouldn't let me near you. If you died, I could never forgive myself," Kurama said with fear and sadness. To even think that also scared him a great deal. There was just no way that he could go through with that just as much as May. If he could protect her, he would do just that no matter what. Just leave me alone, Kurama. I want nothing to do with you anymore. You lied to me." With that, May started to run off, leaving a very sad and very heartbroken Kurama in the night. Naruto hummed softly as he started to put on his suit. He was seeing Hinata tonight, and he wanted to make sure that Hinata had the best time of her life tonight. Chuckling, the young man grabbed the white t-shirt and an orange button-down shirt and black dress pants and matching dress shoes. Chuckling softly, he looked over at the flowers that he had picked out for Hinata. Inhaling softly, he wondered where Kurama was. The young man figured that maybe he would be able to handle all of this, sure. Hinata didn't know a thing about him being a demon, though he knew that he would have to do something, but not right now. Maybe one day, though he wasn't sure what it was. Sighing softly, the young man made his way over to the car only to blink when he saw Kurama walking in the lair. Frowning in confusion, Naruto could sense some of Kurama's emotions but he couldn't locate what it was. Kurama, what's going on? Asked Naruto with a frown. Kurama looked up as he stared at his friend with dead-looking eyes. What do you mean, sir? Nothing is wrong. Though, if I may ask, where are you going? Naruto frowned a little more. He didn't know what was going on with Kurama though he had a feeling that there was something going on. I'm going out with Hinata. We're going out to dinner and then going to see a movie. Naruto said with a big smile on his face. It was going to be awesome. He would make sure that this was a night that she would never forget, though. He wondered if it would also be the night that he'd get a nice kiss from her. Oh, just thinking about the kiss made him happy. The soft feel of her lips against his own made him giddy with excitement. Oh, the joy. Going out with Hinata. Does she know the truth, Naruto? Asked Kurama, his bangs covering his eyes. Okay, that confused him. No one has ever called him that, at least no one other than the old man and Hinata. Ears perking from the way Kurama had sounded though, it almost sounded as if he was angry. What's wrong, Kurama? You never had a problem with me spending time with Hinata. Hell, you spent time with someone. I know you did, so what's the problem? Gritting his fangs, Kurama said, they will never accept us, Naruto. Kurama was literally shaking from his rage that was taking over him. He went on. Once they know that we have been hiding among them while not trying to take over the world, they will reject you. They'd want nothing to do with you, damn it. Okay, that had hurt a bit. Crossing his arms, Naruto glared at the taller red-haired man as he tried to get himself to calm down. Inhaling softly, the younger man growled as he said, you don't know shit, Kurama. Hinata cares about what I think. She finds me funny and caring. I've helped her in any way I could and now I have a chance to finally be normal. Lowering his head, he added, I just want to live like a normal human for a change. Kurama glared and growled as he grabbed Naruto and slammed him against the wall, his claws digging into his arms. Don't you get it, Naruto? We're the bad guys, and the bad guys don't get the girls. You will end up being heartbroken, Naruto. What if I don't want to be the bad guy anymore? I no longer wish to be a bad guy at all, Kurama. Shouted Naruto as he struggled to break free. Damn it, he wanted to get away from Kurama. He had to get away before it was too late. There was no way that he couldn't handle this, though it seemed that Kurama was stronger. Had he somehow sprouted another tail? That makes no sense to him, but for now he had to stop this before it got too far. Kurama stared at him with wide eyes. It seemed that the red-haired man was trying to process the whole thing. In fact, it almost seemed like a light bulb had just went off within his mind. Growling, Kurama threw Naruto across the room as he said, after all these years making you screw up on your take over the world plans, and no matter what I did, I couldn't get you to stop being a villain, and now, a human woman manages to do something that I've spent 15 years to do. Naruto groaned a bit as he tried to push himself up from the toss that Kurama had done to him. Breathing deeply, the young man looked up as he growled. Damn it, all this time you've been making me lose. I thought we were friends. Shouted Naruto. We are, it's why I wanted you to stop. Your parents didn't want this for you. You were to be a hero to the humans, not their overlord. Naruto, why can't you see that, damn it? Shouted Kurama before he started to walk over to him. How would you know, Kurama? Their last words to us were sealed off before we could fully hear anything. Shouted Naruto as he pushed himself up. Because the fox demons are a kind, peaceful race, Naruto. We don't fight for hate and anger, we fight for love. That's why your powers are so weak. You would never they've been able to win anyway because of it. That's why I took care of you, damn it, because I knew you wouldn't be able to make it out on your own like this. Kurama stared, glared at his friend as hoping that these words would break through to him, though in reality it only pissed Naruto off all the more. You know what? I don't need you, Kurama, get out. I'm done. I'm sick and tired of you varing over me all the damn time and ruining everything I've tried to do. Get out, damn it, shouted the younger fox demon. All the crimson-haired man could do was glare before he left, leaving Naruto all alone to his own thoughts as he wondered, no hope if this had been the right thing to do, shaking his head. Naruto checked himself in the mirror as he hoped he still looked nice for his date. Number. Thing too out of place though, he'd have to fix his shirt. I hope I don't keep her waiting, he whispered softly. Hinata frowned a bit as she stared at the hanging notes that she made copies of from Crimson Fox's lair. Before she would go to her date with Naruto, she had put on a simple lavender sleeveless dress with pink sakura blossoms on it. Crossing her arms under her breasts as she tried to think on what it was that Crimson Fox was planning. I know there is something I'm missing, she whispered before walking toward her balcony and started to look out the window. The young woman just couldn't really be sure as to what it was that the villain was planning, no matter what she just couldn't think of it, to be honest. Blinking a little, the young woman noticed something, the reflection as she said, "Wait a minute." Tilting her head, she opened the balcony before turning back and tilted her head. Taking a few steps back, Hinata saw the notes starting to merge as they started to form something, a word. Hero, Hinata said with a frown and confusion sketched on her face. Did someone say, hero? Said a new voice. Turning around quickly, Hinata gasped as she saw a man flying behind her. His silvery white wings flapping in the air, his long gray cloak hid most of his body from view though she could make out his silver bodysuit beneath it. His eyes were dark, though she was a little confused by the white mask that he wore, hiding his nose and downward from her view. Who are you? Asked Hinata with a frown on her face. Silver Falcon. I normally only bother criminals. You haven't been bad, have you? Asked Silver Falcon, only to chuckle a little more before he shook his head. Nah, I'm just kidding. He stared at her with a strange look in his eyes. Inhaling softly, Kabuto flew downward for a moment before he shot back up holding a flower cart as he said, I wanted to get you some flowers but I wasn't sure what you liked, I just grabbed a bunch of them. He stared at her, with joy within his expression though Hinata could only frown. Oh, don't want any right now. Okay, Silver Falcon said before ditching the flower cart and let it drop to the ground. Soon, he flew toward the balcony and landed before he went to reach out to grab her. Hinata gasped softly before backing up away from him, not wanting him to touch her. What's wrong? Asked Silver Falcon only to smack his forehead saying, oh right. You don't know who I really am, do you? Of course I don't. I don't even know what you really want from me. Shouted Hinata, her voice having a tint of fear lacing her words. Silver Falcon chuckled a little as he went to reach for his mask. What was it that he was? Wait, was he going to reveal his face? It didn't make sense to her. Heroes are never meant to reveal themselves to anyone. What are you doing? Asked Hinata with a frown on her face. Just wait, little lady, and you shall know. Said Silver Falcon before pulling down his mask and revealing his face to her. Ta-da. Said Kabuto as he smiled down at her. What the? Kabuto, what's going on here? What happened to you? Shouted Hinata. Isn't it great, Hinata? Now we can never be apart. Nothing will ever take you away from me now. I'm a hero now. He chuckled a little with his hands on his hips. Now she could see his hands were gray gloves and saw his gray boots. Kabuto thought that she would date him because he was a hero. It's not great, Kabuto. I'm sorry, but oh, look at us. We're like an old married couple. Said Kabuto with a big grin on his face and holding her hand between his two hands. How is it that he had thought that she would date him because of this in the first place? He had to be really stupid or had read far too many comics right now. Glaring at her, she was about to say something until he interrupted her. Oh Hinata, I hope that you will love me as much as I love you. Kabuto, there will never be an S, I won't love you. Hinata said with a frown before pulling her hand away from him. Narrowing her eyes, she added, I'm sorry but I won't love you, Kabuto. My heart would never belong to you. Looking away, she took a deep breath as she added, I'm sorry, Kabuto, but I never felt anything for you. It's just that you scare me because of your obsession of snakes. Turning away, Hinata knew that it was harsh, but it was the best thing that she didn't lead him on. His isn't right, he whispered before grabbing Hinata's wrist and glared. You are meant to be with me, Hinata. I'm the one with a cape, I'm the one with powers and abilities to protect you. I love you, Hinata, shouted Kabuto as he tried to get her to understand that she was supposed to be with him and no one else. Though it seemed that she would never see it that way. Kabuto, Stop that right now. I want to help you, but we have to figure out what had caused this and maybe we can get everything to be back to normal," Hinata said, hoping that he would calm down and relax. The young woman tried to escape from his grasp. It was hurting her wrist right now. Wincing in pain, Hinata tried once again to get away, though Kabuto tightened his hold for a moment before letting go and glared. "You are supposed to be with me and me alone," Hinata shouted Kabuto before he backed away and growled slightly. "Damn it, I'm the hero, I'm supposed to get the girl and no one else." With that said, he flew off in a huff, causing the wind to swish around the young woman, causing her to stare in shock at what had just happened. Had he been in some kind of delusion? Dear God, she hoped that nothing happened to Kabuto after tonight. For now, she had to get to her date with Naruto. Naruto sighed softly as he leaned back in his seat. He had fixed his shirt from when Kurama had dug his claws into his arms. He wondered what had gotten into his old minion before he lost his temper. Shrugging, Naruto just wanted all of this to be a perfect night for Hinata. When she arrived, "Naruto!" cried Hinata before she took a seat. Naruto smiled, though blinked in shock when he saw her hair. Part of her blue locks was sticking out behind her while the rest of it was down against her back. She never looked more beautiful before. Though then again she would always look beautiful to him. Breathing deeply, he just smiled happily at her before letting out a soft chuckle. "I'm so sorry that I'm late. Something happened and you won't believe it." "What's wrong?" asked Naruto with a frown. "I was at home and I figured out what Crimson Fox was up to." Both in the notes and his subject. Naruto gagged when he took a sip of his water. How was it that she figured it out already? Curse Hinata's brains, why couldn't she have left it alone? Right, because she cared about her city and everyone within it. He created a new hero. And I believe I know why. Oh God, please don't let her know the reason. Naruto wanted to bury himself somewhere in a ball. Was that how the line went? He didn't know, and at the moment he didn't care. For right now, he was afraid that Hinata would find out that he was a villain if he acted as if he was afraid of her knowing what it was. "What makes you think you know though, Hinata?" asked Naruto, hoping to sound completely normal right about now. Smiling, Hinata picked up her glass of water as she said, "He missed getting his butt kicked, so he made a new hero to do that for him." Then she took another sip before she went on with her story. "Though I'm confused as to why he picked Kabuto though. The guy is very creepy and has this obsession with snakes." Shuddering at the thought, she whispered, "I hate snakes. Ever since I fell in a hole that was filled with them. I would have had a worse panic attack if my cousin didn't help me." So that was why she was afraid of snakes. Now he just had to remember never to use snakes again. The thought of using a snake to cause her fear bothered him a great deal. In fact, he wanted to be with her. He had fallen in love with her. Inhaling softly, he lifted a small champagne glass as he said, "How about we enjoy each other's company? I bet you could use a nice night out." "Yes, you're right. I'm sorry," Hinata said with a soft and gentle smile before holding up her glass after accepting it. "To Naruto, the only normal thing in my crazy upside-down world," she said with a bright and cheerful smile. "To being normal," he said softly and clanged his glass with Hinata's. He just wanted a nice night with her, just wanted something to be perfect for a change, and he would make sure that it was. After he took a sip of his glass, there was something that Naruto had on his mind. He had to know something. He just had to know. What if Hinata did know? Would she reject him? Clearing his throat, Naruto asked, "Mind if I ask you something, Hinata?" "Sure. What is it?" Quote, "What if I wasn't so normal? What if my hair wasn't red? At least not completely red, and I had these weird birthmarks on my face and had odd ears and other oddities?" asked Naruto with a frown on his face. It was something that he had to know. He just had to know if it was something that she would be bothered by. Though damn it, why couldn't he have Saint asked if she would have a problem if he was a demon, and Crimson Fox at that. It just didn't make sense to him at all, and it just pissed him off all the more. Shaking her head, she said, "Of course not, Naruto. It's wrong to judge someone based on appearances." She smiled happily at him before taking another sip of her champagne. Naruto smiled a bit, thinking that maybe it could work out after all. He smiled gently as he was about to say something until she said one more thing, that made him freeze up. You judge them based on their actions. He just stared at Hinata with fear in his eyes. Oh God, she would hate him if she knew that he was Crimson Fox. He hated the idea that she hated him. Gulping a bit, he said, that seems odd, don't you think? What if the person tried to do some good after the horrible things? Some people can't change Naruto, no matter how much you've tried. Hinata whispered before shaking her head. We shouldn't be talking about this. I don't even know why you asked that since you are a good person, Naruto. She smiled gently at him before adding, you made a beautiful garden for me, and I loved it. She leaned closer to Naruto, and that was when he knew what he had to do. This was something that he had mentally prepared himself for it. Smiling gently, he moved closer to Hinata as he unclosed his eyes before he pressed his lips against Hinata's. Her lips were so soft and supple, and plump yet not overly so. It almost made him feel like he was kissing a petal, a beautiful flower petal. Letting out a soft sigh, he felt Hinata's hand grabbing his wrist. Not in a stop motion but as if to make sure that they keep kissing for as long as they could. Soon, there were gasps echoing through the restaurant. Naruto felt Hinata's lips freeze as if she was shocked by something. Slowly, he opened his eyes and saw that her lavender-colored eyes were wide with shock and fear. What's wrong? Suddenly, Hinata shoved him away from her before she stood up and away from the table. What's the matter, Hinata? Naruto said with a frown as he went to reach out for her, and that was when he noticed it. His claws were now revealed. Oh God, this can't be happening. No, 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 no. He's turned back. Hinata must have hit the dial on his watch when she grabbed his wrist. Gulping, Naruto slowly rose from his seat, his tail swaying from side to side, as if trying to get himself to calm down. Hinata, calm down, Naruto said with a calm expression, or at least attempting at it. I can't believe this, cried Hinata as she rushed out of the restaurant. Naruto, of course, was hot on her tail. He ran to his car and drove around the city hoping to find her. It was raining, and Naruto knew that Hinata would be cold from the rain. Turning the corner, he saw her walking down the sidewalk. Her arms wrapped around her as if to keep her from falling apart. Making a sharp turn, he stopped in front of her as he got out of the car. Hinata, please, I can explain, cried out Naruto. Hinata just groaned angrily and turned around as she started to walk away from him. I thought you didn't judge anyone based on their appearance, he whispered. Let's look back then, shall we, Crimson Fox? You have killed Nighthawk, took over the town, and you even got me to care about you. She stopped for a moment, biting her lower lip as if to keep herself from crying. He could see the tears starting to build up within her eyes. How is it that even her trying hard not to cry hurt his heart more than anything before? Why though? What were you hoping to gain, Crimson Fox? What? Can you answer me that? Quote. Naruto looked down for a moment, his tails laying on the road, his ears drooping down the sides of his head before he looked up at Hinata. His gaze was heartbreaking, looking like a hurt love-sick puppy as he let out a soft yet sad whine. Oh, she said in shock, before shaking her head. Did you really think that I could ever be with you? After every evil thing you've done? Asked Hinata. He looked down in defeat. Her words had hurt him a great deal. Was he only deluding himself with the idea that she could ever love him if she knew the truth? Or was he just hoping that one person, just one person, to care about him even after everything he's done? Yeah, maybe that was too much to ask for, to be honest, and now he had nothing. No, I didn't. With that, Hinata started to walk away, leaving Naruto alone in the rain. He let out a sad sigh before turning back to stare at her for a brief moment. Maybe it was for the best, and yet, why did it have to hurt so much? Closing his eyes, Naruto started to walk away, leaving his car in the rain. Right now, all he wanted was to get away from everything, the sadness, Hinata, his broken heart, his lost love, Mattis. Naruto staggered back to his lair, not sure what he could do, to be honest. Hinata's words rang within his mind, and he should have known that it would never work between them if she knew the truth. Hinata knew the truth about him and knew that no matter what, she would never accept him because of his past sins. Closing his eyes, the young man said, "Kurama, you were right. Humans won't ever accept us no matter what because of our past." Taking a look around, he noticed that he didn't get an answer. Gulping a bit, trying to stop the flow of tears or let out the sob that wanted to escape him, the young man called out Kurama's name one last time. But once again, he never got an answer. Tightly shutting his eyes, he could feel the tears trying to stream down his face. His body shook with a mixture of the cold air hitting his wet body, his anger and sadness flowing through him. "Time to go back to what I'm good at," he whispered softly before calling the foxes to help him change out of his wet clothes. As Naruto made his way over to his shower, he thought about Hinata. To be honest, he didn't even know why he was thinking about her at all. To be honest, Hinata herself D told him that it would never work out between them because of his past, and yet, here he was thinking about her. She was the only one for him, the one he gave his heart to, and now, what could he do? He wanted to be with her but knew that he could never be with the blue-haired woman. Letting out a soft sigh, the young man made his way to the bathroom in his bedroom before stripping down his wet clothes and turned on the shower to be on the highest setting for heat to warm him up. No matter what, he just kept thinking about her. Why? Hinata's smile was always so bright, her eyes sparkled with love, life, and joy, and she was smart and very kind and caring. Not to mention she was just so good, and she would never want to be with someone like him. A dry laugh escaped his lips as he tilted his head back, letting the hot water flow down his body as it started to warm him up, well, warming up everything but one thing, his ice-cold heart. The only part of him that he didn't think could ever be warm again. His one chance of happiness had left him and it would never be coming back. Hell, it would be a miracle that she looked back while I walked away, thought Naruto with a soft sigh before he reached for his shampoo. The only thing he wanted was to forget about the pain, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to do that. There just had to be something that he could do in order to forget about this kind of heartache. Tightly shutting his eyes, Naruto thought about what Kurama had said. He was right, Hinata wanted nothing to do with him. Hinata found out, and rejected him just like Kurama said she would, and now, he didn't know what more he could do with himself. Letting out a sad sigh, he started to lather up his long hair, hoping that maybe this little act of cleaning would distract him. To be honest. Shaking his head, the young fox demon knew that he couldn't allow this to bother him. He had to focus on his task. He had to go on with his plan of his hero. Kabuto had MP leaded his training a while ago, and they had a task to do tomorrow. For tomorrow, they would start to battle as the welcome of a new hero, and his new purpose in life shall be anew. Slowly, Naruto set his eyes as he tried to get himself to calm down and relax. After all, it was just a new hero, someone who he was training for a while now. This was going to be the moment of truth for him, and not Hing was going to stop him from achieving it. Laughing softly, Naruto would look forward to kidnapping Hinata again. It was the only moment that may end up bringing him joy once again. If he couldn't be together with Hinata, like a couple, then, maybe it was best that they just stick to him kidnapping him and her being the one kidnapped. Perhaps, him trying to change things like this had all just been a waste of time, though, he also knew that he would never be able to enjoy himself like he used to, but knew that he would always treasure the times that he had with Hinata, though maybe it was just fate wanting to be cruel for him. Giving him a taste of what it was like to be normal, only for it to be torn away from him in a cruel way, of his heart being ripped from his chest and stomped on until there was nothing left. Throwing his head back, Naruto started to laugh, believing that everything he had done until now had all been for nothing. The only thing that really helped him had been training Kabuto, even if Kurama had still been against the idea in the first place. The young man just laughed, and laughed, and laughed, even as tears started to stream down his face, hidden by the water that came down from the shower head. After all, no one would ever know you cried while in the shower. The tears would only be washed away and never left a trail to be discovered. The only pain he could ever really feel is his heart breaking over, and over, and over again. Because Hinata holds his heart, even if it was broken and cold as ice, she was the only one that could ever really have his heart within her hands. Naruto grumbled. Of all the things that had to happen, it had to be this. He had made sure to show up on time for the battle with Kabuto, or otherly known as Silver Falcon, and yet he didn't show up at all. Shaking his head, the young man paced a bit as he wondered what it was that could have kept him, though nothing came to mind. Growling a bit, Naruto saw a few people walking past him as fast as they could so they wouldn't have to look at him, or see what it was that he had in store for them in a minute. Letting out a soft sigh, Naruto dug his hands in his pockets and started to walk away. Grumbling things under his breath such as, impudent, or, stupid late bird hero. It was easy to see just how pissed Naruto was to see that Kabuto never showed up. Jumping up onto the buildings, Naruto started to make that his mode of transport so he wouldn't have to deal with anyone else that walked the street. At the moment, he didn't think that he could handle it, to be honest. Narrowing his now crimson eyes, the young fox demon wanted to rip something apart. It was always something that he did when he was pissed off and didn't want to take it out on someone, at least not when he wasn't threatening the city. Other than that, he would just do it to demonstrate his power to the humans, to show them to never mess with the great fox. Of all the rude and unprofessional things, this asshole had to go and not show up, shouted Naruto before punching a hole in the wall of Kabuto's apartment when he showed up. He would never allow this to go without some kind of punishment, but knew that he had to vent, here, and now. What he saw though caused Naruto to frown in confusion. There was something not right about the apartment, but he couldn't think of it. There was Kabuto, standing by a desk in his hero costume and holding test tubes, and next to him was a cage with a white snake in it. Kabuto turned for a brief moment and smirked before turning away. "Hey Crimson Fox, how are ya? What are you doing here anyway?" asked Kabuto. "We had that fight today, remember? I waited for you for hours. Were you even planning on showing up at all?" shouted Naruto before he got a better look at the rundown apartment. It had more cages than usual, more test tubes, more machines, more food, and there were piles of money in the corner, a few game systems. Where did you get all of this?" asked Naruto in shock. "I stole it," Kabuto said without turning, then chuckled. Naruto stared at the white-haired man in shock, his white eyes staring at him as if trying to process the full extent of what the man had said. Soon, the white-haired man made his way over toward Naruto as he asked, "Neat, huh? Who would have thought that after getting these powers I could have been able to get everything I needed for my research in the first place? That is not neat, Silver Falcon. You're the hero, you are not meant to steal," shouted Naruto as he flexed his claws, ready to slap some sense into the hero. He had to make sure that nothing happened to worsen the situation as of yet. There had to be a reason why he went to steal all of this stuff instead. There just had to be something, but he wasn't sure of what it was as of yet, but hoped he knew. Rolling his eyes, Kabuto crossed his arms as he said, "I don't care. Being a hero is nothing but work, work and more work." He walked away and made his way over to his coffee table and picked up a magazine with a picture of Hinata on it. Now that Naruto thought about it, it was a really old one. It was from when she first started to do her reports. Why would he have something that old in his apartment and not use it? It just doesn't make any kind of sense, to be honest. I only took the job so I could get the girl, but Hinata doesn't want to date me. Hell, our boss was trying to assign me to another reporter because I was harassing her," growled out Kabuto. "Wait, Hinata, you mean Hinata Hyuga?" Naruto said with a frown on his face as the pieces started to fall into place. "Yes, Hinata Hyuga. Last night I even saw her with that dork, and making lovesick puppy dog eyes at him. It should be me that she looks at like that," shouted Kabuto before turning back to Naruto with a dark smirk on his face. "So, that was when I had an idea in my mind. I'm thinking we should team up." He chuckled a little when he added, "Think about it, Crimson Fox. With my smarts and abilities plus your own abilities, we can rule not just this city but the whole world." Naruto's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the man. He never knew that this guy could end up like this, though maybe Kurama did. Maybe that was why he was trying to stop this idea and had been against it from the start. This guy was a nut job. Shaking his head, Naruto said, "No. I'm the villain. You're the good guy. I do something wrong to hurt the city and you come and stop me, and bring me to jail. That's why you were given these powers, that's why I created you, you idiot," shouted Naruto. Everything was silent for a moment. It made Naruto wonder if he had said too much, but at the moment, he didn't care. It was the heat of the moment and he was going to stick to it for now. Soon, Kabuto started to laugh like a madman. "You're insane. My true father told me everything. I was sent here to make a difference and I shall," shouted Kabuto, growling. Naruto reached up and held onto his watch. "Idiot, that was me," shouted the fox as he shifted into the demon father appearance. "You need to be a hero, my son," said Naruto in the voice before changing back to his true appearance. Now Naruto was on a roll and he wanted to get Kabuto to fight him. The fox wanted a fight right now and he would get it no matter what the cost. Smirking, he shifted into his human appearance as he said, "And, I'm also the dork that you saw with Hinata." "No," Kabuto said with wide eyes. His skin was a little pale at the sight of them together within his mind's eye appearing once more since he saw the encounter. Naruto just smirked all the more before laughing. "And, we also kissed, and it was wonderful, amazing really. Her lips were as soft as they look and she kissed me," Naruto said with a smirk on his face. Soon, the white-haired man glared as he looked ready to start up a fight. Naruto could at least sense that, and for that he was happy and would rather enjoy it a great deal, to be honest. Kabuto grabbed a steel sword that he kept in his home as he said, "I'm going to enjoy this." Yup, he was ready to fight all right. Grinning, Naruto jumped out of the window and made a break for it. Grabbing his own sword, the young man knew that this was going to be interesting for sure. Kabuto flew out of his apartment at high speeds, which was what Naruto wanted. The young man looked up at the sky and knew that Kabuto was going to try to strike when given an opening. Soon, Kabuto flew straight down, causing Naruto to use his wind to fly upward and their swords clashed. Though Kabuto sent in a kick, causing Naruto to slam into a wall. Odd, he felt. Strange when he was close to Kabuto though wasn't sure what it was. Shrugging mentally, the man's arms lit up on fire as he started to shoot out fireballs at the flying hero, who only seemed to be dodging the attacks. Kabuto glared as he started to shoot out, lightning toward the villain. "Damn," shouted Naruto as he jumped out of the way just in time. Damn it, he had to get out of here before it was too late, or at least to hide so he could think of another attack. Soon, Naruto blinked at his eyes as he saw that he was in a meadow. Odd, wasn't he in the city a little while ago? No wait, this looked familiar to him. Looking around, he saw a small village thriving in what seemed to be like in the old ways of Kanoha. There, standing in the distance were two people that seemed a bit blurred to him though he knew them. "Mom, Dad," he said with confusion. He went to walk toward them, wanting to know if this was really them. No, this wasn't real. His parents were gone. If they were alive they would have come to grab him long ago, and it just wasn't real. Tightly closing his eyes, he whispered, "No matter how much I want this to be real, I know it won't be real." Suddenly, he felt something punch him hard in the face, snapping him back into reality as he flew into a wall. Cursing to himself, the young man groaned as he looked up and saw that he was back in the city, for real, and for sure. Damn it, his illusions have gotten better, but they're nothing like Nighthawk's. Unlike Nighthawk's, his illusions could still remain in place even when the one under it have been punched or beaten to a bloody pulp. Hell, the only way to get out of the illusion was to either die, which Nighthawk never did do, or for him to stop the illusion himself. Taking a gaze upward, he noticed that Kabuto was gone. He must have flown somewhere to prepare for something else. Either way, he had no idea. Shaking his head, he pushed himself up from the ground and rubbed his cheek as he felt it heal quickly and dull until the pain disappeared. Now that he had some time to think, Kabuto was making this battle quick. Not slow like how Nighthawk always did it. Odd, something had to be up though he couldn't be sure. Ears twitching, Naruto turned to the left as quick as he could before he felt Kabuto's fist at his face once again. "Damn it, what's with you and punching?" shouted Naruto before he kicked Kabuto in the stomach to send him flying this time. Though the hero retaliated with a fire bolt to Naruto's stomach, the fox doubled over for a moment, only to breathe as the pain subsided. Fire never hurt him for very long since it is also his element. Nice try, Naruto said, with a smirk, only to scream when he felt something hot on his ass. Laser vision. Fuck, Naruto shouted as he grabbed his ass and tried to put out the fire that had started. Damn it, these were my favorite pants. Soon, the young fox noticed some rubble lifting from the ground, the rubble that was made from all the times that Naruto had slammed into walls. Oh shit, he said before the rubble started to slam into him, leaving small cuts and bruises along his skin. Groaning, Naruto managed to slash at all of the bits of brick into nothing with his claws before looking upward. Fight me like a man, damn it, shouted Naruto before using the wind to surround him and lift him up into the air. Just as Naruto got into the air, Kabuto zipped by, leaving a nice cut on his cheek, causing Naruto to turn and was about to attack, until Kabuto cut his back with his sword. 2 hits, and yet he felt tired. Shaking his head, the young man breathed deeply. He swung his sword as he managed to cut Kabuto's cape off when he flew by, leaving another cut on his stomach. Damn, he whispered softly before he flew after him. Sure, Kabuto was fast, though Naruto was just as fast thanks to his control over wind. This is for stealing my girlfriend, shouted Kabuto as he kicked Naruto in his wounded stomach, causing the villain to do some aerial backflips. Shaking his head, the young man grabbed at his head. Everything was spinning. Why? This never happens while he battles, and yet, it was now. This is for making a fool out of me, shouted Kabuto as he made another slice on Naruto's flesh, this time his chest. Soon, Kabuto grabbed a hold of the weakened Naruto, causing the fox to look up with fuzzy vision. Crimson Fox, you fucked up big time. To think, you tried to create a hero, but really, you created a villain. With that said, Kabuto threw Naruto to the ground below and laughed. As Naruto hit the ground with a loud thud, he groaned and tried to push himself up and breathed deeply. Okay. You had your fun, he said in a slight whisper. You can take me to jail now. To be honest, Naruto just wanted out of here, just wanted to go back to jail so he can recover. Oh, Kabuto said as he landed, only to narrow his dark eyes. No, jail is too good for you, Crimson Fox. You're going to die, shouted the crazed man as he went to attack Naruto, though before he could, the fox demon made a loud whistle. Or at least as loud as he could in his weakened state. He hoped that they would hurry up and get to him in time before he was a dead man. Soon, a steel sphere surrounded Kabuto, making Naruto laugh a little. Pushing himself up, he looked around and saw the fox cubs surrounding him and looked at him in concern. I'll be okay, he whispered softly before tapping the steel orb. Take that, it's steel, the same thing that defeated Nighthawk, laughed Naruto, only to gasp when Kabuto's fist burst through. Oh shit. Moving away from the sphere, Naruto watched as Kabuto came out of the sphere and glared as he lifted the steel orb. Stop comparing me to Nighthawk, he shouted before throwing it at Naruto. Not able to react, the young man lifted his arms to shield himself. He waited for his life to be snuffed out, but nothing came. Opening his eyes, moving his arms from his face, Naruto saw a glowing orb of flowing red and gold energy surrounding him in a loving and warm embrace. Looking down at his necklace, he saw that it was glowing brightly. How? Shaking his head, the fox transformed into a small fox before running off as fast as his weakened body would allow him. He had to figure out what was happening. But first, he needed help from the smartest person he knew. He just hoped that he could get help. What the hell? Hinata sighed softly as she read the newspaper. Apparently people have been hearing about some ultimate battle going on. Must have been Naruto's doing. After all, why else would he have created a new hero and not really use it in the first place? Though she wasn't sure if Kabuto would really go along with it in the first place. After all, to her, he wasn't mentally stable. He had been such a sweet boy from what she had heard from other people. Now though, he's just insane from all of the things that he hadn't been able to do lately. Letting out another sigh, the young woman set down the paper as she tried to get her thoughts together. It seemed that no matter what, she just couldn't get her mind off of what she had gone through. Had Naruto, Crimson Fox, whatever his name is, was only getting close to her just so he could prevent her from learning the truth. Sure, he did help her study about it for a while, but then, he suggested for them to have some fun, and then, she herself started to have fun. What was wrong with her? Why did she feel guilt over leaving Naruto in the rain? Maybe it was just something that she could never understand. Shaking her head, the young woman pushed herself up, hoping that she could get everything under control and get her life back in order. Suddenly, Hinata heard her doorbell going off, over and over. Pushing herself up from her seat, the young woman made her way over toward the door, wondering who it could be that was coming to her apartment in the first place. There were many people that could have come to her home, though none of them would be coming today because they had been excited about the battle with Crimson Fox and Kabuto, even if they didn't know that Kabuto was a hero now. Once at her door, the young woman frowned a little when she saw the blue eyes of a frantic fox. Rolling her eyes a little, the young woman opened the door only for it to stop by the chain. "What do you need, Crimson Fox?" she asked with confusion, trying hard not to sound angry at him. "Silver Falcon turned evil," whispered Naruto. Sounding so weak. That was a first. He's never sounded so weak before, not once. In fact, no matter how far back she's thought back to when he'd kidnap her, had he ever sounded so weak. Soon, Naruto fell over, causing Hinata to panic as she shut the door, removed the chain from its secure position, and quickly helped Naruto up and into her apartment toward her couch to lie him down. Placing a hand on his forehead, the young woman wondered if he was sick. Was it possible for him to be sick? No, she had no time to think about that right now. The only thing she could do was to get him to tell her what was wrong. "Naruto, what's wrong with you? You've never been this weak with your battles with Nighthawk," Hinata whispered softly, not sure if he had a headache. Drowsily looking up at the blue-haired woman, Naruto's tired eyes tried to focus on her. Blinking slowly, Naruto whispered, "I fought Kabuto." He closed his eyes for a brief moment, inhaling deeply before adding, "He sliced me up real good, but I don't think his sword was made of steel." "Okay, why would that matter anyway? He's been around steel a lot and it's never weakened him. Heck, it only weakened Nighthawk in their last battle." Hinata was about to ask him what he was talking about, until he beat her to it. The sword must have had something silver in it. Silver. Was silver his weakness? Nothing out of the ordinary, but it was something that no one would have thought about. Shaking her head, the young woman placed her hand on his cheek and felt just how clammy he felt. In fact, he also was sweaty as well. Must be like some kind of allergy reaction, though for the time being she had no idea what was going on with him. "Is there anything I can do to help you, Naruto?" asked Hinata with concern. He looked like he was about to pass out, or at least on the brink of unconsciousness. The young man looked up at Hinata before he looked toward his pocket. His tails were imp as they lay on the ground before he took in a deep breath. His pale hand tried to reach for something that was in his pocket, only for it to fall limp at his side. "I have a syringe in my pocket. Kurama made it for me to deal with cuts made by silver. Can..." He soon started to look like he had fallen asleep, only to whisper, "Give me the shot." Hinata stared at him for a brief moment as she tried to process what it was that he was asking her. He trusted her enough to give him a shot that could very well save his life. Or at least make him well again, and even after all the things that she said to him that night. Hinata knew that if she had the choice, even if Naruto had badly beaten her, yelled at her, or whatever he's done in the past, even though he never did beat her, she could never leave someone in this state if she knew that she could have done something to help them in the first place. Inhaling softly, the young woman reached for the needle in Naruto's jacket pocket before pulling it out. To be honest, it looked like a simple allergy shot needle, though the fluid in the tube looked like it was a mixture of red and yellow. They didn't fuse, more like they swirled together. Trying to keep each other apart, yet at the same time trying to keep itself powerful enough to save the one that would be injected with its contents. Just holding it in her hands, Hinata could feel the power radiating from it, and knew that this was something that could help anyone if it was in the right hands. Closing her eyes for a brief moment, Hinata knew right away that this was something that only she could do. Since Kurama wasn't around to do it, and no one else would even give Naruto a second thought whether he lived or died. Moving his jacket away from his arm, the blue-haired woman looked at his pale skin. Seeing just how sick he had to have been, in fact, because of his pale skin, she could see the cuts on his body. The bleeding had stopped, but she could still see the scars on his body from the silver sword. "Just hold on, Naruto," Hinata whispered, before pushing the needle through his skin and pushed down on the plunger as the contents went into his bloodstream. Hinata watched Naruto, hoping that she could see some kind of improvement, though she wasn't sure if he would really move right away. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes fluttered open. That was fast. He looked up at Naruto, with weary eyes for a brief moment before smiling softly at her. "Thank you," he whispered before trying to sit up, only for Hinata to push him back down. He was about to open his mouth to protest, Hinata glared at him as if daring him to try anything. Letting out a soft sigh, he said, "Hinata, we have to stop Kabuto before he destroys the city. Do you have any idea how we can stop him?" After a LL, he paused for a moment before covering his face with his hand, as if trying to remove the thought from his mind. What thought? She had no idea. You knew Nighthawk best. Did he have some kind of secret base? "Well, there's one place I know about that we could check out," Hinata suggested. Hinata looked over at Naruto as she watched him drift in and out. It seemed that he was trying hard not to fall asleep, the poor guy. He was just having a hard time, it seemed. "Naruto, if you gave Kabuto these powers, couldn't you take them away as easily?" Hinata asked with a frown on her face. She really wanted to know if it would be possible to take the powers just as easily. If they were going to beat Kabuto, they would have to be able to take his powers before it was too late. Yawning against the back of his hand, Naruto said, "Sadly, I left the diffuser gun in my car, and it's in invisible mode, so I can't find it. I was too upset to drive home after you broke up with me." Okay, that made her feel bad now. Letting out a soft sigh, the young woman rubbed her forehead for a second before turning her eyes back to the road. It would be a while before she drove them both to the secret base of Nighthawk. If it wasn't for the fact that Nighthawk was a hero, and that his base was still hidden, it would have been amazing that no one had torn it down. Letting out a slightly frustrated sound, the young woman wondered if anyone had really found it, and if they did, what did they do to it? Was his base still intact? Or had it been left alone, or was it torn as thunder from fans that had wanted some of his worldly possessions? Oh God, she hoped that it was left alone so they could get the whole weakness of Nighthawk out of the way, so they could save the whole city. Turning over to Naruto once again, the young woman couldn't help but stare at Naruto as she carefully drove down the road. He looked so peaceful as he slept. The young woman couldn't help but wonder how someone like H.I.M. could have been raised as a villain all his life. His fox ears looked so soft. She wanted to reach out to touch them, but feared that if she touched them that he would wake up and cause her to steer off the road and into a tree or something. Letting out a soft sigh, the young woman even wanted to pet his tails. She bet that they were just as soft as his ears. Damn it, she was sounding like those girls who squeal over every cute baby animal, even if she was one. Okay, yes, Hinata loved animals. It was one of the main reasons why she was never afraid of Naruto when he kidnapped her, besides the fact that he was a terrible villain. Shaking her head, the young woman tried to keep her focus on the road. It shouldn't take them too long for them to get to Nighthawk's hidden base. At least, she was sure that it shouldn't take them very long by now. "Hinata, did you look back?" asked a tired Naruto, causing Hinata to turn and stared at Naruto slightly open his eyes. Hinata could only frown at him for a brief moment, trying to think if she should be honest with him or not. After all, she couldn't be sure if she could trust him after this whole thing. Right now, she was just trying to help him with the mess that he created, and, well, she felt like she had caused some of it as well. Closing her eyes for a brief moment as she looked away, Hinata lied. "No, I didn't," she whispered why before she drove them up and over a hill. Naruto let out a soft sigh before closing his eyes. It seemed that he would still be tired from being slashed or stabbed at by Kabuto's sword. If she knew him as well as she believed so, he would go with the title that he or Naruto gave him. Since he was Silver Falcon, he would make sure he got things to match that title right down from his outfit to his sword. The sword had to be a faint form of silver, not enough to have killed Naruto, but enough to weaken him. Yet, there was no way that he could have known that silver was Naruto's weakness. "Hinata, were you and Nighthawk together?" he asked softly. It seemed to have hurt him to even ask that. Why that would even hurt him in the first place? Heck, why did he even bother? Wait, did he believe the rumor that she was with Sasuke? Oh God, why would he believe that when no one really saw the two of them together other than when he was saving her? That was really the only time that the two of them were really together. Shaking her head, the young woman calmly said, "We were never together. Nighthawk and I were nothing more than friends. I just knew the guy growing up, but nothing more than that. Nighthawk was nothing more than a friend to me. Besides, he had someone else in his life." Frowning a little, the young woman started to think of it about now. She started to think T. Had ever since Nighthawk's death Hinata hasn't really seen her at all. After all of this, she would make sure that she would make a special visit for her friend to make sure that she is okay. After all, she had to do something to make up for not visiting her. Inhaling softly, the young woman looked ahead and finally stopped the van quickly. Naruto yelped as he shot forward in the car, and smacked his head against the windshield and cried out in pain. "Oh my head!" shouted Naruto, causing Hinata to wince at him when he managed to get out of the car with her after they managed to get out of the car. Groaning, the young man groaned a bit, rubbing his head before looking ahead and blinked in surprise. "After all these years, he's hidden it here. I never would have thought he'd hide it here under our old schoolhouse." Hinata looked over at Naruto as she asked, "This is where you went to school?" To be honest, she never expected that he had gone here. Sure, Sasuke had mentioned that Naruto had gone to school, but never mentioned that they went to school together. Shaking her head, the young woman started to walk ahead toward the main door with Naruto. He seemed a little slow with walking, though that may be because he was still trying to have the silver removed from his system. Opening the door, it just looked like a simple old schoolhouse, though moving further and further within the building. Hinata showed Naruto the secret entrance behind the old chalkboard. He was rather surprised that he could even get behind this, since to him it had only been a chalkboard and nothing more. Plus, Naruto didn't believe that Sasuke had been smart enough to even have something this high-tech in the first place. Inhaling softly, Hinata pushed in some buttons to open up the chalkboard and the steel door that resided behind it. To be honest, Naruto almost looked like a kid in a candy store as they both walked down the steel hallway. "I can't believe I never thought of this," he had whispered. Most likely to himself, forgetting that Hinata was there for a brief moment. Looking ahead, the young woman saw the main door to Sasuke's lair. "There it is," Hinata said with a smile before ushing forward and grabbed a hold of the steel wheel and turned it before pushing it. Naruto moved in behind Hinata before looking around the dead man's secret base. It was surprisingly bright for an emo guy. The walls were white. There were some glass cases, though the furniture was black with a mixture of some red here and there. Though there were also pictures of Nighthawk on the wall, mostly of him wearing a mask rather than being without a mask. It was rather surprising, to be honest, since Sasuke had once had it dark with the walls were once black as were everything else. What changed this in the first place? Has Nighthawk always had things this bright? Asked Naruto with a frown. Not really, no. It's changed since I've last been in here, Hinata said with a frown before turning to Naruto for a moment. Let's split up and look around. Maybe we can find Nighthawk's weakness and use it against Kabuto. Naruto just nodded before he went to the left side of the room while Hinata went to the right. She didn't know what to really be looking for, but to be honest, she wasn't going to complain about it for right now. She had to be careful though, in case what Sasuke's weakness is, could be fatal to humans as much as demons. She couldn't really be sure since Sasuke was indestructible and it would be rather difficult for Naruto to beat him. Perhaps, the only thing that could beat him was someone else like him. Other than that, that was the only thing that she could really think of. It would be rather difficult to see anything to even indicate a weakness for Sasuke's powers to use against Kabuto. But there had to be something that she could do. Maybe after they find it, that she and Naruto could work together to stop him, she could distract Kabuto so Naruto could attack him. Sure, it was sneaky, but it was also to keep the city safe, and that was the only thing that mattered to her right now. Letting out a soft sigh, the young woman kept on looking until she started to pass by the coffee table and blinked in shock. There was a glass of water on it. "Naruto, come here for a second." Naruto rushed over but had a big grin on his face. "You called me Naruto, thought you were still mad at me," he said with a chuckle. "I'm still mad, but just listen," Hinata said with a frown as she looked at the fox demon. His ears drooped before she looked back to the glass of water. "Look though, this glass has ice cubes in it." To be honest, she hoped that Naruto got the idea, that he knew what it was that she was trying to say, because after all, it was easy to see what it was that was wrong with this picture right now. Blinking his blue eyes innocently, the young man said, "What's wrong with that? People like ice in their drinks sometimes." Oh God, why did he have to say it like an adorable lost puppy? It just didn't make sense to her, but knew that she would have to explain it to him. "Don't you find it weird that Nighthawk, who has been dead for a while now, would still have a glass with ice in it without the ice melting?" Hinata said with her arms crossed over her chest. Shaking his head, and rubbing his face, Naruto nodded as he said, "Okay, that is a good point. Maybe it's just one of life's great mysteries that we may never know about." He mostly suggested the last part, thinking that it would be enough for her to accept. Okay, maybe it was some other kind of power that Sasuke had created in case he had a long battle ahead of him, thinking that it would take a while, that made him create these ice cubes so his water would still be cold when he got back. That was the only thing that she could really think of. "Let's just keep looking," suggested Naruto before a creak was heard from behind them. Turning around, they both saw a tall man's back facing them. Naruto and Hinata's eyes were a little wide before the man slowly turned around. He wore a blue t-shirt and long black jeans as he stared at the two of them with his dark eyes. His hair was black and had two locks framing the sides of his face, while the back of his hair was spiked like a duck's rear end. There was no way that it could be, could it? Hey you two," said the man. Naruto and Hinata Saint screamed in shock and surprise at who it was that was standing there. There was no way that it could be him. He was dead, damn it. They saw his skeleton, and yet Nighthawk was alive. Truth of Nighthawk. Naruto couldn't believe what it was that he was seeing. There was no way that he could be alive. After all, his skeleton was there. Sure, the jacket was a little charred from when the fake dojo was destroyed, but still, Nighthawk's skeleton was there and he was sure of it. There just had to be some way to prove that this was really Nighthawk. Walking toward the man, Naruto narrowed his blue eyes as he tried to make sure that this was really the man that he had always thought was dead. The man just stared at Naruto with a calm gaze. His dark eyes didn't show any kind of emotion, as if he knew that this was going to happen. Sniffing a few times, Naruto had to know if this was really Nighthawk, and the only way to do that was to get a hold of his scent. After all, Nighthawk could change his scent and didn't need to, since humans didn't have that ability like demons did. Eyes snapping open, Naruto moved back in shock. There was no way that this could be possible, and yet here it was, staring at him in the face and the flesh. But how? It doesn't make sense, Naruto whispered in shock before he started to move back and away, and stood next to Hinata, who, he had noticed, was also staring at Sasuke with shock on her expression. The man looked at them from side to side for a brief moment before letting out a soft sigh. Frowning, he turned to Hinata before rubbing his face. "Sasuke, why didn't you contact me? I thought I was your friend," whispered Hinata. Moving his hand away, Sasuke stared at Hinata, then back to Naruto as he said, "Allow me to explain everything." Moving over to the couch, motioning for Naruto and Hinata to follow as they all sat down on the couch and love seats that were nearby. It all started in the fake dojo. Sasuke began, eyes looking long and lost in a daze of his memories. "We were just going through the usual thing, to be honest. You escaping jail, kidnap Hinata, then I come and save her after our weird banter. Sasuke chuckled a bye before leaning back on his seat and sipping at his water. Sadly, I wasn't in it as much as I should have been. To be honest, I was starting to grow tired of everything. People assuming I was dating Hinata, fighting you, defeating you, sending you to jail. Sasuke let out a soft sigh before he leaned his head over the back of the couch and looked up at the ceiling, as if he was trying to think. On his next set of words, it was all just wash, rinse, and repeat, for so many long years. Then, why fake your death? Asked Naruto with a frown on his face. Sasuke moved his head as he stared at Naruto and Hinata, as if he was trying to pick his words carefully, though he knew that no matter what he said, that it would not be easy for him to explain. Well, something came up. I wanted to live a different life but knew that I couldn't just quit being a hero. While you were on your rant, I used my super speed to disappear. To you it would have only been a split second, but to me, it was long enough. Everyone had a choice, and it got me thinking, did I also have a choice? Naruto frowned a bit. That was a good question. Did Sasuke or himself have a choice in what they were to do? Or was that left for fate to decide for them? It was rather hard to say since he had always believed that their lives were laid out for fate to decide for them. I found some help books, did some reading and I found out that I did have a choice after all. I could do whatever I wanted to so long as I could put my mind to it. Sasuke suddenly had a soft smile on his face. Letting out a soft sigh, he added, after all, I have to support myself, and them. Okay. That had confused Naruto. He turned to Hinata and saw that she had done the same. It seemed that they were both confused as to what it was that Sasuke was trying to say to them. Turning back to him, Naruto asked, what about the steel? You were weak against it, so how did you escape? That was something that was bothering the young fox demon, and it has been for a while. Or at least since they saw that Sasuke was alive instead of dead to the world. Chuckling, Sasuke started to explain on that as well. I had zipped by a nursing school and took a skeleton from their prop room. Placed my coat on it after your death ray hit and you buying my act of being weak against steel. I'm not going to lie. I didn't think you'd be dumb enough to ally by it, but I guess I'm just that good of an actor. Okay. For that comment Naruto wanted to slap Sasuke hard across the face, though Hinata beat him to it. She threw the table at him after lifting it, and watched it break apart on the man's head. Okay. Now Naruto was happy that he didn't piss Hinata off. She was a little scary, though at the same time, he kind of found it hot. You left the people behind and left the town in the hands of Naruto. How could you do that to everyone? They loved you. They believed in you and you just deserted them in their greatest time of need. Shouted Hinata, before turning back to Naruto adding, sorry. Naruto. It's fine, I'm on your side about this. Naruto added, not wanting to embarrass her if he commented on how hot it was that she looked yelling at Sasuke. Yup. He'd keep that to himself for now. Turning back to Sasuke, Naruto said, but you have to help us. A madman is destroying your city. Sasuke just stared at him before rubbing a hand on his face as if this whole conversation was just tiring him out. Growling, the young man wanted to jump out and attack him, until the door opened once again and walking in was a woman that he's never seen before in his entire life. Blinking his blue eyes, Naruto took in the newcomer and frowned a bit. It was a woman, roughly Hinata's height, her hair was a little short, just a little past her shoulders, and pink. Her green eyes shined with happiness, joy and, he wasn't sure for a moment but she just seemed to be just glowing. She wore a simple red dress that clung to her small breasts and round belly. Wait, what? What the hell? Who's this? Asked Naruto with a frown. Sasuke turned to the pink-haired woman and smiled at her before carefully getting up and made his way toward her and kissed her cheek. Okay, so it was easy to see that she meant a great deal to him. The woman just smiled happily at Sasuke before walking toward the couch and sat down with a soft sigh of content. This is Sakura. She was my girlfriend but now, she's my wife. Wife, shouted Hinata and Naruto in shock. I knew you guys were dating but, when did you two get married? Asked Hinata in shock. A little after I faked my death. I wanted to marry Sakura, but with me being a hero it wasn't safe for her," Sasuke said before turning to Sakura, his eyes shining with love as he smiled gently at her. To be honest, Naruto was starting to envy the man. He got the woman of his dreams while he couldn't. "You see, Sakura told me that she was pregnant when I went to her home to let her know that I was safe and sound, so I knew that I had to do both the right thing and what I have wanted to do. So, we married and here we are." "But, the people of Konoha," whispered Naruto, not sure what more he could say, to be honest. He didn't know what he could do anymore. After all, he still had to find out what Sasuke's weakness was, and he didn't know what more he could do for the people of Konoha. Looking up at him, Naruto asked, "But your weakness, what is it? The madman that is trying to destroy Konoha has all of your powers. There has to be something that you're weak against." Turning to Naruto, Sasuke just owned at him as he said, "To be honest, the weakness I did have no longer works on me. My weakness is my woman. If I lost her, I would lose not just my powers, but my will and desire to live. When you find that person and know that they love you as much in return, you would do anything to be with them." Naruto. Then, Sasuke got up and made his way over to Naruto and helped him to stand up on his feet and placed his hands on his shoulders. "Naruto, for years I have tried to find my true calling, and that is to my family, and to teach kendo to children. Now, it is time that you find yours as well. Maybe, you were never meant to be a villain after all." All Naruto could do was frown at Sasuke's words. He may have never meant to be the villain. If that was the case, then why was he always mistreated and did nothing but cause trouble as a child? That was the only thing that had ever happened in his life, and the one thing that was good to happen, broke his heart. The thought of the whole thing, he having to fight Kabuto, someone who had the power of Nighthawk, someone that he had never once been able to defeat his entire life. He didn't think that it would be possible. After all, he was nothing but the bad guy and knew that as well. Tightly shutting his eyes, Naruto looked down at the floor, as if he was trying to figure out the whole thing as it played through his mind. You just have to believe, Naruto. Anyone can be a hero if they really want to be. After all, you only ended up this way, because of me and how I have treated you. Now, you can make the choice yourself," Sasuke said with a small smile on his face. Well, at least he had a feeling that it was a smile, since that was all he did since Sakura came into the room. Ears drooping, Naruto looked away, as if trying to figure out if he should listen to the man's words. How could he be a hero? He was nothing. After all, the whole reason that they came here was to get Sasuke's weakness so they could use it against Kabuto. Only to find out that the one weakness meant nothing anymore since he started to get really close to Sakura, his woman, and now, they could do nothing about it anymore. Biting his lip, Naruto knew that there would only be one thing that he could do, though he just wasn't sure what it was as of yet. He may have to think on it for a moment. Now, you know what you must do, Naruto. After all, even though Kurama made all of those inventions for you, you do have your moments where you can do great things when you just act, and don't think, Sasuke said before he let go and turned to Sakura. As for you, Sakura, you should go lay down for a bit and I'll go get you a bath ready. He chuckled a little before he went to go get her bath ready. As they started to walk away, Naruto couldn't help but wonder what he could do. It seemed that no matter what, his mind kept traveling back to what Kurama had told him. To how that with them being the bad guys they could never get the girl no matter how much they wanted it to be so. Closing his eyes for a moment, the young man knew that he could never win Hinata over no matter how much he wanted it to be true. Sure, Sasuke may have given up being a hero because he had a family now. Or at least a child on the way. Could he really ask someone to give up the life that they always wanted to have just because he was bored and had wanted to keep fighting in the first place? He loved the battles, it brought him a thrill that no other could give, and now though, he had nothing. Nothing could ever bring him that kind of thrill again, not since Hinata had broken up with him anyway. The kind of thrill that she gave him was something different. For once in his life, he was accepted even if it was, for a brief time, a lie. But everything that he did for Hinata, that was all from the heart. Something that he wanted to do because he cared about her a great deal and he had even fallen in love with her, but she could never love him because of his life as a villain. Looking upward a bit, Naruto could faintly see the door that led them inside the building. He knew that for now, he would have to keep thinking what it was that he could or should do. There was no way that he could be a hero. After all, he had been a villain for far too long and he had no idea if he could even be a hero. Okay, yeah. Sasuke is telling him that he should be something else because being a villain wasn't his true calling. If that was the case, then what was it in the first place? What could his true calling be, if it wasn't as a villain? What more could he do if there wasn't really much of anything that he could do in the first place? Tightly closing his eyes, the young man placed his hand on the door and slid it open before walking out into the daylight. Who needs him anyway? Hinata had said with a hint of anger in her voice. He couldn't really face her, to be honest. He didn't want her to see his expression of confusion and sadness. We can defeat Kabuto ourselves. All we gotta do is go back to your lair and get maybe some ray guns if Kurama made some and just go gangster on him. Oh, if only she knew what would really happen. No matter what, there was no way that they could defeat Kabuto. Even ray guns wouldn't be of much help for that matter. There just wasn't any way for them to defeat Kabuto. Letting out a soft sigh, the young man calmly said, "We can't. There isn't anything we can do, Hinata." He almost sounded a little frustrated, with a hint of depression in his voice. After all, he couldn't help with what he was feeling. Everything just seemed like it was starting to go downhill for him, and nothing would ever make it better for him in the first place, and he knew it. Why not? We can do anything if we put our minds to it, Naruto. I'm sure we can defeat Kabuto and save Konohagakure, Hinata said as she stood behind Naruto. In fact, she sounded confused and concerned for the fox demon. Why that was, he didn't know, though figure that it was because Hinata had such a big heart who would be concerned for anyone, though sadly, she would have to learn that not everything works the way they want it to. Hinata, don't you get it? Naruto whispered before turning around and stared at her. His blue eyes shined with confusion and a deep inner turmoil about what he had or should do with his life. I'm the bad guy, Hinata. He be gone before walking until he stood in front of her and glared. I don't save the day. I can't fly off into the sunset and I do not get the girl. Don't you get that? I could never be the hero. I have nothing to fight for. And no reason to fight anymore. He bit his lip, feeling like he had been too much harsh for her, but sadly, it had to be said. But, Naruto, you can do something to help, Hinata whispered. Like what? In case you have forgotten, Hinata, I never won anything in my life. I have always lost against Sasuke. Never once have I ever had a reason to fight other than to take over Konoha. And even then, it just wasn't enough to defeat him. Come on, I even thought he was defeated by Steel, Hinata, fucking Steel. He was starting to go on a rant, not that he could help it, it was something that had to be done. And it had to be done here and now before he completely lost his mind. Hell, you broke up with me as soon as you found out that I was Crimson Fox. You thought I was just using you, but damn it. I never once thought of using you. I had only wanted to slow you down from finding out what I was planning, but then I lost track of that plan and he tightly shut his eyes as he looked away. Not sure what more he could do or say at this moment, but at the moment, he knew that it was something that could not be helped at this point in time. Breathing deeply, the young man whispered, "Red, I'm just going to go home. You don't have to deal with me anymore, Hinata. Goodbye." With that, he started to walk away, not wanting to see her face, but the emotion that was floating from her. He could easily pick it up, though what confused him the most was why she felt so sad and alone. To save the girls, Hinata drove through the town. Many people had already started to leave because of the danger that Kabuto had brought upon everyone. After Naruto had left to return home, wherever that is, she had gone back to Konoha News building to talk to Mei, letting her know what it was that she was going to do. Mei, of course, told Hinata that she wasn't going to let her do this alone, that she had to go with her to make sure that nothing happened to her. Closing her eyes for a moment, the young woman could still picture what it was that had happened when she arrived back at the office. Hinata rushed into the office, hoping that she could get permission to drive the news van. If she was going to get to the center of the town, she would have to get a news van since she, herself doesn't have a car of her own as of yet. Though sadly, the only way to get the van is to speak to May, the only one that can give her permission of the van. Breathing deeply, Hinata rushed to the office, and that was when she saw May sitting at her desk, looking rather down. Frowning, she made her way over to her boss and her friend as she said, "May, what's the matter?" "Just guy trouble." "What do you need help with, Hinata?" asked May. Hinata let out a soft sigh as she said, "I need a van. I have to stop Silver Falcon. He's Kabuto. He has to be stopped and I hope talking to him will help him snap out of it." May looked up at Hinata for a brief moment, as if she was trying to calculate the whole idea through her mind. In fact, Hinata didn't think that May would even allow it to happen in the first place. Letting out a soft sigh, Hinata was about to walk away, believing that May wouldn't allow her to have the van. "Until, I'll go with you. I can't allow you to go alone, Hinata, mostly because Kabuto always creeped you out." To be honest, Hinata was nervous about going to meet Kabuto alone. In fact, she had hoped that she would be able to have Naruto go with her, but he left back home. It had bothered her a great deal that she wouldn't have Naruto's help, but maybe May could help. "You sure, May? It'll be dangerous," Hinata said with a frown. "Positive," May said with a smile before grabbing her jacket and walked with Hinata to the van. Keys in hand, it wouldn't be easy, but Hinata knew that she would be able to do something at the very least. Well, she hoped anyway. "You sure that we can do this, Hinata? After all, Kabuto was always rather strange," May said from the passenger side of the van. To be honest, she didn't know, though she just hoped that she would be able to handle it no problem. The only thing that she needed was to make sure that she would be able to handle this and of course save Kabuto from himself. Letting out a soft sigh, the young woman looked at May for a brief moment before turning back to the road. "I'm not sure. Yeah, Kabuto was creepy with him trying to hit on me and talking about snakes all the time, but he's still a human being that is just being corrupted by this power that he came across." Shaking her head, Hinata took a deep breath as she tried to get herself to calm down. Thinking about what ifs, such as if Naruto would have helped her in the first place. If he did, would he have won? After all, he had no record of winning once in his life. "I just hope that we can do something, May. I had hoped that Crimson Fox would have helped, or even Kurama," Hinata whispered softly, not wanting May to know that she had known Naruto's real name, though. What she had noticed was when she mentioned Kurama's name. Frowning, she asked, "You okay? Do you know Kurama?" "Yeah, May bit her lip as if she was afraid to tell her what had happened between them. But Hinata also knew that May didn't have to tell her anything if she didn't want to, and she wasn't going to focus, so she had gone back to facing the road ahead of them. It shouldn't take too long for them to get to the center of the city anyway. "I was dating Kurama for a little while. I had thought that he was the one, but he attacked some guys that were trying to attack me and I broke up with him." "I'm surprised that you dated him. Yeah, he's nice, but still, to date a guy with tails," Hinata whispered softly before shaking her head. Like she was one to talk. After all, she dated Naruto and he has 9 tails. "I didn't know he was transformed to look human. I found out when he lost control and almost killed someone," May whispered. "Okay, that was rather odd. Kurama was never violent. And she knew that for sure. After all, Kurama was the inventor and Naruto's caretaker. Nothing more, to be honest, and yet he wanted to hurt someone, no, kill someone. That was rather odd until, maybe it's a demon thing. I remember Nighthawk was like that too, which was true. Every time a guy hit on Sakura, Sasuke would always want to beat them, threatening her, and that was crossing a line you never want to cross. I'm just afraid he'd kill me," May whispered. "He'd never do that. Kurama isn't like that. Besides, you've been seeing each other for how long until you found out?" "A good while," May whispered. "See, he lost his temper, but he'd never want to hurt you. Heck, Kurama never even hurt me while Crimson Fox had me kidnapped," Hinata said with a smile. Even now, she wanted to make up for hurting Naruto, she could at least do this for Kurama. The man deserved this, and so did May. Give him another chance, Mei. You may never find another man like him. Okay, Mei said with a small smile before looking ahead. Hinata, stop, shouted Mei as she pointed ahead of them, and standing there was Kabuto. He smirked as the car stopped inches from him and he just laughed. Oh god, he has lost his mind. Kabuto, Hinata said in shock before locking the car. What are you doing here? Asked Hinata, thinking that he would have been further ahead in the city. Oh, I heard your conversation and, well, I just thought I'd drop on by. Now, have you decided to be with me, Hinata? Asked Kabuto with a crazed smile. No, I've come to help you. This isn't you, Kabuto, I know it isn't. We've worked together for a long time and I have to help you see your real self. Hinata said, hoping that he would see the light and error of his ways. Yet, at the same time, a cold feeling welled up within her stomach, making her think that she had made some kind of mistake about the whole thing. The young woman just knew that she had signed some kind of death warrant for herself and Mei. Kabuto narrowed his eyes as he growled at Hinata. You don't know shit. You never hung out with me, never came over and never wanted to even get a damn cup of coffee. You had Mei, want to IGN me to another reporter because I supposedly freaked you out. Kabuto shouted before punching the engine of the van in rage, causing Hinata and Mei to yelp in shock. It's too late for you to try anything, Hinata. Mei, though I do have an idea as to how I can get revenge on both of you, and kill Crimson Fox. He's made a fool of me for the last time, and so did Kurama when he helped the little fuck. When he said that, both girls held onto each other, eyes wide and shaking in fear. Naruto sat on his chair in his special cell. To be honest, he had always hated being in here, wearing his orange jumpsuit. Just sitting here watching TV and always wondering why Nighthawk never sealed away his powers. Maybe he never did because Sasuke wasn't a jerk and never saw a point of it, because to be honest, Naruto had never tried to harm anyone, and yet he just wanted to relax. Closing his eyes, the young man wondered what he could do, though he just didn't know what he could do now. He could always stay in jail this time around. Opening his eyes once again, the young man took a deep breath. Naruto felt himself just wanting to relax, though he didn't know if he could do this. Oh Hinata, I wondered. If you got out of town safely, that is all I care about. I just want you safe even though you don't return my feelings, he whispered softly before he started to channel surf. He just wanted this day to end. Just wanted this whole thing to be over and done with. To be honest, he didn't know if it would be over with. At some point, Kabuto would know what happened to him, such as where Naruto had gone. To be honest, he didn't care what happened to him. For all he cared, Kabuto could kill him and no one would even care if he was gone. After all, Kurama left, Hinata dumped him, everyone leaves him. They always do. No one would ever care. He whispered softly before covering his eyes with his hand, and he had bitten his lower lip as he felt the tears starting to well up behind his eyelids. Why does this have to happen for him in the first place? Crimson Fox, shouted a voice, causing Naruto to remove his hand and look up, and on the TV, he saw the grinning face of Kabuto. Frowning, he wondered what Kabuto would want. There was no way of knowing what it was that it could be that he would want. It wasn't like Kabuto would have anything that would cause him to come out of jail to go to his death. He would rather have it come to him, to be honest. Shrugging, he was about to change the channel until Kabuto's voice broke through once again. You and we have some unfinished business. He chuckled a bit. His eyes were wide and almost looked a little dazed. To be honest, Naruto could see the insanity within them. I wonder what the hell he's talking about, Naruto whispered softly. I want us to have a fight. Winner takes all. What did he mean? What would the winner get in the first place? Besides, it would just be a reason for him to come out of jail to face his death. Shrugging, he was about to change the channel, for sure this time, at least until Kabuto's next sentence broke him out of the desire to change the channel. And, to make sure that you don't get cold feet, I have two special guests with me. He laughed before turning the camera toward two people. The one, he had no idea who she was, but he knew that she was someone special. Her hair was auburn, he believed. She wore a simple dress suit. Her eyes were tightly shut, so he had no idea what color they were. Though, It was the woman on the other side of the pole that got him to stare in shock. Hinata. No, he whispered softly. There was no way that it could be possible. How did Hinata not just get herself caught up in this but that other woman as well? Shaking his head, he could only stare at them in shock. Unsure as to what more he could say or do. Say something, Hinata. Say something to your so-called fox lover. Shouted Kabuto before he started to laugh. After all, it may be the last thing you ever say to him before you become mine, Hinata. Okay, that pissed Naruto off. Did Kabuto really think that Hinata would ever go with him after all the crap he's done in the past? Unless Sasuke could do illusions, did that mean Kabuto had mastered them enough to have Hinata under one? Oh god, Hinata sniffled a bit as she looked at the camera. Crimson Fox. I really hope you're listening, please, you cannot give up. She began, her lavender eyes filling with unshed tears. Please, the Crimson Fox I knew would never give up. No matter what, even if he had no chance of winning in KNEW the risks losing and knew that he never had a chance of winning. She tried to smile, tried to be strong for him, though it seemed that no matter what, she just couldn't get herself to stay strong, not without crying. Looking down for a brief moment, Naruto thought about her words. He did know the risks. Sasuke would beat him, then take him back to jail, nothing more. He never had a chance to win either, and he knew that as well. Letting out a sigh, Naruto looked back up at the TV as he watched more of what Hinata would say. Many people need you. This city needs you. Mei needs you. Wait, did she say Mei? Wasn't that the name of the woman that Kurama was seeing? It seemed that both himself and Kurama had a human fetish or something along those lines. I need you as well. I love you, Naruto. She soon started to break down in tears. Hinata, shouted Naruto as he shot up from his chair and ran to the TV, as if hoping to jump through the screen and save her. There was nothing he would rather do than to save them. Don't worry, Hinata, I will save you. I just have to get out of here, shouted Naruto. See that Crimson Fox, even she thinks you'll save her. Soon, Naruto could see Kabuto's face once again. And he was grinning before he reached over and held Hinata's tear-stained face in his free hand. Also, Naruto, don't keep me waiting. I don't think I can keep my hands of her and take control over her mind. He soon started to laugh as he added, and you have an hour to get here. With that, the camera shut off. Hinata, I'll save you, Hinata, I promise, shouted Naruto before he rushed over to the door. Hoping that he could talk to the old man, he had to get them to let him out. He had to save Hinata, had to save Mei. He had to save the city before it was too late. Tightly shutting his eyes, he shouted, please let me out. Silver Falcon has to be stopped before it's too late. Soon, the warden walked over to the window and stared at Naruto with a cool gaze. Shaking his head, the old man said, sorry Naruto, but you have many life sentences that you still have to finish. Maybe you can use that time to reflect on what you've done in the past. Naruto growled a bit and slammed his fist against the door, hoping that he would have gotten out. Why couldn't things be easy for him in the very moment that he was needed? It just didn't seem fair to him. You want me to say it then, old man? Fine, I'll fucking say it, shouted Naruto before he stared at the warden, his eyes filled with sadness before looking down at the floor and closed his eyes. Then here, it is from the darkest part of my heart. I'm sorry. Soon, Naruto started to slip down below the glass, as if the confession had just worn him out altogether, or he was overly dramatic. I don't buy it, the warden said with a shake of his head. Letting out a soft sigh, Naruto pushed himself up from the floor before turning away. I guess I don't blame ya. He chuckled softly before turning to stare at the old man for a brief moment. After all, I've attacked the city many times in the past. He frowned and looked away, making his way toward his chair. To be honest, he didn't believe that he had a right to be free, but he couldn't allow Hinata or Mei to die because of his actions. That would haunt him for the rest of his life. Closing his eyes, he knew that Hinata wouldn't die. More like she would be controlled by Kabuto, but she may as well be dead, for her actions would never be her own. I created a hero who in all honesty, became a villain. I lied, and lost the only woman I could ever love. He looked down, fox ears drooping the sides of his head before letting out a soft sigh. I had hurt my best friend. I never thanked him for all those years of looking after me. I took him for granted. And I did not appreciate him for all that he's done for me. Giving a sad smile, Naruto added, I just treated him like shit to be honest, and I don't blame him for not wanting to come and help me. Though, I had hoped that maybe, he would want to help me save Mei, unless he doesn't know. Frowning, Naruto looked down, looking like a defeated man that had lost everything that ever meant the world to him. In a sense, he had lost everything and did not blame anyone for not wanting to come back to him. Please, do not make Hinata pay. Don't make Mei pay. Hell, don't make the entire city, the world, pay for what I've done. For the wrong that I've done to this city, let me save it please, I beg you. Looking back up at the warden, Naruto had tears in his eyes. For once in his life, he had tears within his eyes that were legit. I don't want anyone to pay for what I've done. Just because I'm an idiot, I won't let them pay for my crimes. Just let me save them and I'll come back to jail right after, I promise. I will pay for my past crimes, just please let me save them. Naruto shouted before he fell to his knees. It seemed that he had become a broken man, for once in his life. He wanted to repay for his crimes against the city, but he would do that after he had saved Hinata and the whole city. Maybe it wasn't too late for him to change after all, but for now, he would have to find a way to get out of here without causing too much trouble. Soon, the metal door slid open, causing Naruto to look up in shock. The warden walked in with a smile on his face. You were right, Kurama. He would come to his senses if he had a reason to fight back, said the old man, and as soon as he had, Kurama walked in his usual clothes. Naruto couldn't believe it. Kurama came back. Even after their fight he came back. But, why? Come sir, I think it is time that we go save the girls before Kabuto kills Mei and controls Hinata's mind. Kurama said with a smile on his face. But, old man, why? Asked Naruto, chuckling. The warden had pulled out a pipe he sometimes uses and started to inhale the tobacco. You have changed easily, Naruto. Kurama came and had a feeling that you would come back when he saw the news beforehand. Told me that you had fallen in love with someone and had tried to change for them, of your own choice. I didn't believe it at first until you have confessed. Smiling a little more, he added, plus, there is no law that you cannot be in love. Naruto, everyone can be in love. Now you too, go save the city or else I'll be out of the job. With that said, the warden started to walk away. Chuckling, Kurama made his way over to Naruto and helped him up to his seat. Also, I accept your apology, Naruto. Also, I'm sorry as well. I was just nothing more, and I shouldn't have taken it out on you because Mei broke up with me. He sighed softly before looking away. It seemed that Mei breaking up with him had only hurt him, or at least it still hurt him, now. All we need is a plan on how to save them. Naruto frowned a bit. To be honest, he didn't know what would help them defeat Kabuto. There had to be something that he could do to stop him. There just had to be something that would get Kabuto to want to lose or at least give up his power weight. The only thing that he believes could defeat him is, that's it. Kurama, I have a plan and I think it'll work. I'll explain on the way. Nighthawk. Hinata just stood there, not like she had much of a choice. The young woman was tied up with her friend and boss, and time, it was almost up. Looking around, she couldn't help but wonder where Kabuto had gone to. After he made that deal with Naruto, she saw him disappear. He had said that he would be back before Naruto showed up, and right now, she was thankful that it would be only her and Mei right now. Breathing softly, Hinata whispered, what do you think we can do, Mei? What can we do, Hinata? We're tied up and we can't do a NY thing even if we did get let go because we're maybe 1,000 feet up in the air, Mei said with a soft sigh. Though, if we do somehow get out of this, I would want to give Kurama another chance. Hinata was glad for that. That Mei would give him another chance. That man deserved someone in his life that could make him happy, after all. When all you've done in your life is look after someone, Why wouldn't you want to have someone else in your life, right? So, Mei began, as if she was afraid of asking her something. Do you really love Crimson Fox? Hinata frowned a bit. To be honest, she hadn't meant to say it, at least not out loud. She did still have feelings for Naruto, no matter how hard she tried to deny anything. But sadly, it was true, she did still love him, and she really did have very strong yet deep emotions towards the fox. I do. He pretended to be human to get close to me, to throw me off his trail, but instead, we ended up spending time together, and I fell in love with him. She sighed softly before lowering her head in shame. I found out on a date, and that was when I broke his heart, and I felt bad after it. She felt so bad for it, and prayed that Naruto had heard her message on the news. She hoped and prayed that the fox demon would have heard her, so he would come and save the two of them. As soon as they were all safe and sound, then she would give Naruto his second chance. She had seen the change in him, and wanted to make so many more memories for the two of them together. Letting out a soft sigh of depression, Hinata just hoped that Naruto would come and get her. Or else she would lose her mind to Kabuto, and Mei would just lose her life. Both fates for them were terrible, and she didn't want any part of it, to be honest. Just thinking of it scared her a great deal. "Oh, Hinata," shouted Kabuto with a laugh. Looking up, the young woman frowned when she saw Kabuto coming back with a lavender-colored outfit. It seemed like it would fit her perfectly, and that creeped her out a bit. "This will be perfect for my queen. We'll rule the world together. But to take over my mind," shouted Hinata with a glare. Kabuto's smile faded before he flew toward Hinata, holding onto the metal pole that he had tied the girls to. "Hinata, if you would just join me of your own free will, then I wouldn't have to take over your mind." "You can't take over my mind. I have learned how to avoid Nighthawk's powers pretty well." In a way, that was true. Sasuke used to educate her on his powers when they were growing up because she had been curious about them. Though she still wasn't sure if the mind control could still happen to her, and she would not take that chance, there was no way that they would be able to win either way. Either she joins Kabuto of her own free will, or by mind control. There was just no way of winning. "Maybe a scare will help you see the light," said Kabuto before shooting downward and started to punch the towers struck. "You're to make it start the process to fall over." The girls screamed and almost wanted to hold on to each other. Okay, scratch that, they wanted to hold on to each other but couldn't thanks to the rope. Well, he was getting a scare out of them. But did he have to do it like this? "You'll fall to the ground. If you beg for your life before you hit the ground, I shall release you, Hinata, and not control your mind. Though if you don't beg to join me, then I will still save you, but your mind will be mine." Hinata stared with wide eyes, her eyes filled with fear. What about Mei? She knew that she knew the answer, but did that mean that her fate may have changed now as well? She couldn't be sure, though for now she just had to hope and pray for the best. That was the only thing that she wanted right now. Oh, she'll still die. She'll go splat on the ground. I want her to pay for everything that she had tried to cause me," shouted Kabuto with a dark and sinister laugh. The young man as indeed crazy. He was going to kill an innocent woman and try to take control over her own mind if she did not comply with his demands. Either way, her fate sucked, but she would still be alive. Ime would be dead. The guilt was already starting to eat away at her, and she knew that she would never be able to forgive herself if Mei died because of her. Just thinking about it caused a great fear and guilt to wrap its icy grip around her heart. "Just remember, Hinata, no matter what you choose, you will be mine." Soon, Kabuto started to laugh like a madman, trying to build some kind of dramatic flair, she guessed, that is, until dark clouds started to appear, and was that guitar music echoing through the skies. Hinata, Mei, and Kabuto turned their sights to the darkening skies as they saw dark clouds starting to appear over them. It looked familiar to her, but there was no way that it could be right. Naruto had gone off to jail, didn't he? There was no way that it could be possible though, yet in her heart, Hinata knew that it did have to be Naruto. "What the hell is going on?" shouted Kabuto with a slight growl in his voice. It seemed that he didn't even know what it was, and it bothered him when he didn't know what it was that was happening right at this moment. You will see, Silver Falcon. Do you really think you can be a true villain? Called out a powerful voice as it boomed through the skies. Crimson Fox, come out here and fight me, shouted Kabuto with a narrow of his eyes. Soon there was chuckling through the clouds only for a glowing head of Naruto's to appear. It glowed with power, and what could only be some kind of magic that was hard to describe for the blue-haired woman. It almost seemed like she was in a dream. His eyes glowed bright blue, like they were filled with life once again. That was the kind of look that she had seen before in their past kidnappings, and it made her happy to see that again. You dare to challenge Crimson Fox, the greatest supervillain of all time? There isn't enough room in this city for two supervillains, shouted Kabuto. The big Naruto head laughed before adding, you may be a villain, but you are far from a supervillain. What did he mean by that? Kabuto sure seemed to be a supervillain to her, though then again Naruto was a villain and had been one for a good long time now, and there had to be something had no one else knew about or even thought about in the first place. Turning to May, Hinata saw the woman give a slight shrug, or at least the closest one she could get from the woman who was just as tied up as she herself was. There was no way of knowing what it was that was going to happen, though right now Hinata was just thankful as to what it was that was going to happen. Naruto had returned, and was going to save the two of them from any and all harm. For that, she was thankful, though she just couldn't really be sure as to what and how Naruto would save them. You could never understand what it is like to be a supervillain, because there is, after all, one thing that you sorely lack, Naruto said with a smirk. It was almost as if he was trying to taunt the villain. That was never a good sign, and for that she was a little scared as to what it was that Naruto was doing. Just what the hell could he be doing that would make him lay this out like he was right now? What is it that I lack, Crimson Fox? Growled Kabuto. Smirking, Naruto just stared at him, a slight twinkle within the cloudy eyes that Hinata now figured was the fox cubs that he would have around him at just about all times. She had forgotten that the cubs could transform, though maybe it was because he didn't really use them all that much while he was kidnapping her, and for that she had always been thankful. She never wanted those cubs to be hurt because of his ridicule schemes. Soon, Hinata let out a soft yelp, as well as May, as the tower shifted a little more forward toward the ground, not enough to Yuli fall over, though enough to scare the girls a bit. May started to panic a bit as she said, "Oh God, we're gonna fall." Hinata, I'm scared. I don't want it to end this way. I don't want it to be like this. Okay. More like she started to scream. It almost distracted Naruto's projection when he had looked over toward the girls, only for his sight to go back to Kabuto. There was no way that he was going to allow this to happen. How was it that Naruto could stay so calm like this? Breathing deeply, Hinata whispered, "It'll be okay, just relax. I'm sure that Naruto has this all under control." To be honest, even Hinata didn't know if he had it under control. The only thing she didn't know was if Naruto had this whole thing planned out or if he was just making it up as he went along. There just had to be something. Anything that would have him trying to stall for as long as he had, though nothing came to mind as to why he had to be stalling like this. "Answer me, damn it," shouted Kabuto. It seemed that Kabuto's anger was getting to the best of him, and that had the young woman a little surprised. Kabuto had always been calm and collected, but maybe the power had all gone to his head, making him lose himself to this power that was never meant to be in his mortal hands. This was just another way, though, of the world saying that Kabuto was not mentally stable, and there was nothing that would ever change that. The answer to that is, of course, Naruto said before the music started to grow in volume, causing the adults to stare in confusion as they soon saw something small walking along the tongue of the giant head of Naruto. There stood the real Naruto. He had a smirk on his face before letting out a loud laugh as a laser light show started to appear behind the cloud head, causing Hinata and May to stare in shock, and of course, Kabuto to growl with anger as he prepared himself to strike. "Presentation!" shouted Naruto as he threw his arms outward, and of course, Kabuto screamed in anger before flying toward the fox demon, only to miss as Naruto fell through the clouds, disappearing as Kabuto was soon eaten by the clouds to keep him held back. Naruto acted quickly when he had fallen onto his hover bike and started the engine, or at least made sure that it was powered up for a high-speed getaway. It was all part of the plan. He just had to get the girls away to safety. Though that was assuming that the plan was going to work, there was after all no way of knowing if this plan would be 100% sure to work, but hey, it was the only plan that could has been thought of at that moment in time. The girls screamed, causing Naruto to go into action before he drove off. The man knew that he would have to be quick, after all the foxes can only do so much until Kabuto breaks free. Reaching the girls, Naruto flexed his claws as he said, "You girls will be alright now. Don't worry, I've got a plan to follow." He chuckled a bit, hoping that would be enough for him to get them to laugh. Nothing. Once he shredded the chains, he pulled them onto the bike, Hinata in the front and Mei at the back. He had the girls wrapped by his tails, so he wouldn't have to worry about them falling off while he rode the bike. "Hold on," he shouted before driving off with them. Hinata looked up at Naruto as she said, "So what is the plan?" To be honest, he didn't want to give away too much of the plan though. He knew that he had to say something or else the girls or else they would be rather curious as to what it was that he would be doing in a moment. Closing his eyes for a moment, Naruto turned and looked. Behind him, he could faintly see a faint glow starting to form from the giant head that the fox cubs had formed and winced a bit. He felt bad for them, knowing that he had done that to them, but knew that it was just part of the plan so he could get the girls away from the area. Turning back to Hinata, he stared at her with his calm red eyes as he said, "Right now. I got to get you out of the city with Mei, and that we cannot die right now." To be honest, that was a good plan. He still had more of the plan to follow through with, for now though this would be as good as it would get until phase 2 of the plan kicked in. "I like that plan," shouted Hinata as she tightened her hold on Naruto. "Same," cried out Mei as she held onto him as well. To be honest, Naruto was thankful that they trusted him at the moment. He would need their trust even if they were placing their trust in the wrong person. Of all things that he hated, it was lying to people after all. Lying was what got him into this mess in the first place, and now he had to lie again just to make sure that they were safe. "I just need you girls to trust me, all right? I know I messed up in the past, but right now, we just have to make sure that you two are safe. That is the only thing that matters to me right now," Naruto said calmly, reversing the bike to go faster so they could escape Kabuto. He could feel the energy emitting from the cloud head and knew that they were running out of time. It was only in mere moments that Kabuto would be free and try to make his attack on them, and for that, he feared for their safety. "Ah!" screamed a voice, causing Naruto to wince as he turned and gasped in shock. Kabuto had managed to break free, and was glaring at them with glowing red eyes. A sure sign that he had either just used his laser vision to escape, or was about to use it. Shit, they had to get a move on before they all were killed. Well, okay, maybe just himself and Mei. Kabuto wanted Hinata alive. Soon, Naruto could make out that Kabuto had ripped off the tower from its foundation and glared at them. "Shit, he's gonna throw the tower," shouted Naruto as he turned and tried to move faster. There was no way that they would be able to get out of here in time. Hell, no one even calculated that he would even try this with Hinata with them, but then again, Kabuto was just downright insane. "Move, move, move," shouted Naruto as he drove even faster, hoping that he would be able to get them to move even faster. Sadly, when the tower hit the ground and was still making their way toward them, the bike had made a hard hit to the ground, damaging the one engine, causing Naruto to curse under his breath. That would be another thing to fix, and wasn't sure if he would be able to get it fixed at all. The girls started to panic, thinking that they were going to die. Of course, starting to lose control over the bike wasn't helping much in the first place. Looking around, Naruto knew that he had only one thing that he could do with how the bike was going. It would only be a matter of minutes before the tower would stab them, and he didn't want to make that risk with the girls. He wouldn't risk their lives. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto wrapped his tails a little firmer around the girls before throwing them into a pile of flowers that had fallen over from the destruction that Kabuto had caused so far since he started to take over the city. The girls screamed from shock and fell onto the flowers before rolling onto the ground and watch what had happened to Naruto. The man as trying to regain control over the bike, only to scream when the tower hit the bike, causing him to fall off and roll around as if he was trying to stop the tower himself, that was when the dust started to rise when the tower stopped and crashed. The girls looked around as they tried to see what had become of Naruto, only to stare in horror when the smoke started to settle and the sight made them want to cry. There laid Naruto, just laying against a pile of cement debris from other buildings, the tower jammed into his chest. Hinata and Mei started to run toward them, only to gasp when Kabuto had landed a good 5 feet away from them. Who would have thought it would be that easy to beat him? Now, to finish you. With that, he kicked a bus toward the girls. It seemed that he stopped caring, at least for that moment, about Hinata, as the bus was going to kill her as well. They held on to each other, waiting for it to be over and done with, until they heard a loud sound coming ahead of them. Opening their eyes, there stood Nighthawk, in all of his glory, as he tightly held onto his sword and smirked. Now, is that any way to treat a bus? Who would have thought that I'd have to return to an idiot like you? Unleashing true power. Sasuke stared at Kabuto, his eyes narrowed into slits from behind his mask. To be honest, Hinata never knew that he would have come all this way just to protect them. He had seemed so content with his new life that she never thought that he would ever leave that content that he had within his home. Hinata just stared at him, trying to think on what was that could have caused this chance from the black-haired man, though nothing came to mind. Breathing deeply, the young woman breathed out, "You came back." Sasuke turned to Hinata, giving her a smile that she had never seen before on the black-haired man. His mask of course hid his face from view, though it was the way he stared at her that confused her a great deal. The young man's eyes were staring at her lovingly. A kind of stare that she had seen him give to Sakura. What was going on? Why would Sasuke stare at her like that in the first place? It just didn't make sense to her that Sasuke could ever stare at her like he was in love with her. You were right, Hinata. I never should have left, but I am here now, before it was too late. He said with a smile, his sparkling blue eyes just stared at her. Wait, blue? That wasn't right. There had to be something wrong, but she knew that there just had to be something that was going on here, but at the moment, she wasn't going to question it. I thought you were dead, said Kabuto in shock and horror. So, he could feel fear after all. Sasuke turned his head, staring at Kabuto with a cold, dead-eyed stare. She could feel the anger and hate emitting from Sasuke's body. It was something that she never knew he could ever feel before. Even she was afraid of Sasuke, though she knew that he would never harm her. It didn't matter if she showed just how concerned she was about Sasuke or not, but she knew that he was never this angry in his entire life. My death was very exaggerated, Sasuke said before he lifted his blade and pointed it at Kabuto. The sword glowing red with power for a brief moment before it went dormant once again. Now that she thought about it, had Sasuke's power always been this weak? No, his power had always been so much more powerful, though that was when he was calm. He's never shown emotion while he was wearing his mask. Letting out a smirk, Sasuke said, "So you're the punk that I've heard that's been messing with my city, huh? I guess I'll have to teach you a good, hard lesson." Soon, Sasuke's wings opened, spreading wide, and a huge gust of wind blew toward Kabuto, causing the young man to pee. Anakin let out a gasp as it showed his fear. It seemed that Sasuke had hoped to bring on fear to the man before watching as he flew off. Sasuke crouched down before he himself flew off into the air, chasing after Kabuto. It was all so fast that she never seen him disappear. Hinata never knew that he could fly that fast, though. For the time being, Hinata turned toward Naruto's unmoving body. Mei gently grabbed a hold of Hinata's shoulder as she said, "We have to get to him. Maybe we can help him before it's too late." Hinata nodded before running with Mei toward Naruto's body. Both women jumped over some debris. Hinata stood by Naruto's left and Mei on the right. Hinata sniffled a little as she reached out and gently cupped Naruto's face in her right hand, hoping that maybe her touch would rouse him from his unconscious state. Naruto winced a bit. He let out a soft groan before he slowly opened his red eyes. He still had to have some power within him, or at least some anger. She's only seen his eyes be red a few times, and that was mostly when he was angry or when he was raising his power. He began, the young man was saying, or at least he was trying to speak. It seemed that the pain was bad. Though at least he was still alive to even feel pain at the moment. Breathing slowly, the young man just stared at the two women and gave them both soft smiles, though his gaze went to May. For some reason, that didn't hurt as much as it should, though she couldn't be sure as to why that was. I tried the best that I could. He whispered softly. The pain was still there, and it was wrapping its claws around his lungs and robbing him of his breath for now. Don't worry, Crimson Fox, we're both proud of you. Nighthawk can handle things from here, May said with a teary smile on her face. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment, his lips moving into a small smile before he opened his eyes once again, and his form slowly started to change. His hair turning a deep crimson, his skin turning just a little pale from the blood loss that he was going through. His eyes remained the same color of crimson as it had been before. Even his clothes had changed, causing the girls to stare in shock as the usual outfit that Naruto would always wore turned into a white button-down shirt and a pair of blue jeans and of course some black sneakers. The man chuckled softly only to wince in pain as both girls exclaimed, "Kurama! How could that be? It didn't make sense unless…" "Kurama, what's going on here?" cried out Hinata, and then she added, "We need to get you help. We have to cut this before you die." She grabbed a hold of it, hoping to break it even though she knew that she had no hope of breaking this on her own. Kurama though gently grabbed a hold of Hinata's hand and gave her a calm stern smile. What was he trying to do? "I'll be fine. I calculated how it would get me. I couldn't move out of the way, so I moved where it would not hit anything vital." He chuckled a little, more before adding, "Right now, we have to leave everything else up to Naruto." Eyes widening, the young woman looked up as she watched Nighthawk chasing Kabuto at high speeds that would have made this all impossible to believe, only to whisper one thing under her breath, "Naruto." Smirking under his mask, Naruto didn't think that this would ever work, but hey, he wasn't going to complain. The only downside, he couldn't change his eye color so he could keep up the transformation a little longer. Breathing deeply, Naruto chuckled a bit as he asked, "You going somewhere, loser?" To be honest, it was a little hard for him to act like Sasuke, but at the moment, he didn't think that it was that bad, to be honest. Kabuto gasped when he saw Nighthawk not that far from him. Oh yeah, this chase was gonna be interesting. Though, he felt bad that Kurama got hurt because of this plan of his. Closing his eyes for a moment, the young man had hoped that Kurama would never get hurt, though at least he didn't smell death around his friend. That was something that he never wanted from his best friend, and at least the girls were with him. Breathing deeply, the young man opened his eyes once again as he kept on chasing Kabuto. At the very least, they would be able to get a hold of Kabuto, or to the best choice just scare him off. That would be better, though there was also no way of knowing for sure if Kabuto would leave another city alone. It was just hard to say for sure, though for the time being, he would have to deal with that when that stepping stone came. Was that the saying? "Why are you chasing me?" shouted Kabuto. "Because you tried to destroy the city," Naruto began, his eyes flashing red for a brief moment. "Then you not only kidnapped my woman, but you threatened her and her friend. Not to mention you tried to control her mind. I don't accept that kind of behavior. Then of course you killed Crimson Fox." He had yelled the last part. At least he was careful to use his other name instead of his real name. After all, there was no way of knowing what more he could do after this, maybe try to win Hinata back. "But I was just having some fun," shouted Kabuto. Narrowing his eyes, the young man growled out, "This seems more like taking over the city and hurting people." Even Crimson Fox never hurt anyone with his crimes. Which was true, he never did hurt anyone. He had always made sure to never hurt anyone and did all that he could to make sure that nothing bad happened after this, though to be honest, he had to also make sure that they didn't crash into anyone. Kabuto gulped a bit as he tried to fly away. It seemed that no matter what, he couldn't get away, and Naruto would never allow it to happen. In fact, he almost smirked at the thought of it. Oh, how he wanted to beat Kabuto, though. He would lose in the end. After all, he never even won against Sasuke all these years, so what chance did he have with winning against Kabuto in a fight? Not a real good one, though. If he could just find out how to unlock his power, all of his power, then he wouldn't have to worry about anything. "You'll be going to jail, Silver Falcon," shouted Naruto before he ended up disappearing. Kabuto didn't even seem that he even noticed that he had disappeared. Oh, this was going to be good for sure. Chuckling softly to himself, Naruto was high up in the sky, seeing how Kabuto seemed rather lost. It was rather fun to see someone who was so brilliant act like this now, so lost, so confused and so scared. To be honest, he didn't think that he could ever enjoy something like this before, and right now, he was just going to enjoy the scene. Turning to the girls, Naruto saw that Kurama was freed, his hand over his wound and was bleeding quite a bit. To see his friend in that kind of pain bothered him though, damn it. He had to be careful not to give too much away so Kabuto wouldn't figure out that he wasn't Nighthawk. The thought of that caused fear to go through his heart. Inhaling, Naruto closed his eyes before he flew back down. He made sure to make his way to where Kabuto would appear next. It almost seemed like the white-haired man was going around in a circle, so he made it very easy to track down, and for that the young man was thankful. Smirking a little, he watched as Kabuto flew right toward him. Naruto held out his hand and tightly held onto his outfit, looking ready to go in for a punch. Not the face. Please, just not my face, shouted Kabuto as he held up his hands in fear. It almost looked like he was going to cover his face, hoping to shield it from Naruto's punches. To be honest, that was pathetic. After all, the guy couldn't be harmed no matter what it was. Did it even matter if it was Sasuke that went to punch Kabuto in the face? Would it even harm him in the first place? You listen here, Silver Falcon. Kabuto gulped a bit as he stared at Naruto with wide eyes. You are going to leave Konoha, and you will never return. Do you understand me? Kabuto nodded, saying something under his breath before he started to fly off at a high speed. It was rather something that he's never seen before. It was something new for him, though he wasn't going to complain at the moment. Soon, he had heard the sound of people cheering for him of all people. Landing carefully, Naruto turned and stared at Hinata as he watched her walk over toward him. Over to the back stood Kurama and Mei. Mei was helping the injured man stand, and for that he was thankful. Smiling softly, Naruto turned back to Hinata and just smiled at him. I know, you don't have to pretend anymore, she said softly, though loud enough for some people to hear her. Naruto just frowned a bit, wondering what it is that she was talking about. Naruto, come on, everyone see who their real hero is today. Naruto gulped a bit before he turned and looked around. He didn't want to shift in front of anyone, but he didn't know what he could do other than closing his eyes. The young man felt the course of energy flow through him as he felt his body turn back. People gasped as they watched Naruto change back into his true form. People were just so very surprised. Said that their old villain was the one that had saved them. Naruto opened his eyes and stared at Hinata with slightly pale skin. You're my hero, Naruto, she said with a smile on her face before she went to hug him. Until pretty sneaky, sis, but there is only one person who called Konoha. Turning around, Naruto saw Kabuto appear once again. His eyes narrowed into slits as he said, and that's you, Crimson Fox. I thought something else was odd when you grabbed me. Nighthawk doesn't have blue eyes, but you do. Naruto stood in front of Hinata, wanting to protect her from this guy. Damn it, the plan failed. Of all the times he wanted a plan to work, it would have been now. Acting quickly, Naruto slammed his left fist against Kabuto's rib, then his right against the man's face. Hoping that would be enough to knock him down, only for pain to shoot through his fists. Damn it, why did it have to hurt so damn much? That just didn't seem fair to him, though. Damn it all on a platter, there was nothing that he could do about this, and it just started to piss him off. Looking up though, he saw Kabuto smirk a smirk that he knew would haunt him in his dreams from this moment. It was a look that made Naruto think that he was going to die. I guess I can have some fun, laughed Kabuto before he grabbed a hold of Naruto and threw him. The man flew indirectly against a building. To be honest, Naruto felt the wind get knocked out of his lungs and caused him to wince as he fell onto the ground. Breathing deeply, the young man slowly started to push himself up onto his feet. That would be enough for him to get onto his feet. All he wanted was to get up and fight, to protect Hinata. Damn it. Groaning, Naruto looked up only to yelp out in pain as he felt Kabuto kick I am in the face, and once again go flying, though this time straight through some buildings. Why was this happening? Why couldn't he get some hits in? Then again, he did use a good deal of his power wit. The transformation and the whole flying deal, since he couldn't really fly that fast unless he used his wind abilities. Damn, you, whispered Naruto as he looked up, his left eye bruised from the kick, though it was already starting to heal, just at a much slower rate. Did you think you could ever win? You were always a loser, and that is how you always shall be. Kabuto said as he watched Naruto struggle to stand up. The fox demon did manage to get up onto his feet, trying to pull his sword from its sheath, hoping that would be enough to block some of his attacks. Before he could even pull out his sword though, Kabuto punched him in the stomach, hard. Naruto's eyes widened from the pain as it felt like Kabuto had punched his fist through his stomach. Thank God that wasn't the case. Coughing up blood, Naruto felt Kabuto toss him onto the ground, causing Naruto to roll a bit only to lay on his back. Naruto, shouted Hinata in horror. Coughing up blood once again, the young man wasn't sure what he could end up doing. His body was drained by his plan that had failed and couldn't summon even a small gust of wind or a tiny spark of flames. Opening his eyes weakly, he looked over at Kabuto and watched as the man started to make his way over towards him. His eyes were glowing a bright yet dark red as he made his way over towards him. This was going to be a sight and a day that he would hate for the rest of his life, though he knew that there would be nothing more that he could do. Hinata, whispered Naruto, only for Kabuto to rush toward the downed fox demon and grabbed a hold of him. Tightly shutting his eyes, the young man tried to think on what he could do. There had to be something that he could do, yet no matter what, he just couldn't do anything. Opening his eyes quickly, Naruto swung his leg and kicked Kabuto in the ribs, hoping that would knock down the white-haired man, only to scream as the man did not just grab a hold of the blonde's leg, but broke it. Screaming out in pain, the young man never knew that he would never have thought that he would have been able to feel that kind of pain in his entire hell. He didn't know that a broken bone could hurt that much. Soon, Kabuto tossed Naruto aside like a trash bag and smirked at Naruto. I never thought you'd be this weak, Naruto, laughed Kabuto before snickering against his hand and smirked at him. I should do something more. Oh, I know, shouted he said before rushing toward the downed fox demon and grabbed a hold of his arm. Eyes widening in shock, Naruto screamed more in pain. When he felt Kabuto broke his left arm and dislocated it to cause double the pain. Naruto, no, shouted Hinata. From where he laid, he smelled her tears. Hinata was crying for him because he was in a great deal of pain from getting his ass handed to him on a silver platter. Blinking his eyes slowly, the young man never knew that he could feel this before. All he knew was that he would end up dying at this rate. Now I'm bored with you, sighed Kabuto before lifting the slightly broken fox demon and smirked. I hope you have a good flight. With that said, the young man threw Naruto into the sky. And of course all Naruto could do was keep his eyes shut and wait for it all to end. As he flew through the sky, the young man wondered what he could do. His powers were completely drained. He had no way to save Hinata, Mei, or even Kurama along with the people of Kanoha. His parents didn't really give him anything to help him. Even that weird shield didn't help him before though, to be honest it didn't appear because he wasn't about to die, like last time. Breathing deeply, the young man frowned as he went through his memories. He knew that when Kurama was with Mei, he had a little more power. Kurama of course normally only had 2 tails, but when they had that fight, it was as if he had more than 2 tails. He did have more power, he knew that, but he had no idea how to unlock it. Opening his eyes, Naruto didn't think it would matter. The only thing he wanted was to go and save Hinata and everyone. He wanted to keep everyone safe from the things that he's done. Wanted to keep those dear to his heart safe from all trouble that could cause so many problems for them down the road. Why do I feel different? Thought Naruto. To be honest, he felt a sudden power surge. In fact, it almost felt like a dam had broken and a sudden flood had started to surge through his entire body, healing all of his wounds, repairing his bones and placing his dislocated shoulder back into its socket. How was this happening? He was sure that he had no power left. Fuck it, he had no reason to complain right now. The only thing he cared about was that he had the power that he wanted and needed to save everyone. Smirking, he soon turned around in the air, seeing that he was close to landing. Oh yeah, this was going to be something that he could enjoy. He'll get what's coming to him, he said to himself. After that, Naruto thrust his hands outward, causing a huge gust of wind to storm out and dust to lift among the ground. Everyone was screaming, panicking as they wondered what it was that was causing this. To be honest, he knew that that would happen, but it was the only way to prevent his death. What the hell? Shouted Kabuto. It's time, Kabuto. Time to end this, said Naruto as his form was outlined in the smoke. The only other thing to be seen through the dust clouds was Naruto's glowing red eyes. You won. Naruto glared at Kabuto from the dust clouds. He old feel his power surging through his entire body. It was amazing. It almost felt like every cell of his body was charged with so much power that was flowing through him, as if every inch of his very being, his soul, had been supercharged with his newfound power. All this time, he never knew that he could have this kind of power. To him it had always been something that he thought would have been nothing more than a dream, but now he could use this power to save everyone, to save Hinata, Kurama and Mei, all the people in this city he would protect from now on. Narrowing his glowing red eyes, the young man could see Kabuto through the dust cloud. He just stood there, staring down at what he could make out of his eyes. It was easy to see that he was a little uneasy from the sudden surge that was flowing around the area. To be honest, Naruto was happy to see the slight unease on the white-haired man, and now he was going to use it. Kabuto glared at Naruto. The young man could feel even more unease as he said, "Die, fox." And as soon as he had said that, he started to shoot fireballs toward the fox demon. Narrowing his eyes, the young fox demon could see the fireballs heading toward him, though in fact, they almost seemed to have started to slow down for the young man. Was this something for his powers, or was this due to even his senses getting supercharged? He had no idea, but he wasn't going to complain about it, to be honest. Lifting his hands one at a time, the young fox demon started to slap the fireballs with ease. It was as if he was just hitting tennis balls instead of fireballs. It was rather amazing that he could do this and feel no pain. Had it been that he too had started to gain some kind of immunity to pain because he had given his heart to Hinata? He had no idea, but he wasn't gonna start bitching about it. Right now he had to focus on fighting Kabuto and beating him before anything further happened. Soon, Naruto cleared the dust using his wind abilities to clear the air. As soon as that was done, the young man smirked as he said, "That all you got?" He chuckled a little, eyes still glowing a soft red as his pupils had narrowed into slits. His power was still growing, though not enough to control or consume him. It was as if his power wanted to help him with this battle. For that, he was thankful, and now he was going to use this power to stop Kabuto. Growling softly, Kabuto narrowed his black eyes on Naruto as if wondering why he wasn't dead or at least charred to a crisp. Inhaling softly, Naruto stretched his arms, onc. Broken or dislocated, cracked back into place as he chuckled a bit as if he found this whole thing amusing. Like it, Kabuto, I'm a whole new man now, to be honest. I didn't think I could get this kind of power, and right now I'm thankful that I never gained it when I was a villain. He smiled a bit before looking down, closing his eyes before he opened them into a narrowed glare. Now though, I will use this power to defeat you no matter the cost. If it is my life, I'll pay that price so long as it's to take you down. As if you could ever take me down, Fox. You were never able to defeat Nighthawk. And you couldn't even beat me in our last encounter. Kabuto began, which, to be honest, was true. He's never defeated Sasuke once when they were growing up, and not to mention, had failed to defeat Kabuto. The pain of his arms and his leg came back to his mind, where he wanted to rub them to forget the pain. He had kept himself from doing so, not wanting to seem weak in front of his enemy. What makes you think you can defeat me? After all, I broke your leg and arm, then dislocated your shoulder. Kabuto pointed out before he tilted his head. Speaking of which, how are you standing? Naruto laughed softly before he started to answer Kabuto's questions. Thanks to a little power boost that I got, my bones have mended themselves and went back into place. No matter what kind of injury that you give me, I will just heal right away before another one can be made. All of this power that I have is from years of being sealed away and forgotten by myself," he laughed a little before adding. "Now though, I can use this power to kick your ass, and no matter what, I will defeat you." Kabuto just glared at him, his chest rising and falling rather quickly. It almost made Naruto think that maybe the guy was hyperventilating from anger or something along those lines. Yet, for now he wasn't going to complain about the whole thing. It just didn't seem right to complain about anything. After all, the guy was going to be defeated and be taken to jail after this whole ordeal anyway, so no matter what, no one was going to die, not today. Soon, Kabuto shot out some lasers from his eyes, causing Naruto to raise his arms to shield himself. The guy was playing dirty. "Get away from me," shouted Hinata, causing Naruto to move his arms and gasped at what he saw. Kabuto was heading toward the blue-haired woman that he had given his heart to. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto shifted into his small fox form. The slim body would give him a little extra speed to catch up to Hinata before anything happened. Running as fast as he could, his legs moving quickly, his body no longer held back in speed by his muscle or body weight. Hinata screamed and panicked as Kabuto got closer and closer to her. There was no way that he was going to allow her to get hurt by anyone, let alone Kabuto. Once he was close, Naruto stood on his front paws as his body started to transform back into his true self, his back paws turning into his legs as he kicked Kabuto in the head, sending him flying into the air. Glaring at him, he said, "You have to learn that the fight is right here, Kabuto." He glared as his hands ignited in flames. Kabuto flew a bit by the force of Naruto's kick. How it was possible for just a simple kick to have that much power and strength behind it was beyond Kabuto's understanding. Yet, at he moment he wasn't going to complain about it. The only thing he cared about was to just get this battle over and done with. Naruto, though, he could see the conflict within Kabuto. It was as if he was trying to understand what was happening within his mind. Breathing softly, the young man knew that he would have to be quick with this battle. It was the only way to make sure that nothing happened to Hinata again. Just the thought of it scared him, making him think what could have happened if he hadn't arrived had the young man scared for her life and safety. Inhaling softly, Naruto stood in front of Hinata, pulling his sword out from its sheath before turning to her. To be honest, he couldn't leave her alone. There was no way of knowing what would happen if he did. He had only one option. It wasn't much use to him at the moment, but right now, he wasn't going to complain about it. Giving her a gentle smile, the young man pulled off his necklace as he said, "Here, take this, Hinata, it's hold keep you safe from anything that would harm you." With that said, he narrowed his eyes as he turned to stare at Kabuto as he said, "You and me, swords." Kabuto smirked. It seemed that he was pleased with the idea of them sword fighting. After all, Naruto was someone that mostly fought with his fists, so there was no chance that he would know how to fight with swords in the first place. With that thought in mind, Kabuto pulled out his own sword as he got ready to attack. Sadly though, Kabuto wasn't as skilled with a sword like Naruto or Sasuke are. After all, they had spent years training. Kabuto only had perhaps a few weeks at the most. Breathing deeply, Naruto held out his sword before rushing towards Kabuto and kicked him in the stomach, wanting to send him further from Hinata. The last thing he wanted was to have Hinata hurt because he was still far too close to her. Growling, Naruto jumped again when he saw that Kabuto had collected himself and went to strike the fox demon with a sword. The attack of course had missed, only making contact with the ground, cracking it. "Ha! Take that, fucker. You missed," shouted Naruto before he rushed forward and smacked Kabuto with the flat side of the sword. The young man was many things, a demon, and a monster of sorts, but he was no killer. He would never kill anyone so long as he could help it. After all, he may have been a villain, but he was no killer, and for that he was thankful. When he had thought that he killed Nighthawk, he had thought he'd be happy, but really, he felt ashamed and slight guilt. Looking up, he yelped in shock when he felt Kabuto had stabbed the fox demon in the stomach. He winced from the pain before holding out his hand and shot out a wind blade, which at point-blank range, would easily hit the Eni without any trouble. Breathing deeply, Naruto knew that the silver should have affected him, but it wasn't. Had it gained some kind of immunity like what Sasuke had, or was it still far too soon for that to take place? He had no idea. Right now though, he was going to have to deal with this. Inhaling softly, Naruto made his way over towards Kabuto and swung his sword. Kabuto screamed out in pain as he felt the sword slice his face. He growled, then kicked Naruto in his wounded stomach, causing him to scream as he flew across the area. Damn it all, how was it that this could still hurt? Then again, it didn't hurt as much as it would had he been in the old amount of power that he had. Now, he was strong enough to withstand most of the damage that his body was have. Kabuto turned and glared his hateful eyes at the fox demon. It was easy to see that he hated the fox demon even more than he did before, for that he hated the idea that someone could hate him this much, though maybe Kabuto's hate was more for the fact that Hinata had no feelings for him whatsoever. Come on Kabuto, try to beat me, smirked Naruto with a slight chuckle in his throat. This was still going to be interesting. He would have to be careful or have a good chance to have some kind of decent fight. Though on the other hand, he also hoped that the fight wouldn't cause too much destruction to the city. That was something he didn't want for anyone. I'll do more than beat you. I'll fucking kill you, shouted Kabuto before rushing toward the fox demon. Oh, this was going to be fun. Though, Naruto knew that his was going to be rather difficult for him to do, but at the moment, he wasn't going to complain about it. Right now, he just had to make him lose some energy so it would make it easier for the young man to defeat the crazy psycho. The thought of letting this guy win. Well, there was no way of knowing what could happen, but he didn't want to think about it. Narrowing his now burning crimson eyes, the young man watched as Kabuto rushed forward, hoping to hit him. It was easy to see that he wanted to kill the fox even more than ever. Right now though, Naruto knew that he would have to be careful. Kabuto was mad with power. And sometimes those mad with that kind of power would be unstable, and therefore, be very dangerous. He would have to be very careful if he was going to fight Kabuto. Kabuto narrowed his eyes as he said, "You would never understand what it's like to be in love. Hinata is someone that will be mine and mine alone. She belongs to me." He shouted the last part, swinging the sword blindly with no real tact to kill this time. He just wanted to hack him up, it seemed. For Kabuto it just meant another way to kill the young man. He must have truly lost what little sanity he had left. For that Naruto knew that this was going to be rather difficult for him to deal with. Not to mention, Kabuto truly believed that he loved Hinata. What he said was nothing compared to what love is. Closing his eyes, the young fox demon let out a soft chuckle as he said, "Oh, I know all about love." Opening his eyes, Naruto's eyes now shined a bright blue as he thought about Hinata. How much she meant to him. Something that always meant the world to him. No, she was his world. Love is something that makes you feel so alive. Your heart beats quickly at the thought of them. You want to be near them, to make them happy, and you would do anything to protecting them. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto added, "You want them to be happy, and you would never try to control them." Soon, he swung around and kicked Kabuto in the ribs. "What you feel about for Hinata is not love, it is obsession." Kabuto growled after pushing himself up from rolling on the ground. It seemed that Naruto's words had hurt him a great deal. Though for now Naruto would have to make sure that he takes down Kabuto before it's too late. After all, there is no way of knowing what would happen if he wasn't careful. Inhaling softly, Naruto started to glow their deep crimson once again before rushing toward Kabuto. He would have to subdue him before it was too late. After all, if this didn't work, Kurama would at least be able to get the diffuser gun from the car when he was able to use the tracker device. "I can't believe I forgot about the tracker," he thought to himself before letting out a soft sigh. Not to mention, he was thankful that Kurama had brought it up of the possibility of it not working. Kabuto rushed once again and started to swing his sword again. Naruto though, just blocked all of the strikes with his sword. It was nice to see that Kabuto could still put some strength into his attacks, but right now, his strikes with a sword were nothing. Soon, Naruto's sword started to glow a soft blue and yellow. The colors were not mixing but dancing across the blade, causing Naruto to stare at it in confusion. What the? Soon, the young man felt something soft and warm going through the sword and into his body. His eyes taking on a softness that he wasn't aware of. It felt like someone was trying to comfort him, protect him. What was going on? Naruto. Eyes widening, Naruto just stared at his sword in shock, not sure. Who said that? But there was something going on. Soon, he felt two sets of arms wrapping around his body. It seemed that the world faded from him and there was no one left be. Ut himself, and those that were holding onto him. Turning his head, he saw two people, a man that looked so much like him though with two locks of blonde hair framing his face. He had fox ears as well. Next to him was a woman with long red hair and kind eyes. She had the same face as him. Naruto, there was that voice again. It was coming from the woman. Oh Naruto, we are so proud of you. We never thought that you would learn the true meaning of love, the true meaning of your power. Fox demons, their power comes from love, comes from the love they feel toward the one they have chosen. We want you to know Naruto. Even though we are gone from this world, our realm, we will always be proud of you, for you are our son, and we always knew you were destined for greatness. To be honest, he didn't think that he would ever meet his parents. He had always thought that the only image of them would have been a part of the memories that he could not tap into. What could he do though? He needed more than just fire and wind to beat Kabuto. After all, he couldn't control water or ice or anything like that. Within the sword that is made from our blood Naruto, is our power, the power of the element that your mother and I can control are now within your sword. You can harness the elements of water and lightning. All you have to do is to choose to use them or not. Naruto stared at the spirits of his parents. He wasn't sure if they could even hear him, but what he knew was that now he knew what they had said to him before they died. That he was destined for greatness. Closing his eyes, a few tears rolled down his face as Naruto whispered, "I love you both, thank you, Mom, Dad." With those words said, Naruto found himself back in the real world. It had seemed that while he was listening to his parents, that the time in the real world had merely slowed down into almost nothing for Kabuto was only a few inches from him, pointing his sword at the white-haired man. Naruto focus on the one element that he figured would surprise Kabuto, water. Shouted Naruto as water shot out of the blade, splashing Kabuto with force and causing him to roll onto the ground. Lightning, howled the fox as he jammed the blade into the ground, causing a jolt to go through the water, allowing it to act as a conductor for the fox demon so Kabuto would be taken down. Damn, this was starting to get better and better as he is learning more and more of his power and of the sword that his parents gave him. Smirking, he rushed forward, wanting to pin Kabuto to the ground before he could get away, though, what he wasn't expecting was for Kabuto to shoot up into the sky glaring at him. "You stupid son of a bitch," shouted Kabuto. "My mother is a fox, not a dog, and people thought I was an idiot." Naruto blandly said, "I don't give two shits. You'll die here and now," he shouted before holding his hands up and a ball of fire started to form, only for it to start growing. Did he really think, "God, this guy is stupid"? Smirking a bit, Kabuto allowed the fireball to grow to the size of a bus, maybe a few dozen inches bigger. How was it that Kabuto didn't get it that the fox was immune to fire? Shaking his head, Naruto saw Kabuto hurling the fireball at the fox demon. Rubbing his face, the young man held up his sword as he narrowed his eyes, the sword glowing purely blue as it started to focus on only the water element. Smirking a bit, Naruto created his own ball, though unlike Kabuto it was water. Once the water ball was created, Naruto's sword turned yellow, and he allowed it to be electrically charged. "Eat this," shouted Naruto as he threw the ball toward Kabuto's. The water ball, of course, merely absorbed the fireball, causing Kabuto to curse to himself, not sure what he could do about this. Though what Kabuto had failed to notice was that the water ball was still heading towards him. As soon as it hit him, Kabuto screamed in pain as he felt the electricity coursing through his body, causing him to scream all the more and have spasms as he tried to control his body. Before he knew it, Kabuto fell to the ground, his body still having slight spasms though was not moving other than that. Making his Way toward the down white-haired man, Naruto stepped on Kabuto's shoulder, causing him to smirk a bit. So Kabuto, you lost. Kill me, he whispered. I'm sorry Kabuto, but I'm not a killer. Turning his head, Naruto saw Kurama running toward the two, then threw the gun at Naruto. Of course, the fox's fast reflexes caused him to catch it with ease. Smiling happily, Naruto jammed the gun into Kabuto's nose as he said, "Though, I will take those powers back, thank you." With that, he pulled the trigger. Kabuto's screams echoed through the area as a brig HT light had formed around Kabuto, and watched as it slowly dimmed into nothing. Kabuto had returned to normal. "Naruto!" shouted Hinata. Naruto turned and smiled gently as he watched Hinata rushing to him. Her arms wide, it seemed like she was going to hug him. Before he knew it, Hinata jumped into the air, tackling the fox demon to the ground. "Ah!" yelped Naruto before he started to laugh and held onto Hinata as close as he could. He couldn't believe it, to be honest. Here he was, holding the woman of his dreams, the only woman that he could ever love. Letting out a soft sigh, he looked at Hinata as she laid her head on his chest. "You won, Naruto," Hinata whispered softly. "That is because I finally had a reason to win, Hinata," Naruto said softly, causing the blue-haired woman to look up. Her eyes blinking in confusion as she wondered what it was that he was talking about that could have helped him to win. "That was you, Hinata. You are the reason for me to win." With that, the two shared their moment of joy. With a simple yet love-filled kiss. The end for now. After the battle with Kabuto, Naruto and Kurama had their injuries tended to. Naruto, of course, had asked Kurama why he wasn't weakened as badly from Kabuto's sword like last time. Kurama, of course, had only told him that the reason behind it was because Hinata's safety was his main priority and therefore overshadowed the weakness of Silver. For Hinata had become his new weakness and will slowly overpower the weakness to Silver until it no longer weakens him again. To be honest, he wasn't going to complain about that. The only thing that mattered to the young man was that Hinata and Mei were safe. They had brought the girls to the doctors to make sure that Kabuto didn't do anything to them. Which he hadn't, and for that both men were thankful for it, wanting to make it up to the girls for what they had put them through, such as pretty much getting them close to being killed, hypnotized, and of course making them think that Naruto had been killed, only to turn out that it was Kurama, and the horror they had to see when Naruto was close to his own death. To be honest, it wasn't supposed to go like that, but it was the end result that mattered. After the visit to the doctor, they found out that there was nothing wrong with the girls. They were just a little shaken up from everything, so it was time for their own dance party before the ceremony. The girls sure did seem like they could use it. Naruto had made the fox cubs transform into humans, since he could perform more powerful seals to give them more appearances thanks to the boost of power that he received thanks to his now accepted love for Hinata. Though he only had a few of the cubs stay here, the rest went to help repair the city. As well as a neat little invention that Kurama had built years ago to help with the rebuilding when the past fights he had with Sasuke got out of hand and destroyed part of the city. Though now, he just hoped that Hinata wouldn't reject him again. He didn't think that his heart could handle it this time. Breathing deeply, Naruto turned over, and already on the dance floor was Kurama and Mei. Kurama looked so happy, able to dance with his woman without the worry of her freaking out about his true self. "I will pursue this dream, 'cause I know it's expected that I be serene upon this winding road, in the face of the crowds that bustle all around. Although it seems like I am chasing after the past, what I want is place where the sky is alive and like home to me. Please to try to understand the truth that this is no choice. And I wish you'd stop with that look of despair you're giving me." Kurama smiled as he stared at Mei. This was the first time that he had truly held her close while in his true form. He didn't have to deal with the idea of her rejecting him this time. Breathing deeply, he gave her a calm yet slightly fearful stare. To be honest, he was still worried that she would reject him because of his past, though. He just hoped that she would still accept him. "Mei," Kurama whispered. He closed his eyes as he went on. "Do you think you could ever forgive me? I never wanted to lie to you. I never wanted to scare you, but I did anyway, and I am so very sorry." Mei looked up at him as she frowned a little. It was clear in her beautiful eyes that she was still a little nervous about the whole thing. About her dating or at least continuing a relationship with a demon. Though she took a deep breath as she started to say what she had to say. How can I be sure though, Kurama, that you won't just abandon me? How do I know that you and Naruto won't return to your old ways and try to take over the city? Okay, that did hurt him a little, but knew that it was best that she let it out right now. I just want to be sure that you won't do anything bad again. Tears are nothing but the shape of our weakness. And they won't bring any absolution. I do not see an end to this labyrinth. Who am I waiting for? And I write it down in the pages of my notebook. 'Cause I'm looking for the me that is still honest. I am running but I don't even know why. From this reality, frowning at her for a moment, Kurama took a deep breath before he gave her his reassuring stare, with a slight smile to match. Mei, I only went along with Naruto's plans because I am his caretaker. I am to do as he pleases. I made sure his plans would fail. Now, as for abandoning you, never. He chuckled a bit before kissing her forehead, happy that she didn't move away or anything of the sort. Letting out a soft sigh, he added, as for Naruto wanting to take over the city, I don't think that will ever happen. Naruto is in love with Hinata, and he, like me for you, would do anything to make her happy. He saw the strange look on her face, as if she wanted to hear more, to make sure that he meant what he said. Holding Mei closer to his chest, Kurama whispered, Mei, you are the only one that I can give my heart to. Staring at her softly, he added, when a demon picks someone to spend their life with, to give their heart to, they never take it back. I will spend every day of my life, or your life, to make you happy and make sure that you are loved and treated like the queen you should be. Mei just stared at him with wide eyes. It was easy to see that she was surprised by his words. Tears started to build up within her eyes. Kurama reached up and gently started to wipe away her tears. Mei, I know you had bad experiences with men in the past, but I promise to always make you happy, because I love you more than anything. I love you more than life, and nothing will ever change that. To chase my wishes I'll carry on living. And I will always remember the depths of the darkness. I'll face my demons and I'll no longer run away. There isn't a place to go. I'll lose this feeling of being so helpless 'cause my whole life is ahead of me. I'll quash the numbness, 'cause pain's better than the emptiness. Mei sn. Iffled and wiped her eyes as she tried to get herself to stop crying. The young woman just couldn't get herself to stop crying, it seemed. Kurama felt bad that he made her cry, though he knew that he had to do something, closing his eyes. Kurama whispered, I want us to continue our relationship, Mei. I want to see where it goes. I even hope one day it can go further, when you are ready. He smiled brightly, hoping that her answer was something that he would want to hear, and prayed that she wouldn't say something that would cause his heart to break. Yes, she said with a smile before throwing her arms around his neck and pulled him down for a kiss. To be honest, Kurama didn't think that she would kiss him like this. By damn. He was already loving this and just wanted to enjoy what he could all day long. Life could not get any better than this. I must apologize, I've really messed up and I am so ashamed. I may not say it much, but I know that I make you worry all the time. Naruto smiled at the two of them. He didn't know if something like that would happen for them, though he was also saddened. If he and Hinata did get together, their life together would be short, for Hinata was human, and her lifespan was not as long as Naruto's or Kurama's. For that, it had him scared that their life together wouldn't be long, and now he had to see what he could do, though maybe it would be enough for him to just see where it could go from there, and hope and pray that they would have a life that they could have together. Back then you always could accept the things I'd done. And your street ill the same today, so I'll try not to burden you, but try to realize that I have closed my eyes. Just because the world is too harsh and I'm willing to blind myself. Looking over at Hinata, he gave her a soft smile before making his way over toward her. Right now, the only thing that mattered was to make sure that she was happy and loved. That was his life's mission, and he would make sure that he would be the one to make her happy forever. Inhaling softly, the young man stood in front of Hinata as he asked, May I have this dance, Hinata? Hinata looked up at him, her lavender eyes stared at him as if trying to figure something out. Though instead, she just smiled as she nodded saying, "All right, I'd love to." She giggled softly. Naruto smiled gently and carefully grabbed her hand and made his way to the dance floor. To be honest, he didn't know if she would have danced with him, but right now, he was very grateful for it. Letting out a soft sigh, the young man held the blue-haired woman CL's to his chest as they danced to the song. Rumors that they have spread about us. I do not know which was the first one. We were friends from the second that we met, just stop with the lies already. And my heart turned red with this passion and it almost consumed my very being. 'Cause in truth I'd held on to hope from this reality. Hinata, I am sorry for everything that had happened, Naruto said with a frown. To be honest, he knew that he had to get this off his chest before anything was said or done. He wanted to make sure that Hinata knew that he was so very sorry for everything that had happened. It's my fault that Kabuto knew that you were with me. That I had turned him into a hero. I wanted a new hero to fight but he turned into a villain and, damn it, I'm just so sorry Hinata. Hinata looked up at Naruto before letting out a soft smile and reached up to cup his face in her palm. To be honest, he was expecting her to slap him because of what he had done that had caused Kabuto to attack her in May. Then again, Hinata had a big heart and wouldn't blame him for anything. Then again, she wouldn't even blame Sasuke all that much for wanting to quit being a hero because he had a family that was starting to be bigger thanks to his wife being pregnant. To chase my wishes I'll carry on living. And I really want to scream out, but can you even hear me? I'll face my demons, and I'll no longer run away. There isn't a place to go. I still am grateful for the care you've shown me, so I'll find the strength to make it count. I'll always move onward, facing my friends and foes alike. I'm not mad at you for that, Naruto. You were just alone is all. I knew you were never a bad guy though. I won't lie, when you got mad at Kurama that one time you were scary. She giggled a little before she stopped and saw Naruto frown. Rubbing her thumb over his cheek, she added, but you did save me, remember? You stopped that beam from hitting me and you got impaled by it instead. She kissed his cheek before laying her head over his chest, listening to his beating heart. How was it that out of all the women in the world, he got one that was so forgiving and loving as Hinata? All he could do was smile gently at her before holding her a little closer and sighed softly in content. A soft content growl emitted from his chest as he tried to get himself and Hinata to calm down and relax. How do you unlock this door that has no key? Can you think of a way? We can't go back to the beginning, the story is set, and our destinies too. Open up your eyes. Open up your eyes. Looking down at her, he calmly said, Hinata, just know that I will always protect you. That I will always love you and nothing will ever change that. I give you my heart and my life. He chuckled a little before he nuzzled her hair. The scent of lavender wafted through his nostrils. Oh, how much he loved her scent. I promise you, to make your life worth living, no one will ever change that. My heart shall always belong to you, and you alone. Hinata looked up at him, as if trying to make sure that he meant his words. Frowning a bit, he let out a soft sigh as he said, allow me to say that line again, Hinata. He coughed int. Oh, his fist hoping to clear his throat as he tried to think on the right words. I love you, Hinata. I have since the moment we first met, but I could not accepted that love, thinking that you loved Sasuke, and of course I thought you were with Sasuke. Inhaling softly, he went on with his speech. Hell, I've loved you since before we were born, as if every moment, every second that our souls waited for creation's clock to allow us to be reborn into the people we are at this very moment. Staring at her softly, he added, I sure am no prince and I'm not rich, so I cannot buy you things that you deserve, but I can offer you a home where we can be together and happy. I'll lose this feeling of being so helpless. 'Cause my whole life is ahead of me and the things I once abandoned, I want to try and find again. Come on, just one more time. Naruto waited, and waited for what Hinata was going to say. To be honest, he was afraid of what it was that she was going to say. Giving her a soft smile, he sighed. That's where you should say something, Hinata. Laughing herself, the young woman stood on her toes as she said, all right, you win. With that, she kissed Naruto gently, the only thing that mattered to him right now. was that he did get the girl. Now all he had to do was win over the citizens of Kanoha with being their new hero. That was the only thing that mattered now besides Hinata. Though, winning everyone over was going to be a little tough, but hopefully it'll be worth it in the end. To chase my wishes I'll carry on living. And I really want to scream out, but can you even hear me? I'll face my demons. And I'll no longer run away. There isn't a place to go. I still am grateful for the care you've shown me, so I'll find the strength to make it count. I'll quash the numbness. 'Cause pain's better than the emptiness. At the ceremony, Naruto tried to get himself to calm down and relax. He wasn't sure if he would be able to handle this, though the young man knew that this was something that had to be done. Closing his eyes, the young man just hoped that he would be able to handle all of this, though right now the only thing that mattered to him was to make sure that everything went the way it should. Looking at the time, he heard the mayor speaking that thanks to the strength of Crimson Fox, that the villain Silver Falcon was defeated and taken to jail with no power. The people resounding a little conflicted by the idea of Crimson Fox being their new protector. Shaking his head, the young man finally made his way out of the curtains as he had a big grin on his face. "Why shush, old, we trust that guy with being our hero," shouted a woman. Okay, that did hurt a little, though he knew that they had a reason for this. After all, he had been their super villain for years and T.S. was something all so new for the people of Konoha. Letting out a soft sigh, Naruto turned to the mayor as he asked, "May I please have the microphone?" The mayor nodded before tossing the mic to Naruto. For that he was a little thankful, though wasn't sure if he would be able to win them over, but knew that he would have to do something. Clearing his throat, the young man calmly started to speak to anyone, to the people. "Listen everyone, I know that I have done so many horrible things in the past, and for that I am so very sorry." They all glared at him, as if not wanting to believe that he had changed. Letting out a soft sigh, the young man added, "But please, know that I have changed. That was thanks to a very special woman that I have given my heart to." He smiled all the more before turning over to the curtains and made a gesture for Hinata. Hinata walked out from behind the curtain and just smiled at him with a bright smile on her face. Naruto gently took her hand in his as he gave her a soft and gentle smile. People, though, were mad that Hinata was dating someone who killed her man. Hinata frowned at them before pulling the mic towards her. "People, Nighthawk was never my boyfriend. His heart belonged to another. I just played along with the plot because I wanted to help keep the one he loved safe. Wherever she is, I hope that she is still happy no matter what may come her way." Everyone just stared in shock, not able to comprehend what it was that had happened. The whole time that they thought Hinata was in love with Nighthawk was never really true. They had only eyed the part because they wanted to keep Nighthawk's real woman safe. Chuckling a bit, Naruto held the mic back towards himself as he said, "I want to make up for my past sins. I want to protect the people in this city and keep the woman I love safe from any and all harm. No matter what, I won't ever let you down. I shall do whatever it is that I can do, within my power, to keep you all safe." Hinata smiled up at him as she leaned against him, causing Naruto to blush a soft pink. This, of course, people have seen and started to laugh a little bit. To be honest, Naruto wondered if Sasuke had a problem when people thought he was dating Hinata. Then again, there was no way of knowing what he could do about it now, but for now, he would just have to make sure that no one ever got too carried away with Hinata and him dating. "People, will you accept me as your new hero? If you do, I shall never let you down." He turned to Hinata, giving her a big goofy grin before kissing her cheek. Oh, how much he just loved this woman. She was the only thing that would ever be his source of power, and right now that was the only thing he could do, and that was the only thing he'd want. Hinata would always be his source of his power. Or at the very least his love for her was his power. Turning to his right, Naruto saw Kurama and Mei smiling over toward him. Kurama gave him a thumbs up, the young M, and grinned before turning back to Hinata as he smiled at her, mouthing the words, "I love you," before turning back to the people of Konoha. "People, do you accept me as your hero?" asked Naruto, hoping and praying that he would be accepted as a hero. That would make things so much easier for everyone. Suddenly, everyone started to erupt in cheers and calls of joy. It seemed that everyone was happy. Why with the idea of their ex-villain being a hero? Oh well, he was still enjoying the idea of being a hero. Though he knew that it would be rough, but then again, he had the power to do it, and plus the best man for his sidekick. Laughing softly, the young man just grinned before turning to Hinata again and held her closer to his side. I guess they're happy, he said after moving the mic away from his lips. Now, the only thing he had to do was to just let everyone enjoy the party. Enjoy the food and the drinks. With that, everyone started to party, and for that he was so thankful that he spend some time with Hinata before the party was done with. Oh, Naruto, your necklace, whispered Hinata as she went to remove it from her neck. Shaking his head, he clasped her hands over hers as he shook his head once again. But, it's yours. She frowned a little before she tried to say more about returning it to him, only for Naruto to kiss her gently. Hinata, this is yours to keep. You see, and use it to protect yourself from anything that would want to harm you. I promise you this, if I should ever let you down, this necklace will always protect you in case I can't. With that, he leaned in and kissed her again. Oh, life was so sweet. The end.